Chapter 107. Are you trying to find a wife for me? Clearly, you are searching for one for yourself. At the company, Su Jingyan had already taken measures against Li Mo and the two men she was entangled with, who were likely now in police custody. I swear, it wasn't me. I did not drug anyone. Li Mo protested vehemently before the police, yet the evidence against her was irrefutable. The surveillance cameras within the company left no blind spots. A simple review of the footage would reveal her actions without a doubt. Initially, she had believed that amidst the crowd, no one would notice her slipping a pill into the drink. However, her transgressions were captured on camera with crystal clarity. The assistant, alongside the individual monitoring the footage, sat beside each other, their faces ashen. Upon being brought in, they were already aware of the gravity of their predicament. Both had been dedicated employees of the company for many years, enjoying favorable treatment. They had succumbed entirely to the allure of beauty, but they could hardly blame anyone else. It was their own fault for betraying their employer for a woman. We'll confess everything. Li Mo's intentions for joining the company were never pure, they declared. By the following morning, Su Jingyan received confirmation that the three individuals had completely fallen from grace. Proceed with legal action. Since they dared to commit such acts, they must bear the consequences. I, Su Jingyan, am not someone they can bully at will. Xue Qian, observing his cold demeanor, remarked, no one has ever dared to bully you, have they? You are unaware of the notorious reputation you held among us during our school days. You were the exemplary child, while we were often compared to you by our parents. To be honest, my previous disdain for you cannot entirely be blamed on me. It was all your doing. You are clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing, yet you play the part so convincingly. Xue Qian reminisced about the bleak days of being compared to Su Jingyan, which contributed to his transformation into a notorious playboy. Tio escaped the constant comparisons with Su Jingyan, who excelled in every aspect as he inherited the company. He chose to embrace a hedonistic lifestyle, a form of escapism in its own right. Su Jingyan regarded him with a look of incredulity and replied, I never asked your parents to compare me with you. Striving for excellence is merely my own standard, and it has nothing to do with you. As for whether you like me or not, I remain indifferent. I have achieved my goals regardless. Xue Qian found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Su Jingyan had always been this way, unconcerned with the opinions of the outside world. Perhaps the only person capable of altering his emotions was his sister. Let bygones be bygones. I have changed. You were right in saying that I am the only child in my family. If I do not take charge, this household is bound to face ruin, so I cannot continue in my previous ways. The previous incident had indeed shaken him, but it had also awakened him to reality. His parents were aging, and if he continued indulging in a life of excess, the company would inevitably decline. Look at the Tang family, which had thrived just 6 months ago under Chairman Tang's leadership, steering the company towards a prosperous future. Yet, after Tang Jie took over, the Tang family began its descent, dismissing a significant number of veteran employees and retaining only sycophants. Subsequently, he turned against shareholders and directors and inexplicably decided to participate in variety shows, neglecting the company's affairs, leading to chaos and disorder. Ultimately, the board and shareholders banded together to oust him. Had Chairman Tang been around, such a downfall would have been unthinkable. However, the whereabouts of Chairman and Mrs. Tang remained a mystery. Since the scandal, they had seemingly vanished, only resurfacing briefly during the adoption of their goddaughter and then disappearing once again. Su Jingyan, what do you think is happening with the Tang family? Where are Chairman Tang and Mrs. Tang? I feel as though it's been ages since I've seen them. If they do not make an appearance soon, the Tang family is truly doomed. The thought of where the couple might be left Su Jingyan feeling particularly uneasy. Why concern yourself with others' affairs? Focus on your own situation first. The nurse will come shortly to administer your four. Do you need to use the restroom? If so, hurry along, as you shouldn't be wandering around while receiving treatment. When Su Ainen arrived to deliver breakfast, the two were still bickering, but it was evident that their relationship had improved significantly. Ainen, did you see that nurse throwing flirtatious glances at your brother? Her eyes are practically straining, and your brother remains oblivious. Ha ha ha. The system had truly developed a penchant for gossiping, seeking out every detail with great enthusiasm. Su Jingyan, why does this little system always stir up trouble? It neglects what should be prioritized and instead indulges in trivial gossip. Su Ainen glanced at the nurse, who possessed a delicate beauty reminiscent of a refined young lady, but her flirtations were destined to fall on deaf ears. Well, she is indeed quite lovely, but I doubt she is my brother's type. He seems to favor strikingly beautiful women. His aloof demeanor calls for someone with a fiery passion. An ample bosom, a slender waist, and a lively personality. Oh, Such a girl would certainly catch my interest, Su Jingyan. Are you trying to find me a wife? It seems you were more concerned about your own preferences. I had no idea I favored such a type. Your imagination seems to run wild. Perhaps you should ponder what your ideal partner looks like instead. Su Anan. Why are you still standing at the door? Bring the breakfast over. Su Jingyan hastily interrupted the girl's daydreams, as her mind seemed perpetually filled with fanciful thoughts, lacking the maturity expected at her age. Thank you, Sister Su. I wonder what breakfast is, Xue Qian said, his stomach already growling after a night without food and no opportunity to eat since entering the hospital. Su Anan opened the lunchbox. I didn't buy much, just some buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. I thought this would be more convenient at Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang are also in the hospital. Ji Yunyang injured himself while taking a shower and is now in a wheelchair. Su Jingyan and Xue Qian. He injured himself while showering. How careless can one be? Chapter 108 System. Bah. Shameless creature. At this moment, the system mischievously added. When Lu Siheng carried him out, he was still without clothes. Su Hingyan. Golf. Why are you eating so hastily? No one is competing with you for food. Su Anan hurriedly handed 2 napkins to her unreliable brother. To eat breakfast in such a manner is truly excessive. Su Jingyan wiped his mouth, struggling to fathom the image of Ji Yunyang, unclothed, collapsing in the restroom, and Lu Siheng being the one to carry him out. At that moment, as Ji Yunyang was being brought home, he felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. Lu Siheng, should I take you back to the hospital? You seem to have caught a cold. We wouldn't want you to infect the family. Ji Yunyang, brother, could you please suppress that look of disdain? Are we still brothers? Just because I have a cold, you want to cast me out? Brother, are you still going to the hospital today? Lu Siheng casually pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, saying, Why would I go to the hospital? I have to work at the company today. If it weren't for the incident yesterday, I would have long been on a business trip. In the future, be more cautious at home. You can fall even while showering in the restroom. Your body can't be that uncoordinated. And as a male lead, which male lead behaves like this? The system must have truly mixed up the books. Alright, you should just stay home for now. I have to get to work. At the hospital, after a thorough examination, Xue Qian was discharged. Fortunately, the medication from yesterday was not particularly potent, causing minimal harm to his body. However, as they were leaving, the doctor specifically advised, this patient seems somewhat frail. Although he appears robust, internally he is quite weak. In the future, be mindful. Avoid staying up late, refrain from drinking, and do not indulge excessively in romantic pursuits. Being young, you must not neglect your health, for it is the foundation of all endeavors. The Su siblings, this doctor is remarkably straightforward, yet they appreciated it. Xue Qian's face turned crimson as he noticed the peculiar glances from the 2 siblings beside him. He awkwardly cleared his throat and remarked, Understood. I will try to avoid staying up late. Doctor, whether you stay up late or not is secondary. Just avoid drinking and excessive indulgence in romance. The Su siblings, they genuinely could not contain their laughter. Internally, Xue Qian was frantically shouting, Could you stop emphasizing the avoidance of romantic pursuits? I have long ceased to indulge in them. It's merely that my health has not yet fully recovered. Once I am back to my prime, I shall be a formidable man. A truly robust man. As the 3 emerged from the hospital, Xue Qian's face remained flushed. Well, if there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. You 2 should head back as well. He genuinely wished to distance himself from them. It was simply too embarrassing, losing both face and dignity. Observing his hasty retreat, Su Anan curiously inquired of the system. Xue Qian shouldn't be that frail, right? He seems quite strong to me. Su Jingyan listened intently. He had never perceived that fellow as weak. If he were, how could he maintain so many romantic relationships and attend various gatherings daily? System, though he appears robust outwardly, internally he is quite weak. Wasn't he a notorious playboy? Constantly consuming alcohol and staying up late is detrimental to his health. However, he is slightly better than before and is gradually transforming. Do not excessively indulge in romantic pursuits. It truly harms the body. Su Jingyan, who would have thought that fellow is indeed a facade of strength concealing fragility? It is impossible to discern from his exterior. Perhaps we should send him some tonics for his birthday? Upon returning home, the Su siblings encountered an unexpected guest. Brother Jingyan. Anan, it has been a while. Jianle smiled sweetly, exuding an aura of innocence, almost resembling a good girl. Su father and mother wore awkward expressions. Jianle had arrived unannounced, and to be honest, They truly disapproved of such behavior. Why have you returned? I recall seeing on your social media that you were enjoying yourself abroad. Your previous style was not like this. Are you planning to change your look now that you're back? Su Anan unabashedly pierced through her facade, deliberately revealing to the family what kind of person she had been, ensuring her foolish brother would not be deceived. Jian Li's smile faltered momentarily before quickly regaining composure. While abroad, one must adapt to local customs. However, dressing conservatively can also be seen as impolite. It has been years since we last met, and I have brought gifts for you all. Anan, I believe you would adore a lovely dress. I brought back many clothes from abroad. When I have time, I will take you to my home to see them. System, do not go. She is plotting against you. She intends to ensnare you with her unborn child. You must not fall for her trick. The Su family's expressions shifted instantly, and Su Jingyan coldly replied, no need. Our family can afford clothes. Besides, Anan dislikes wearing hand-me-downs. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Our families are not that close. Our connection ceased when you went abroad. Jian Li's expression crumbled at being dismissed by the person she admired. Brother Jingyan, how can you say that? The bond between our families, forged over decades, is not so fragile. We grew up as childhood sweethearts. I merely wish to improve our relationship. Su mother could no longer tolerate it. Enough, Jian Li. We are well aware of your intentions, and we will not assist you. When nothing is at stake, it is easy to play coy, but your family is too familiar with these antics. We are aware of your past overseas. There is no need for pretenses before us. You arrived without even greeting us. Such impolite behavior should not repeat itself. Now, please leave. Having navigated the upper echelons of society for many years, Su mother had witnessed numerous tactics, and Jian Li's little tricks were far beneath her scrutiny. Moreover, with the system's assistance, Jian Li appeared as transparent as air, unable to conceal any of her schemes. Jian Li bit her lip, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Since Su mother disapproves of me, I shall take my leave for now. Su father and mother, my request for assistance from the Jian family is indeed my objective, but I believe this could be mutually beneficial. When our families unite, we can achieve the greatest advantage. Brother Jingyan and I have been childhood sweethearts. He will inevitably choose a wealthy bride from our circle. I believe I am an excellent candidate. Our families know each other well, and I genuinely care for Brother Jingyan. I can be his most devoted partner. System Ba. Shameless creature. The Su family, initially incensed, nearly succumbed to laughter upon hearing the system's retort. This woman was indeed a shameless wretch. Chapter 109 The unfortunate Xue Qian found himself ensnared by Jian Li's advances. Miss Jian, you might be overestimating yourself. I can make my own decisions regarding my marriage without resorting to alliances. Even if an alliance were necessary, why must it be you? Given the status of the Su family, it would not be difficult to choose a suitable match. Why should we engage in charity? Su Jingyan's words struck deeply. The term charity piercing Jian Li's heart. Charity. How could he possibly equate helping them to charity? Jian Li swayed her body, her face a portrait of hurt. After all these years of friendship between our families, how can you say such things? She implored. Uncle Su, Aunt Su, do you also believe this? The system remarked. How can she put on such a disgusting expression? And then, give her a slap. For such a lawless scoundrel, the system harbored a profound disdain. There was no point in conversing with someone so devoid of morality, especially when she would stoop to using the child of her womb as a bargaining chip. What humanity could possibly remain in such a person? Su Anan was at a loss for words. Am I really to slap someone out of the blue? Am I losing my mind? This is just pushing me further down the path of the vicious female antagonist. System. I must say, your temperament has become increasingly irritable, and such volatility is unacceptable. Listening to the system's commentary, Su Jingyan almost succumbed to laughter, covering his mouth with a cough as he coldly declared, Enough. Let us leave. There is no need to use our past friendship to manipulate my parents. The bond between our families has long been squandered by you. When you left for foreign shores, you disregarded our business ties entirely. The Su family nearly collapsed. If it weren't for my father's efforts to salvage the situation, there would be no standing left for the Su family here. It is fortunate that we have refrained from seeking retribution, should you overreach once more. Do not expect us to remain courteous. While my parents may cling to old ties, I, Su Jingyan, do not share such sentiments. My memories of the older generation are scant, overshadowed by the recollection of the Jian family severing ties and abandoning us in our time of crisis. Their withdrawal of investment almost caused the Su family's financial chain to snap, and they left without a word, catching us entirely off guard. I also recall how my father would go out daily, drowning his sorrows in drink, while my mother socialized tirelessly with wealthy matrons, returning home late each night. All of this turmoil stemmed from the Jian family. It is fair to say I hold only animosity towards them. The system chimed in. Well said, brother. Kick her aside and slap her twice. Shatter her pretentious facade. The Su family members questioned, why do you always want to slap people? When Jianlu was expelled, her face was ashen. She had anticipated a cold reception but was unprepared for such outright hostility. She recalled how well Su's parents had treated her in her childhood, always buying her gifts and ensuring Su Jingyan took good care of her during her visits. Yet now, everything had changed. She did not believe her family was at fault. Everyone strives to ascend. Were she in their shoes, she too would not relinquish opportunities abroad for trivial gains. It was merely a matter of misfortune for their family, failing to establish themselves abroad. Had they succeeded, the Su family would have eagerly courted them, never treating her in such a manner. Ultimately, it was a matter of interests. The system continued to berate. I've seen shamelessness, but this is unprecedented. That woman and her entire family are utterly devoid of shame. She has found a new target, aiming to ensnare that foolish Xue Qian. This revelation left the Su family in a state of shock. Su Anan quickly inquired. What do you mean? Didn't she just leave my house? How could she be plotting to ensnare Xue Qian? Su Jingyan, along with his parents, listened intently. While Xue Qian was indeed a simpleton, being caught in such a scheme would be truly unfortunate. The system explained, she knows there is no opportunity for her here. So she is consulting her parents on finding a new pawn. In this circle, the only one with the capability, status, and character is Xue Qian. Indeed. Upon returning home, Jian Lu recounted all that had transpired at the Su residence to her parents, who trembled with anger. Why do they treat us this way? After so many years of friendship, have they truly cast it aside? What are we to do now? If this continues, we will be bankrupt. Jian Lu furrowed her brow, contemplating her next move. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Xue Qian. As an only child, he would inherit his family's substantial business, which held considerable standing in the domestic market, his capabilities rivaling that of the Su family. Though Xue Qian was known for his carefree demeanor, he possessed decent character. If she could forge a connection with him and leverage the child she carried, she believed she could marry him. Jianlu shared her thoughts with her parents, who found the plan quite feasible. Although the Jian and Xue families had no business ties, they would need to devise a strategy to make contact. Jianlu assured, don't worry, I have a plan. Xue Qian enjoys attending various gatherings. We can capitalize on that. It's not uncommon for things to get out of hand after a few drinks. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes at the mention of drunken debauchery. The system relayed their scheming to Su Anan, whose frustration nearly reached its peak. If I had the power to punish, I would annihilate them. How shameless. Their family isn't on the brink of collapse, and their current plight is entirely of their own making. They expanded recklessly abroad without a solid foundation, and thus, problems arose. Su Anan assured, calm down, calm down. Now that we are aware, we won't let this transpire. After all, Xue Qian shares a good relationship with my brother. I cannot idly watch him fall into a trap. Su Jingyan felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate fool, who seemed to perpetually find himself embroiled in such predicaments. Su's parents busily typed on their phones. Su mother suggested, should we inform old Xue? He has only one son, and if Xue Qian falls prey to their scheme, it would be disastrous. Su father replied, let us hold off for now. We must first determine how we came by this information. Rest assured, our son will handle it. Alas, it truly was unfortunate for that lad. Meanwhile, Xue Qian sat in his office, bewildered, having just sneezed 3 times in quick succession. His assistant remarked, Chapter 110. Jianlu diagnosed with AIDS, the doctor suffers. Jianlu managed to uncover several gatherings frequented by Xue Qian, but the news indicated that he had been exceptionally busy lately, rarely attending his usual haunts. Miss Jian, what is your interest in Mr. Xue? I recall that your families are not particularly familiar with each other, nor do you have any business dealings. A wealthy young man observed Jian Li's innocent appearance with a hint of mockery. It was common knowledge that Jian Lu's intentions were transparent. The Jian family's recent misfortunes were well known, having returned to the country after failing to thrive abroad. Rumor had it that the Jian and Su families had maintained a good relationship, but this time, the Su family had not offered assistance. The reasons remained unclear to outsiders. But it was evident that the bond between the two families had been severed. I merely wished to make Mr. Xue's acquaintance, Jianle replied, offering a gentle smile, projecting an aura of innocence. I have heard of him while abroad, and now that I am back, I simply wish to see him. Xue Qian was aware that a woman sought to meet him, but he was utterly perplexed. I don't know this Jian woman. Why is she looking for me? His assistant suggested, it is said that the Jian and Su families are close. Perhaps Mr. Su introduced her.
Su Hingyan? How could that be?
That fellow has never been known for his rapport with women. Aside from his sister, he has never been seen close to any other. Shrugging it off, he resolved to call and clarify the situation. Su Jingyan was on the verge of finding an opportunity to subtly remind Xue Qian of a certain matter when, unexpectedly, Xue Qian called him instead. Su Jingyan, a woman named Jian Lu, claims she wishes to meet me, saying that her family has a cordial relationship with yours. Did you introduce her to me? If she was indeed introduced by Su Jingyan, then it might be worthwhile to get acquainted, for despite his somewhat dubious nature, Xue Qian believed in the integrity of his acquaintances. With a scoff, Su Jingyan replied, you needn't concern yourself with that woman. The Jian family is currently facing dire straits and is seeking someone to take over their burdens. They approached me not long ago, but I declined their overtures, and now they have set their sights on you. I advise you to keep your distance from her. She harbors malicious intentions, and I fear you might find yourself ensnared without realizing it. The system interjected. It's not merely that she has heavy thoughts, her intentions are sinister. This woman is selfish and ruthless, and she would likely go to great lengths to achieve her goals, even resorting to violence. Be quiet and listen to my brother.
Suanan interjected.
Xue Qian, upon hearing Su Jingyan's words, could not help but be both infuriated and amused. So, I am to be viewed as a mere pawn? That woman must truly be deranged. Not only do I not know her, but her audacity in approaching me is beyond comprehension. He was determined to uncover her true motives. Su Jingyan anticipated Xue Qian's reaction and continued, I strongly advise against any further interaction with her. She has contracted unsavory ailments abroad and is, quite frankly, a health risk. Should you inadvertently contract something from her, you'll have nowhere to turn for solace. Xue Qian exclaimed, what? That woman is so reckless. So she returns to seek me out after leading such a life? How do you know all of this? His suspicions about Su Jingyan covertly monitoring Jian Lu grew stronger. Given his extensive knowledge of her circumstances, one need only consider her chaotic nature to deduce her intentions, Su Jingyan replied. Initially, she sought me to take over her burdens, so I investigated her situation abroad. As it turns out, she is currently pregnant and has returned solely to find someone to shoulder her responsibilities. The system praised, your brother is remarkable, managing to uncover so much on his own. Why don't you resemble him at all? If you did, you wouldn't be in the role of a villain but rather a heroine of the story. I don't resemble my brother? People often say we are cut from the same cloth. We share at least 50% resemblance, though I am undoubtedly the more attractive one, Su Anan retorted. The system shot back. You should have a modicum of self-respect. Aside from your similar appearances, there is little else you share. As for attractiveness, the standards differ significantly between men and women. Both of you possess exquisite features, but comparisons are inherently flawed. Watching the conversation shift awkwardly, Su Jingyan sighed internally. It was a familiar scene. Both were equally unreliable. Listening to Xue Qian's agitated voice, Su Jingyan kindly advised, as long as you avoid provoking that woman, you should be fine. It is only a matter of time before her family collapses under its own ungratefulness. Just ensure that those around you remain vigilant, lest you find yourself ensnared by her charms. In truth, had the Jian family returned with genuine contrition and earnestly requested assistance, matters would not have deteriorated to this extent. However, their penchant for self-serving schemes and their inability to humble themselves in apology, or their belief in their own righteousness, had sealed their fate. Su Jingyan awaited the inevitable consequences of their actions. Why is this happening? Why has no one come to our aid? Jian Lu lamented after encountering resistance from Xue Qian and seeking to charm other affluent suitors. Yet, inexplicably, their attitudes had shifted drastically, their gazes scrutinizing her in a manner that filled her with discomfort. If this continued, concealing her pregnancy would become impossible. Should the child within her fail to yield any benefits, she had no intention of carrying it to term. Ultimately, She sought a rescuer to facilitate her integration into another family, allowing the illegitimate child to inherit the family fortune.
Miss.
Miss, you are bleeding. A maid, delivering juice. Notice the blood trickling from beneath Jian Li's skirt. At barely 3 months along, Jian Li's health was precarious, compounded by her lack of adequate rest following her return. During dinner at the Su household, the system suddenly announced, Jian Li has lost her child and has been diagnosed with AIDS. Upon receiving the diagnosis, she violently attacked the doctor with a nearby pair of scissors. The Su family gasped in unison, what a madwoman. How could her miscarriage and illness be the doctor's fault? Chapter 111, Su Anan, crowned with a trash bin and wielding a toilet plunger, faced an unwelcome coronation. Su Anan could hardly fathom the horrific scene. Anxiously inquiring of the system, is the doctor all right? Did anything happen to him? Fortunately, he is unharmed. The doctor, suffering from back pain, happened to wear a supportive brace that day, while Jianlo, just having miscarried and weakened, was unable to inflict serious harm. The system reassured her.
Now.
She has been taken into custody. If deemed sane, she will face imprisonment. If not, she will be sent to a psychiatric facility. Regardless, her fate is sealed. It was astonishing how swiftly the notorious lawbreaker from the original story had been subdued, leaving the system somewhat incredulous. Hearing this, the Su family collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that no lives had been lost. This incident caused quite a stir within their social circle, effectively marking the end of the Jian family. The desperate couple attempted to approach the Su family for aid, but found themselves barred from entry. Faced with this cold reception, they realized the Su family's stance had hardened significantly. Once, the Jian family had basked in the glow of prosperity, but now they faced a catastrophic downfall. A poignant reminder that those who once flourished could quickly be cast aside. Those who had once bowed before them now looked down upon their plight. Let us go abroad. At least there we may find respite. Our place in this country has vanished, and without assistance, we cannot penetrate the domestic market, the couple concluded. Ultimately, they took Jianlo with them overseas, where she was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. The couple could not afford to expend their energies on a daughter who had succumbed to madness. They needed to seek other means of salvation. Major news. Tremendous news. One afternoon, while Su Anan and her parents were dining, the system's sudden outburst startled them. Su Anan struggled to swallow her food, exclaiming, "What has you so excited? You nearly caused me to choke." Su father, barely managing to swallow his tea, noted the system's increasingly erratic demeanor, a stark departure from its previous composure. The system, in a state of agitation, announced, "Your brother is in serious trouble. He is dining with Xueqian and Ji Yunyang at a gourmet mushroom restaurant and is now suffering from mushroom poisoning. They are currently in a private room, and those outside are still unaware that they have been poisoned. Hurry over." Su Anan and her parents.
Damn.
Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly tell me the address. My brother and the others are not in any life-threatening danger, right? System. You needn't worry, there is certainly no life-threatening danger. However, they are currently encountering some minor hallucinations. Your brother is faring a bit better due to eating less, but Xueqian and Ji Yunyang are in a more serious state. Nonetheless, there is no immediate peril. They are simply experiencing a strong craving for theatrics. Su Anan hastily stood up and addressed her parents. Dad, Mom, I've finished my meal. I'm heading out to play with friends. You can take your time eating. Just as her parents were about to say something, Su Anan dashed out. No, we want to go too. Why are you running off so fast? Su mother was genuinely anxious and, seeing her husband still dining, she slapped him. You can still eat. Our son has been poisoned by mushrooms, and you can still manage a meal. Su father nearly retched from the slap, arguing that the system had assured them there was no life-threatening danger, and since Anan had already left, following her would only expose them. Just calm down. Although the system is a bit erratic, it is quite reliable on critical matters. I think we should be more concerned about Xueqian and Ji Yunyang. Didn't you hear the system say their symptoms are more severe? Su mother, now that you mention it, you may have a point. Very well, let's continue dining. It must be said that this couple truly possesses a remarkable sense of calm. Fortunately, Su Anan was raised by her brother. Had these two been responsible for child rearing, it would have been a case of survival of the fittest. At this moment in the Shanjin pavilion, Su Jingyan sat in a chair, observing the two individuals on the floor who were flailing about as if swimming. Why don't you come down and swim with us? How can a fish manage to stay on land? Ji Yunyang floundered on the ground, exclaiming, By doing this, you are distancing yourself from our group. Tell us, Do you wish to evolve into a mermaid? Su Jingyan's thoughts were somewhat muddled. He took a deep breath and replied, No. I was pondering how to evolve into a human. Do you think fish can transform into humans? I no longer wish to swim in the water. When silent, Su Jingyan appeared to be a normal person, but once he spoke, it became evident that he was indeed intoxicated. Ji Yunyang had been getting along well with Su Jingyan over the past few days. As he put it, he was creating opportunities for his elder brother. First securing the older brother's brother-in-law, and then gradually allowing his cousin to pursue Suanin.
Wow.
Su Jingyan, you really have transformed into a mermaid. Come on. Show us a flip. Xue Qian seemed to be suffering from the poison more severely than the others, his entire being twisted on the floor. Su Jingyan, taking him at his word, performed a somersault right there, and one must admit, his agility was quite impressive. The flip was remarkably graceful. As Suanin pushed the door open, she was greeted with the sight of her brother performing acrobatics. Suanin. System. The server who brought them in. System. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and take them to the hospital. They are in such a serious state, and yet you still delay. Please assist in dialing 120, Suanin instructed the server before rushing to prevent her brother from making a fool of himself. As for the two on the ground, she had completely overlooked them. Her family was of greater importance. System. What a calamity. Thankfully, they haven't eaten much, and the hospital is relatively close. Upon seeing Suanin approach, Su Jingyan suddenly broke into a radiant smile, then bent down. Suanin, perplexed by his actions, was equally bewildered by the system's silence. In the next moment, he picked up a trash can from the floor and placed it over Suanin's head, grinning mischievously as he declared, Here, let me crown you. Suanin.
Aw.
Su Jingyan, I will kill you. Just as Suanin intended to charge at her brother, the two suddenly sprang up and restrained her. One gripping her hand while they chimed, A crown alone won't do, you also need a scepter. While saying this, Ji Yunyang searched for a scepter, and soon emerged from the restroom at the end of the corridor with a toilet plunger. He promptly shoved the plunger into Suanin's hands, gleefully proclaiming, I bestow upon you the scepter. From this day forth, you shall be the queen. Suanin, in utter despair. Aw.
My head.
My hand. She regretted intervening with these individuals. How could they be so terrifying after being poisoned? System. What a tragic situation. This is truly too dreadful. Initially, it thought the three of them being poisoned was unfortunate enough, but it never imagined that the real victim would be Suanin.
Chapter 112, Yunyang. Cousin.
Why did you come without any clothes on? Suanin's screams echoed outside, leading those outside to believe something dreadful had transpired. However, when they peeked inside, they were met with the sight of the three in such a state. Onlookers, what sort of cosplay is this? Are they out of touch with modern times? Fortunately, the ambulance arrived swiftly, and by the time the doctors came, Suanin was finally rescued. The system was on the verge of hysterics. Haha, this is too amusing. Their intoxication is simply delightful. Suanin retorted angrily at the system. What is so amusing about this? They actually placed a trash can on my head and shoved a toilet plunger into my hand. Are these three truly unhinged? Also, ISN TG Yunyang the male lead? Why is he behaving like this now? System. Well, you're still the malicious female supporting character. And you seem to be doing quite well in this scenario. After all, this world cannot be compared to that book anymore. It's a reality now. Previously, the system had regarded this world as unreal, thus observing events from a detached perspective. However, after spending considerable time here, it recognized that this world was indeed real. And these individuals genuinely existed. Sister, they're going to take me away for research. Quickly return to find Mom and Dad to save me.
Su Jingyan,
held down by the doctors, was terrified and refused to get into the ambulance, completely devoid of his earlier composure. Now, he radiated an air of foolishness. When silent, he seemed fine, but once he spoke, his condition was fully exposed. Suanin helplessly pried her brother's hands off her own. They aren't taking you for research. They are taking you to treat you for poisoning. Su Jingyan, with wide eyes of terror. Who dares to poison me? Which fiend would dare? I shall have their head. Suanin, enough already. Your mind is completely muddled. Onlookers, haha. Many recognized the Su siblings from a popular variety show, and some were even filming them with their phones. After considerable effort, they finally managed to load the three into the ambulance, with Suanin accompanying them. Inside the ambulance, Suanin called Lu Siheng. Recalling that her cousin was also present, Lu Siheng, currently engrossed in work, was surprised to receive a call from Suanin. He instinctively straightened his posture and loosened his tie before answering the call. Hello. Lu Siheng had intended to start with a more cordial greeting, but Suanin immediately began to speak in a flurry. Lu Siheng, hurry to the hospital. I will send you the address. Your cousin has been poisoned. Lu Siheng's expression turned grave instantly. Poisoned? What on earth happened? How could he be poisoned? Wasn't he out dining with your brother? Suanin. They have all been poisoned by the mushrooms and are currently en route to the hospital, she remarked, casting a glance at the three men who were in a state of frenzy. Their minds were clearly not their own, and they were acting quite erratically. You need to come over as soon as possible. I cannot manage all three of them alone. Having another person here would be beneficial. After all, these were three grown men. While she could handle her own brother, taking care of the other two was somewhat challenging for her. System. Goodness. How can they be so childish after being poisoned? Are they seriously counting mushrooms out of thin air? Are there even any mushrooms in this ambulance? The three men had huddled together, seriously counting mushrooms and attempting to discern which were edible and which were poisonous. The doctor beside them wore an expression of helplessness. Suanin. One cannot expect too much from someone whose faculties are impaired. The fact that they can still sit and converse is already a blessing. The doctor just examined them and confirmed that it's merely undercooked mushrooms, not poisonous ones. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of the three and subsequently placed them in a shared room for intravenous treatment. Their condition was not life-threatening. They would gradually regain consciousness. But it was imperative to keep an eye on them to ensure they did not dislodge their 4 needles. Should any complications arise, immediate notification was required. The doctor glanced at the raucous trio, his voice tinged with exasperation. Suanin sighed in response. Thank you, doctor. Su Jingyan appeared to have regained some lucidity, no longer causing a ruckus as he had in the ambulance. He lay in bed, resting with his eyes closed, occasionally muttering incomprehensible phrases in a foreign language.
Yunyank.
Meanwhile, stared blankly at the ceiling, cheerfully informing everyone that he was watching an animated series and astonishingly recounted the plot with clarity. Truly remarkable. Xueqian, on the other hand, lay weeping silently, his eyes flowing with tears. When questioned, he remained reticent, as if he were harboring a profound grievance. It was bewildering to contemplate why the three men exhibited such disparate symptoms despite consuming the same mushrooms. Lu Siheng arrived to witness the peculiar state of the trio. Miss Su, you have my gratitude. It is evident that these three are not easy to care for, and I commend you for your dedication in looking after them. Suanin, while assisting her brother with water, replied, It's no trouble at all. They are quite obedient while lying in bed, though they were rather chaotic in the ambulance. Brother, why did you come here without any clothes? You can't just run around naked outside. Ji Yunyan's expression reflected sheer astonishment, his pupils quivering at the sight of Lu Siheng. Suanin.
What are you talking about?
He is clearly dressed. System, ha ha ha. Can these mushrooms endow one with X-ray vision? I am somewhat inclined to try it myself. Lu Siheng, could you kindly keep that mouth of yours shut? Yet, it seemed that this troublesome fellow was destined to remain vocal. Brother, while I acknowledge your impressive physique, you cannot simply appear here in the nude. There are ladies present. If aunt and uncle find out, they will surely be furious with you. At least wear a pair of shorts. Ji Yunyang, amidst his conversation, attempted to drape his blanket over Lu Siheng. Brother, let me cover you up. Once I finish my 4, I'll go buy you some clothes. Suanin and Lu Siheng exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of Ji Yunyang's actions. After a while, the three men finally succumbed to slumber, allowing Suanin and Lu Siheng to breathe a sigh of relief. The system, witnessing this unique instance of poisoning, was thoroughly entertained. Are these mushrooms truly so extraordinary? Why not have a taste yourself and show me? Our senses are currently linked, and I wish to experience the world through your eyes. The system expressed an eagerness that suggested it would seek out poisonous mushrooms if it possessed a physical form. Suanin and Lu Siheng, are you serious? Do not let your lack of a physical body lead you to such recklessness. Suanin, brother, you may not value your life, but I certainly do. These substances are not to be trifled with. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. You must remember your purpose. You are the malicious supporting character in a rescue narrative, not a harbinger of doom. System. Am I not merely an observer? Suanin. Whatever. This system has become utterly engrossed in the spectacle. Although I am the one who led it to this state, its obsession with entertainment has only intensified. Seated nearby, Lu Siheng appeared to be tending to his somewhat foolish cousin, while simultaneously eavesdropping on their conversation. The system's personality had become increasingly lively, despite its mechanical tone. Its emotions were distinctly vibrant. Should it ever gain a corporeal form, it would likely be even more boisterous than the three men combined. Miss Su, would you like me to arrange for someone to bring meals? It will soon be time for dinner, and it seems these three will not be recovering anytime soon. Having endured the chaos from afternoon until evening, the three men had finally exhausted themselves, leaving Su Wenin and Lu Siheng unable to rest. Su Wenin, feeling the pangs of hunger in her nearly empty stomach, shyly stated, "Would it trouble you too much? Perhaps I should just order something for myself. I believe the hospital allows deliveries." Lu Siheng smiled gently. "It would not be an inconvenience. I'm merely bringing a few extra meals. Even if I do not purchase any, Yunyang, and I will still need to eat." System, persuade her. The meals she usually eats are far inferior to what she'll experience now. Plus, he has a dedicated nutritionist. The dishes are splendid. If possible, I wish to share in his culinary delights. Su Wenin, why are you so quick to betray me? Be quiet. Have you never experienced exquisite cuisine? I have indulged you with countless delectable dishes. How can you now desire to bind with another? Su Wenin felt that this system would eventually drive her to the brink of exasperation, as it seemed to focus solely on food. Lu Siheng rubbed his nose, striving to suppress the upward curve of his lips. When mealtime arrived, the steward of the Lu family delivered 5 meals, 3 for the patients and 2 regular meals. It was evident that the food was far superior to what they had at the Su family home. The dishes prepared by the Lu household were indeed a feast for the senses, artfully arranged and aromatic. Miss Su, do taste these dishes. Today's offerings are quite light. If you're interested, I would love to invite you out for some delightful dining experiences. I know many excellent restaurants. Lu Siheng displayed the array of dishes, each more exquisite than the last, still steaming as they were presented. After expressing her gratitude, Su Wenin finally understood why the system envied the culinary offerings of the Lu family. The food was nearly fit for royalty. The chef in their household was truly remarkable. Just as the two finished their meal, the 3 men began to awaken. Su Jingyan opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, his entire demeanor one of bewildered detachment. After suffering from poisoning, he recalled every moment of that ordeal, including the foolish actions he had committed. Surely, the restaurant staff did not upload that embarrassing video of him online, did they? Indeed, it had not been posted, as the restaurant took full responsibility for the incident, compelling all patrons to delete any footage. Furthermore, the owner of the restaurant personally apologized and offered compensation. "This is all your fault. You insisted we drink the soup first. And as soon as we did, calamity struck," Ji Yunyang grumbled, delivering a light kick to Xue Qian. Xue Qian retorted, "How can I be blamed for this? Wasn't it you who praised the soup? I even asked for your assurance and you confidently declared it was perfectly fine, claiming you often enjoyed this type of delicacy at home and had plenty of experience. Now that we're in trouble, you turn to blame me. Are you devoid of shame?" As their argument escalated, Su Jingyan, exasperated, pulled a blanket over his head. These 2 fools. If it weren't for their foolishness, I wouldn't be facing such humiliation. Meanwhile, Su Wenin and Lu Siheng found amusement in the situation. It was, after all, Lu Siheng's influence that kept the video from going viral. Being his cousin, he felt compelled to mitigate the fallout from the debacle. The system chimed in, "TSK, you have genuinely been dragged down by these 2 individuals. You had no intention of drinking so early, but with their eager insistence, you felt embarrassed not to partake, leading to your unfortunate poisoning." Su Wenin and Lu Siheng exchanged knowing glances as Su Jingyan's ears flushed crimson, hidden beneath the blanket. It was entirely the fault of those 2 imbeciles. He should never have listened to their urging to drink that bowl of soup. If only he had allowed it to simmer a little longer, they wouldn't have ended up in the hospital. They were discharged around 8 or 9 in the evening, with the doctor sternly advising against consuming undercooked mushrooms and ensuring all ingredients were thoroughly cooked. Don't treat poisoning lightly. Although this incident was not severe, serious poisoning can inflict significant harm on the body. Su Wenin expressed her gratitude to the doctor, while Su Jingyan stood by in a state of numbness, feeling as if his spirit had vacated his body, a testament to the considerable impact this incident had on him. Lu Siheng supported his foolish cousin and addressed Su Wenin. "Miss Su, we shall take our leave. Remember what I told you. If you ever crave something to eat, feel free to reach out. I can recommend delightful restaurants. Su Ainen gave an approving thumbs up, realizing that Lu Siheng was quite the foodie himself, knowledgeable about such exquisite eateries. They could very well become dining companions. Chapter 114. Ji Yunyang's journey towards self-discovery. As Su Jingyan observed the exchange between the two, he squinted suspiciously. When had they become so familiar? He scrutinized Lu Siheng, noting the unusual brightness of his smile. During their previous business dealings or casual encounters, Lu had always worn a mask of indifference. No, something was amiss. Could it be that he actually harbored feelings for his naive sister? That was unacceptable. His sister was still quite young. While on the ride home, Su Jingyan began to pry for information from his oblivious sister. When did you become so close with Lu Siheng? I recall your interactions being rather limited. Su Ainen, unaware of her brother's true intentions, replied earnestly, not very close really. He simply mentioned knowing many excellent restaurants and offered to recommend some if I ever wanted to eat out. We only got a bit closer today since you both ended up in the hospital. If he hadn't come, I truly wouldn't have managed on my own. You have no idea how much trouble you caused. Recalling her brother's foolishness made Su Ainen chuckle. I've never seen you look so silly. You thought you were a fish trying to evolve. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a Digimon. Su Jingyan's expression darkened instantly. Her comment hit too close to home. If it weren't for those two imbeciles insisting on drinking the soup prematurely, they would never have been poisoned. He vowed never to partake in such hot pot again. Su Ainen teased, oh dear brother, are you searching for excuses? It seems your pride is wounded. Su Jingyan retorted, when it was your turn to think. You didn't, yet now you have so many ideas. The system chimed in, smirking. After all this, it's only natural to seek an excuse to brush it off. However, your brother can't be entirely blamed. Those two are simply too foolish. I never expected the male lead to change so drastically, but perhaps this is for the best. It reflects his true character. As long as Lu Siheng stays out of trouble, Ji Yunyang will always have a cousin to support him, allowing him to embrace a more vivacious personality. Having someone to lean on provides a sense of freedom. In the original narrative, Ji Yunyang's fate was rather tragic. Although he was perceived as a success, inheriting the Lu family business, he had lost his family and the cousin he grew up with, leaving him to navigate the world alone. He gradually withdrew into himself, experiencing a sudden maturation. If he did not rise to the occasion, the Lu family enterprise would inevitably collapse. After the death of Lu Siheng, Lu's father also succumbed to grief. And Lu's mother, having lost both son and husband, experienced a decline in her mental health. It was during this tumultuous time that Ji Yunyang shouldered the burden of the Lu family business. Many speculated he had merely stumbled upon an opportunity, attributing his success to luck, but none considered whether he had a choice in the matter. The system's thoughts began to expand, contemplating the destinies of the characters within the original narrative. Due to the plot's intricacies, the original story was riddled with regrets. On the surface, it appeared to conclude happily. Yet who truly understood the reality beneath? Upon returning home, Su Jingyan was met with an enthusiastic welcome from his parents. Are you alright? How could you, at your age, suffer from food poisoning, especially from mushrooms? Did you encounter little people? I heard that mushroom poisoning can make you see little people. His father bombarded him with questions. Curiosity etched across his face. From his expression, there was no sign of concern, only intrigue. Dad, are you really that pleased I'm poisoned? Aren't you even a little worried about me? Was this truly the bond between father and son? Not only was there a lack of concern, but there were also bizarre inquiries. His mother quickly intervened, pushing her husband aside. Holding her son's face in her hands, she earnestly asked, ignore your father's nonsense. Just tell me, what does the experience of poisoning feel like? Can we trust those wild claims we read online? Su's siblings exchanged incredulous glances. Are you too serious? Su Ainen began to question whether her parents' earlier display of concern had been genuine. The system chuckled. Your parents are becoming increasingly entertaining. They seem to be growing younger with age. Indeed, we are growing younger. Su Jingyan, exasperated, shrugged off his parents' hands and retreated to his room. Today had been chaotic, and he needed a moment to collect himself. The needle marks on his hand served as a poignant reminder of the day's events. Thankfully, no video had circulated online. Otherwise, he would have been driven to the brink of rage. Upon returning home, Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang also faced a stern reprimand. You, a grown person, nearly succumbed to mushroom poisoning. I heard it was your doing, and you should know that mushrooms must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. How could you be so careless? Lu Mu admonished Ji Yunyang, twisting his ear. Thankfully, nothing serious occurred. Otherwise, how would she explain it to her sister? Her sister's husband had left behind this precious soul heir, and if anything were to happen to him, it would be as if she had lost her mind. On the sofa, Lucy Hung and Lu Fu sipped tea while watching television, appearing quite accustomed to such scenes. What about the Su and Shui families? I hope they are all right, Lu Fu mused, his impression of Su Jingyan still vivid. He regarded him as an admirable young man. Lu Si-hung poured another cup of tea for his father, recalling the afternoon's antics, and chuckled. It was nothing serious, just mild poisoning. Yet it was rather amusing. Everyone appeared quite absurd, behaving in ways that defied normality. Can you imagine a person experiencing poisoning and seeing everything through X-ray vision? One of them, dressed in a suit, managed to visualize them all in the nude. It was utterly ridiculous. Thank goodness it was nothing grave. In the future, do take your brother out more often. Ever since he ventured into the entertainment industry, his behavior has become increasingly erratic. You should keep an eye on him. If you don't, he might just soar too high. Lu Fu remarked, treating his nephew as his own son, albeit one who had become rather unruly. He used to be quite composed, but since starting his own business, he has completely let loose. Chapter 115. Hua Qin has feelings for director Shui. Upon returning home, Shui Qian was bombarded with questions from his parents. Once they confirmed he was unharmed, they swiftly shifted gears to press him about marriage. You're not getting any younger. Everyone in your circle knows about your past indiscretions. You have broken off with those women, right? Mrs. Shui lamented, her eyes pained at the sight of her troublesome son. The Hua family's daughter seems to have a favorable impression of you. Why not arrange to meet her this weekend? It's rare to find someone who shows interest. You should seize the opportunity. Shui Qian's expression froze, caught in a dilemma as he replied, perhaps it's best to avoid that. I wouldn't want to bring trouble to her. He was currently preoccupied with work and had no desire to pursue a wife. Mrs. Shui, observing her son's expression, firmly declared, regardless of your reservations, you must meet her. It's not every day a young lady expresses a desire to see you. You owe her that courtesy. I'm not insisting you marry her, but who knows? You might find a kindred spirit. Looking at his son, Mrs. Shui noted that he had a striking appearance. At first glance, one wouldn't assume he was a philanderer. In silence, he exuded an air of authority. Shui Qian possessed the quintessential CEO looks, handsome and formidable. When quiet, one might easily mistake him for an aloof individual. Yet, who would suspect he was a playboy? It was a case of not judging a book by its cover. Shui Qian wore an expression of utter disinterest. Even his mother's insistence required him to show some respect. Fine, I'll meet her this weekend, but please, temper your expectations. He recalled having encountered the Hua girl on various occasions, finding her appearance not to his liking, too gentle and lacking spirit. A woman should possess a bit of temperament, otherwise, she risks being unremarkable, even if she is conventionally beautiful. Having placated his mother, Shui Qian immediately shared the news with Su Jingyan. What is my mother so anxious about? There are plenty of people in this circle who are in their 30s or 40s and still unmarried. Are your parents pressuring you as well? He inquired, knowing full well that Su's temperament might make finding a suitable partner challenging. Listening to the indifferent tone on the other end of the line, Su Jingyan replied coolly, Are you busy? If not, I'll hang up. It's late, and I have no time to waste on your complaints. Shui Qian panicked at the prospect of hanging up.
Wait.
Let me vent a little first, then you can hang up. Su Jingyan, feeling increasingly exasperated, thought, why does this guy seem more off-kilter than before? The old Shui Qian was better. At least he wasn't this irritating. Meanwhile, Su Wen lay in bed, listening to the system, recounting the situation. Mrs. Shui is practically pushing her son into a fire pit. That Hua Qin is no ordinary girl. Su Wen asked,
What do you mean by that?
Why is she not ordinary? Despite Hua Qin not being exceptionally beautiful, she exuded a comfortable charm that set her apart from others in their circle. The system explained Hua Qin's interest in meeting Shui Qian isn't genuinely for him. She has feelings for Director Shui. Su Wen gasped in disbelief. No way. That's too shocking. The system continued. She is aware of the strong bond between the Shui couple and recognizes her own looks aren't captivating enough to attract Director Shui directly. Thus, she has opted for an alternative approach to get closer to him. Is that alternative approach to become his daughter-in-law? This woman is utterly insane. Director Shui is old enough to be her father. Su Wen exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the madness surrounding her. The system chuckled. She prefers mature, charismatic men. And she has a slight connection with Hua Cheng. Su Wen gasped again, realizing Hua Cheng is technically her uncle. The system laughed. Hua Cheng is the illegitimate son of the Hua family. He was brought back when he was already in his 20s. Hua Qin has been close to him since she was 14, which is why he remains unmarried. Is she not then fickle in her affections? What will happen to her feelings for Hua Cheng if she likes Director Xue? Does he not mind at all? Su Wenin questioned. The system replied, that's her skill. Hua Qin has managed to win over Hua Cheng completely. He even fantasizes about tying Director Xue to her bed. What kind of madness is this? Su Wenin was appalled. Without the system, she would have never realized the perverse individuals surrounding her, questioning the morals in which they were raised. That night, Su Wenin struggled to sleep, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. The following morning, she groggily prepared breakfast, still plagued by the system's incessant chatter. Her parents and brother, Su Fu, Su Mu, and Su Jingyan, listened in stunned silence. The system continued. Hua Qin almost got caught by her mother while sneaking around with Hua Cheng. But he swiftly diverted her attention. The Su family was left speechless. Hua Qin is not only infatuated with Director Xue, she also has her eyes on your father. Although she can't approach him yet. Oh, and she has a dalliance with Mr. Wang from the Wang family. The family was utterly bewildered. It seemed Hua Qin was genuinely unhinged, attracted to men of her father's generation. Su Fu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, appalled at how a young girl could possess such distorted morals. Su Jingyan thought back to the previous night's phone call from Xue Qian, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for him. The objective of her affections was not him, but rather his father. Yet, how could he subtly warn Xue Qian? After all, these matters were private, and outsiders shouldn't meddle in others' personal affairs. I can only offer a gentle reminder to Xue Qian, however. It seems he holds no regard for Hua Qin, which perhaps renders the matter inconsequential. The weekend swiftly approached, and Hua Qin adorned herself with meticulous elegance. She was aware that her beauty was not of the breathtaking kind, yet her gentle disposition had always been her pride. Among the women in her circle, who were predominantly temperamental and spoiled, she stood out particularly. Hua Cheng loomed behind her, his gaze dark and brooding. She turned to him with a radiant smile and asked, "Do you think I look lovely today?" Upon seeing Hua Qin, Hua Cheng's expression softened immediately. He replied tenderly, "You look splendid, Qin Qin."
To me?
"You will always be the most beautiful." Chapter 116 System. This woman seeks to charm both father and son. Hua Qin was aware that Hua Cheng harbored discomfort in his heart. She comforted him, saying, "Ah Cheng, regardless of the circumstances, you will always hold a special place in my heart." His expression relaxed at once. One could not deny that he was rather easy to appease. As a single phrase could soothe him, "Rest assured, I shall assist you." A glimmer of light flashed in Hua Cheng's eyes. How could anyone not adore such a kind-hearted Hua Qin? Hua Qin arrived early at the designated restaurant, while Xue Qian arrived precisely on time. "Hello, Mr. Xue. I am Hua Qin," she said, standing up to greet him with a gentle smile. Xue Qian nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Xue Qian." Their curt greeting left the Su family at the adjacent table somewhat speechless. Su Wenin whispered to her brother, "Isn't Mr. Xue usually fond of beautiful women? Why does he seem so indifferent?" Su Jingyan replied, "How would I know?" He had heard that Xue Qian had severed ties with those women recently, perhaps indicating a reformation. But whether he truly had changed was something only he could ascertain. One must admit that this family was indeed peculiar. Su father, curious about the day's events, suggested dining out, intending to coax his naive daughter into speaking up. To his surprise, Su Wenin fell right into his trap, immediately suggesting this restaurant. How could one resist such an excellent opportunity for gossip, especially with the partitions between tables ensuring their conversations remained hidden? System. TSK. Hua Qin plans to entice Xue Qian with a union. She is truly going all out this time. The Su family gasped collectively. Is Mr. Xue really that charming? Meanwhile, Xue Dong, substituting for his son at their company, sneezed vigorously. Xue Dong had the rugged appearance of a hard man, standing nearly 6 feet tall, perfectly suited in a tailored suit that exuded an air of authority. If Su father was handsome and refined, Xue Dong was robust and untamed, two entirely distinct types. Even at his age, he maintained an impressive physique, looking less like a businessman and more like a gang leader. It could be said that Xue Qian's striking looks were inherited from his father, yet he lacked the same roughness, as his mother's genes played a significant role too. "Miss Hua," he stated bluntly, "I must be candid. I harbor no feelings for you." My focus is solely on my work, and I have no genuine interest in marriage. You are aware of my past. I was indeed a notorious playboy, surrounded by women, as you have seen at various gatherings. If you find my past troubling, then perhaps we should not pursue this further. If you are indifferent, then there is even less reason for us to proceed. Hua Qin replied, So you've expressed both the compliments and the criticisms, but with such declarations, how am I to respond? The Su family, overhearing this exchange, was left bewildered. Did this mean he intended never to seek a partner? If he disdained his past, he rejected those who were unbothered by it, leaving them to wonder what he truly desired. System. Haha, Xue Qian looks rather dashing when serious, if only he were not a playboy. The system harbored a deep disdain for playboys. The male lead, Ji Yunyang, was steadfastly loyal, while the antagonist, Su Jingyan, remained a lifelong bachelor until his death. Xue Qian was the sole playboy in this narrative, contrasting sharply with the ease with which Tang just swapped partners. Su Wen exclaimed, Be quiet, listen on. Hua Qin inhaled deeply and continued, Mr. Xue, I am aware that my appearance may not align with your preferences, but if we were to unite, it would benefit both our families and our collaboration. I would turn a blind eye to your affairs outside, provided you show me respect in public. Few can offer what I do in this circle. I hope you give this serious consideration. As the sole daughter in her family, Hua Qin was cherished by her parents, despite the intricate family dynamics involving numerous half-siblings and cousins. Nevertheless, her father held the reins of power, making her the sole heiress of the Hua family. Although her looks were rather ordinary, many sought to climb the social ladder by allying with her. Xue Qian chuckled upon hearing her words. So, you wish for a union?
Then?
Hua Qin smiled and sipped her tea. System. What a farce. She actually seeks to wed your father. The system bellowed in disbelief. The Su family exchanged glances. Bewildered, Su Jingyan, initially concerned for Xue Qian, nearly burst into laughter at the system's interjection. Leaning back in his chair, Xue Qian scrutinized Hua Qin with a teasing glint in his eyes. Miss Hua, you appear quite confident. However, you are mistaken. My partner would never be chosen through a mere union. If I were to love someone, I'd gladly take her home regardless of her status. Conversely, if she were unappealing to me, not even a princess would suffice. I confess to being rather superficial, drawn to beauty. While you are undoubtedly remarkable, you do not fit my ideal. I can also discern that you harbor no genuine feelings for me. Your gaze lacks emotion, almost as if you are peering through me to see another. Could it be that I resemble your beloved? Xue Qian was no fool. As a product of his family's training, he possessed cunning and strategy, though it varied from person to person. He sensed something amiss with Hua Qin from their very first encounter. It was evident that she had initiated this meeting, yet her eyes betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Hua Qin faltered slightly. I am uncertain of what Mr. Xue implies. My proposal is solely for the benefit of both families. Xue Qian chuckled lightly. Even without you, I could enhance the school's reputation. I have no interest in playing a substitute. Any such role would depend on the worthiness of the individual. System. Exactly. She seeks to elevate her status through your father. This woman aims to charm both father and son. The Su family remained perplexed. What do you mean by charm both father and son? Are you inventing terms now? Su and inside system. Just how much absurdity have you consumed? Enough. Now that matters are clear, there is no need for us to linger here. Miss Hua, do as you please. I shall take my leave. Xue Qian rose and turned to depart, only to catch sight of the Su family at a nearby table. Xue Qian exclaimed, When did you arrive, and why did you bring the whole family along? His pupils dilated in shock, utterly bewildered. I merely mentioned I was meeting a woman. Yet you brought your mother and sister as well. Is this how one observes a spectacle? Xue Qian stared wide-eyed at Su Jingyan, astonished to discover that this individual was indeed such a person. He appeared so indifferent and aloof, yet he surprisingly relished in witnessing the dramas of others. Upon noticing the expression and demeanor of Xue Qian, Su Jingyan could discern his thoughts, and he inwardly sighed in resignation. Was this truly what he wished for? Why must he bear this blame? Aware that he could not linger there any longer, Xue Qian opted to exit. Shortly thereafter, Hua Qin also departed, and it was evident she would not be dining here. Likely, she had gone to report back. Once everyone had left, Xue Qian returned. Uncle and aunt, what brings you here? Surely Su Jingyan did not escort you here? Su Jingyan exclaimed, It wasn't me.
I didn't do anything.
Don't say such things. Su's parents greeted Xue Qian with smiles, stating, No, We simply came to dine, and we hadn't anticipated encountering you here. Are you here for a blind date? Xue Qian forced a dry smile. Not exactly. My mother merely insisted I meet someone, but neither of us found the other appealing. System. That's not quite right. The truth is, she fancies you, but you do not reciprocate. She is quite satisfied with you, and is currently on the phone with Hua Chung expressing her grievances. Sue's family. Why does your little system always eavesdrop on others? It knows when someone is complaining. Su Anan kindly advised, Shuezong. I believe there is no need for you to be overly anxious. Miss Hua is not particularly suited for you. If you were to marry such a woman, your household would be in disarray. Even your mother would have to be wary of her, lest she finds herself in your father's bed one day. Su Anan's internal musings left her parents and brother speechless. However, her words held a kernel of truth. Hua Qin indeed possessed a complete lack of moral compass. If the previous woman was an outlaw, then this one was morally bankrupt. Xue Qian took a seat, expressing his exasperation. I do not wish to seek a woman so early, yet my mother constantly urges me. Honestly, I find Miss Hua rather disingenuous. She seems to be nothing but a facade. While he had previously encountered women who were equally superficial, drawn to his looks and wealth, there was always clarity in their intent. But with Hua Qin, he could not fathom her motives, as she struck him as wholly inscrutable. Sue's father instructed the staff to bring Xue Qian a set of utensils and, taking on the role of an elder, remarked, Your parents are perhaps too hasty. Matters of the heart depend on fate. When the time is right, it will naturally come to pass. My son, Jingyan, is of a similar age to you. We are quite open-minded regarding his affairs. You know his character. We cannot control him, so we let him be. If he meets someone he truly likes, that would be ideal. If not, it is ultimately his choice. Your parents must have a strong relationship and wouldn't force you to be with someone you do not like. I'll have your aunt speak with your mother. So you aren't pressured too tightly. Sue's father's words nearly brought Xue Qian to tears. He glanced at the indifferent Su Jingyan, filled with envy. Why were this guy's parents so progressive, showing no urgency for him to find a girlfriend? Su Jingyan interjected. Could you please refrain from looking at me like that so incessantly? It's giving me goosebumps. System. Your parents are genuinely open-minded. Such a disposition is splendid. Children will find their own fortune. Why create worries for oneself? Since our systems have no parents, we do as we please, unfettered by anyone. Upon hearing this, Su Anan posed a question. Do you have a gender distinction? Are you a male system or a female system? System. There is no gender distinction. You may perceive me as male or female. Our configuration does not include a gender option. So, it's a sexless entity. However, being gender-neutral has its advantages. If it were a male system, certain matters could not be discussed so candidly. The meal left Xue Qian feeling emotional, wishing he could move into their home on the spot. Uncle and aunt, would you consider being my guardians? I desperately need parents as open-minded as you. Sue's father and mother exchanged bemused glances at the visibly moved Xue Qian, slightly at a loss. Why did this child seem somewhat simple-minded? He hadn't appeared this way in the business realm. This matter ultimately requires your parents' input. We are more than willing to welcome another son into our family. If you're free, you can come over and spend time with Jingyan. Xue Qian nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will inform my parents. Henceforth, you will be my second parents. Sue's siblings looked on in bewilderment, puzzled as to how the situation had escalated so rapidly. Would they really have another brother? Surely not. A brother as foolish as this was not something they desired. Although not by blood, they did not want a brotherly figure of such caliber. Su Jingyan rubbed his temples, suddenly apprehensive about the future. He already had a foolish sister. Now, he would have an equally foolish brother. How would he navigate these days ahead? Hadn't they previously been adversaries? How had it come to this? Regardless of his willingness. Xue Qian relayed this development to his parents, and both Mr. and Mrs. Xue were overjoyed. Why wouldn't you agree? Su Jingyan is outstanding. Perhaps the more you interact with him, the more you will improve. We don't expect you to match his excellence, just to become a bit smarter than you are now. Their dismissive comments wounded Xue Qian's pride. Was he not excellent? He thrived in the business world and had friends across various circles. Was that not a testament to his merit? Oh, that Miss Hua mentioned you were dissatisfied with her. Could you clarify this matter for us? Xue Qian sighed. Did that woman complain so swiftly? Seeing my parents' accusatory demeanor, I reluctantly explained. It is not that I find her unappealing, it's just that we are not well suited. She may indeed be quite wonderful, but she is not my type. She proposed a union between our families, but I do not wish to treat my marriage as a bargaining chip. The person I marry must be someone I truly admire. Currently, I am distancing myself from all those women, focusing solely on my work. Once my career stabilizes, I will consider other matters.
Besides,
ISN T. Su Jingyan of a similar age? He is not at all anxious, nor his parents pushing him. As he spoke, Shueqian's envy for Su Jingyan grew more profound. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan, engrossed in his documents at home, suddenly sneezed. System. After Hua Qin returned home, she relayed the events of today to her parents and Hua Cheng, embellishing the tale. Su's family, that is utterly shameless. To not only speak the truth, but to also embellish it. Does she wish for our families to become enemies? Upon arriving home, Hua Qin feigned great distress, as though her heart had been grievously wounded. Qin, did that lad from the Shui family bully you? I told you that boy was unworthy. He is nothing but a playboy. How could he ever be a match for you? Hua's father doted on his only daughter, seeking a suitor to enter their family, thus disregarding Shueqian entirely. After all, the sole heir of the Shui family would never enter the Hua family. Hua Cheng sat beside her, his expression particularly grim. Brother, how can we endure this bullying from their school? We cannot simply swallow our pride. Hua Qin, with embellishments, painted Shueqian as a veritable scoundrel, disdainful of her appearance, her family background, and indulging in mockery while smoking. In her narrative, Shueqian emerged as a once-in-a-century rogue, while she portrayed herself as a pitiable little flower. Hopelessly enamored with him, Hua Mu discreetly patted Hua Cheng's hand and chimed in, Indeed, how can the young lady of the Hua family be treated so unjustly? Qin is well regarded in social circles. Just ask around, and you will find no shortage of praises for her. That scion of the Shui family possesses not a shred of merit. As Hua Qin wiped her tears, she felt a surge of comfort seeing her parents lambasting Shueqian on her behalf. Mom and Dad, I truly wish to marry Shueqian. Could you help me devise a plan? Her affection for Chairman Shui ran deep. A year prior, she had been utterly captivated by his robust physique and striking visage. It baffled her how such an exceptional man could spawn a frivolous son. Surely, it was a reflection of poor marital choices. Hua Cheng's features leaned towards a gentler aesthetic, and after prolonged exposure, Hua Qin found herself weary of it. She craved a more robust figure. In her social circle, only Chairman Shui met that criterion, and he was certainly a man of quality. Though over 50, his physique remained unblemished, and his visage, albeit marked by a few wrinkles, only added to his allure. Shueqian bore a striking resemblance to his father, tall but not as muscular. If she were to select a partner for life, Shueqian would be quite suitable. Hua Fu, observing his daughter's demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. How could she be infatuated with such a playboy? There were countless exemplary young men in their circles. Why must she fixate on someone so lacking? Shueqian may excel in business, yet he was woefully unreliable in matters of the heart. Surrounded by women since his teenage years, such a man hardly inspired confidence. Allow us some time to deliberate. If Shueqian does not see you in that light, the Shui family will likely not accept you. You should consider this carefully. There are many fine young men in our society. You could easily seek another, perhaps one of lesser pedigree, who could be integrated into our family. Hua Qin bit her lip at her father's words, discontent with the constraints of home. After years of playing the obedient daughter, she longed for the freedom to explore the world outside. Meanwhile, as the system relayed the affairs of the Hua family, Su Ainen found herself both infuriated and amused. What an audacious individual. She shifts all the blame onto Shueqian. Surely, he is not as dreadful as she claims, nor has he insulted her verbally. Her embellishments are egregious. With such doting parents, why must she create such a mess? She could easily find someone of lesser status. Why fixate on another's father? It's revolting. Su Ainen seriously questioned whether Hua Qin harbored a father complex. Such obsession seemed pathological. Yet, typically, those with such inclinations come from troubled familial backgrounds, often devoid of parental affection, particularly from their fathers. However, Hua Fu was exceptionally devoted to his only daughter, indulging her every whim, even refraining from blaming his wife for not bearing more children, instead lavishing all his affection upon her. The system remarked, "Who can fathom his thoughts?" Such twisted ideas are inscrutable. Meanwhile, Tang's life had taken a downturn, far removed from his previous existence. It seemed he had relinquished all hope for you. Yet he now surrounded himself with a substitute bearing a striking resemblance to your brother. Hearing this, Su Jingyan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. How could he seek a replacement, especially one with a similar aura? That was undeniably bizarre. Su Ainin felt equally repulsed. Did he not previously seek many substitutes? This new one must surely be one among them. The system clarified, not quite. This is a newly acquired one, resembling your brother superficially, yet sharing a more profound similarity in temperament. He is a fallen young master, forced into this path following his family's ruin. Upon hearing this, Su Ainin sighed inwardly, recognizing the hardships endured. Is this man a decent person? The system affirmed, he is indeed a good man, and as of now, Tang Jia has yet to succeed with him. This man, named Su Jingyuan, is quite astute and knows how to safeguard himself. Moreover, he is, in fact, your brother's cousin. The Su siblings exclaimed in shock. What? Our father is an only child. When did we acquire a cousin? Chapter 118. Could it be that my grandfather had an affair? The siblings immediately entertained a possibility. Could their grandfather have fathered an illegitimate child? Surely not. Grandfather and grandmother shared a strong bond, having loved each other throughout their lives, even passing away in the same month. Su Jingyan suppressed his surprise, silently listening, confident that Su Ainin would inevitably pose the question, for she could hardly conceal her curiosity. As expected, she inquired, System, please elucidate this matter. My grandfather couldn't possibly have an illegitimate child, could he? That would mean he deceived my grandmother throughout their marriage. Simply contemplating this made Su Ainin irate. She had always perceived her grandfather as a man of integrity, only to find him akin to many other men. The system replied, I never claimed your grandfather had an illegitimate child. I merely stated that Su Jingyuan is your cousin by lineage. His grandfather is your grandfather's brother, and his father is your father's cousin. You share a great-grandfather. Due to the turmoil of war, their family was separated from yours. They have been searching for you all these years, and now only he remains. Since you participated in that variety show, Su Jingyuan saw you too, and sought to connect with Tang Jia. The Su siblings experienced a moment of clarity. It was a relief that their grandfather had not strayed. Yet, how had they been unaware of their grandfather's sibling? Su Ainin suddenly felt a flicker of excitement. She had a brother she never knew about. That evening, Su Jingyan shared this revelation with their parents. Su Fu and Su Mu were left astounded, with Su Fu eagerly poring over the family tree. I recall your great-grandfather mentioning a deceased uncle. Everyone believed he had perished, yet it appears he left descendants. Your grandfather had long been searching for this brother. But the chaos of the times had thwarted him. Who would have thought that this child would seek us out? How difficult it must have been for him, being the sole survivor of his family. As Su Fu spoke, his heart ached more with each word. Su Jingyan examined the photographs he had uncovered. Su Jingyuan bore a striking resemblance to him, both in appearance and demeanor. If they were to walk together, others might easily mistake them for brothers. Though separated by generations, the familial likeness remained unmistakable. One must seize the opportunity to bring him back. He cannot be allowed to remain by Tang Jia's side any longer. Tang Jia has completely lost his mind, and no one knows what he might do next. At this moment, within the Tang residence, Su Jingyuan is alone in his room. Absorbed in painting a portrait of the Su siblings he glimpsed on a variety show. After years of searching, he has finally discovered his relatives. Though he remains uncertain if they would recognize him. Tenderly, he caresses the faces of Su Jingyan and Su Ainin in his artwork, feeling a profound sense of relief now that he has located his cousins, allowing both his grandfather and father to rest easy. Yuan, are you asleep? Tang Jia's voice intrudes from outside. Su Jingyuan hastily hides his painting, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. His initial intent had been to grow closer to Tang Jia in order to understand his cousins better. Yet he never anticipated that this wretch would harbor such vile intentions towards his younger cousin. It is utterly revolting. Moreover, he dares to conspire against them. After enduring years of separation, how could he allow such indignity to befall his family? Hearing no response from within, Tang Jia twists the doorknob, only to find it firmly locked from the inside. Suppressing his urge to curse, he departs. This individual is simply insubordinate, his temperament mirroring that of Su Jingyan. Were it not for their slight resemblance, he would never tolerate such insolence in his presence. Su Ainin has instructed the system to monitor the situation closely. Observing Tang Jia's increasingly deranged behavior, the system cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding. You must find a way to bring your cousin back swiftly. Tang Jia has completely lost his sanity, and he is entangled with unsavory influences, attempting to manipulate your cousin. In times of despair, many seek out thrills to escape reality. And now is the moment of Tang Zhe's greatest disillusionment, leading him astray alongside dubious companions. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ainin springs up from her bed. What the hell? That guy is insane. How dare he meddle with such vile things? He even wants to harm my cousin. If he thinks I won't take action, he's sorely mistaken. The system quips, your backflip was quite impressive. When did you learn that? I had no idea. After venting her frustration, Su Ainin collapses back onto her bed, pondering how to explain this bizarre situation to her parents and brother. Would they even believe in the sudden appearance of a cousin? Just as she is mulling over this dilemma, Su Jingyan knocks at her door. Ainin, I have something very important to tell you. There's another cousin of yours out there. Having stood outside for a while, Su Jingyan knew that this girl wouldn't be proactive in revealing the truth. Thus, it was better to confront her directly. How does my brother know about this?
Su Anan exclaims.
You'll have to ask me how I know. Perhaps I investigated, the system responds. Recently, it has encountered a bug. Sometimes it cannot probe into the affairs of the Su family. While it can access information about everyone else in this world, it occasionally finds itself unable to gather details about the Su family, as if they were intentionally obscured. The system attributes this to a bug, without giving it much thought. There is another brother of our grandfather out there, and he has also fathered children. Your cousin is currently with Tang Zhe, and we plan to bring him back. What are your thoughts?
Su Jingyan estates.
Su Ainin leaps up from her bed, exhilarated. Of course, we must bring him back. We can't leave him with Tang Zhe. That lunatic has been tainted by unsavory influences. Cough, cough. You let slip a little too much there. The system interjects. Su Jingyan's expression darkens at Su Ainin's words. Observing her brother's serious demeanor, Su Ainin's mind races to devise a plan to smooth over the situation. I heard someone say he frequents unsavory places and associates with dubious individuals. Their reputations are far from stellar. And it is evident that Tang Zhe cannot be innocent in this. Su Jingyan fixes a stern gaze on Su Ainin, causing her to break into a cold sweat.
All right.
I will investigate this matter. In a couple of days, I will bring our cousin back. You must get along well with him. Chapter 119. Charging into the men's restroom to seize the toilet plunger. How could Su Ainin resist the allure of such excitement? She immediately insists on accompanying him. What do you think you're doing? Stay at home. Didn't you say Tang Zhe is dangerous? You should obey and remain safe at home. Why on earth not? I must go. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I should be there. How else will I know if it truly is perilous? What if that scheming Tang Zhe tries to ensnare my brother? Go ahead, I can act as a danger detector. Tonight. He plans to take your cousin to a bar and intends to make his move, the system reveals. Your cousin has yet to fall into his clutches. Not even a hand has been laid upon him. So Tang Zhe is growing desperate. The siblings fall silent for a moment, realizing that this twisted individual truly intends to drag someone down with him. Take me with you. If you take me along, I promise to behave for a whole week. Su Ainin pleads, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fine, Su Jingyan concedes, but you must listen to me. Do as I say, and don't act recklessly. Bringing her along could prove beneficial. The system could assist in ensuring their safety by alerting the authorities in advance. Su Jingyan swiftly arranges for an investigation into the bar's details. The system exclaims, hooray! We're going to help the police solve a case. Surprised by its unexpected role in such a noble endeavor, it reflects on how other systems operate in lawless worlds, where police forces are virtually non-existent. This world is much better. Although it differs from the original narrative, there are still plenty of decent individuals and societal order remains intact. The Su siblings ponder the worlds where these systems operate, wondering how many lawless realms exist where even the police have vanished. That afternoon, they prepare to set out, with Su father and Su mother expressing deep concern. However, upon seeing their children depart, their expressions shift to relief. Let us tidy up our nephew's room. With these two siblings around, everything will surely be fine. They wonder if their nephew can hear Su Ainin's thoughts. If so, it would make for a delightful scenario. Upon receiving an emergency call, the police swiftly surround the bar in question. Su Jingyan and Su Ainin, having donned disguises, enter the establishment and, guided by the system, locate the private booth. Haha, I can't believe the person you found actually bears a resemblance to Su Jingyan. Could he truly be his brother? One of the wealthy young men exclaims. Despite Su Dong's impeccable reputation and his deep affection for his wife, who knows what private matters exist?
Come.
Let us have a drink. Su Jingyan never hangs out with us. Since you look just like him, you can join us for some fun. The wealthy heirs. Having indulged in revelry, find their interest piqued by Su Jingyuan's likeness to Su Jingyan. Amidst this debauchery, Tang Zhe is lost in a haze of excess. Entangled with a woman, Su Jingyuan stands apart, cold and detached from such a repugnant environment. You may now enter. Just disguise yourselves as delivery personnel, the system instructs. This establishment is far from an ordinary bar. Within its private rooms lie concealed doors, designed for those unsavory individuals to escape should trouble arise. Hence, it is imperative to tread lightly and avoid alarming anyone. Su Jingyan instructed Su Ainin to remain at the entrance while he donned the attire of a bar attendant and ventured inside. After delivering the drinks, Su Jingyan exchanged a glance with Su Jingyuan, who happened to meet his gaze.
Su Hingjuan.
In a flurry, Su Jingyan blinked at him, urging him to maintain discretion. Just then, Tang Zhe suddenly became alert, fixing his intense stare upon Su Jingyan before lunging forward to grasp his hand.
Jingyan.
What are you doing here? Did you come to find me? The others, thoroughly inebriated, mistook him for someone else and collapsed onto the sofa, chuckling. Young Master Tang, you must be mistaken. This is merely a bar attendant, possibly Su Jingyan. How could he possibly be here? He has always looked down upon our kind. If he were to step foot in such an establishment, it would truly be a sign of the sun rising in the west. Those individuals were too inebriated to rise, while Tang Zhe fared slightly better. Having grown up together, he immediately recognized Su Jingyan. Su Ainin, witnessing her brother being detained at the entrance, felt a surge of urgency. System, what should we do? What should we do? System, do not fret. The police are on their way. Su Ainin, how could I not worry? Inside, I have both my cousin and my brother. What will I do if they discuss something alarming? Suddenly, Tang Zhe produced a pill from somewhere and attempted to shove it into Su Jingyan's mouth. Here, try this. I assure you, once you taste it, you will never forget. Su Jingyan forcefully pushed his hand away, while Su Jingyuan stood up to shove Tang Zhe aside. The atmosphere grew tense. The inebriated patrons attempted to rise, yet their intoxication rendered them incapable. Tang Zhe's expression hardened, and from who knows where, he revealed a small knife, inching closer to the Su brothers. Seeing this, Su Ainin dashed toward the nearby restroom without a moment's hesitation. Although she had barged into the men's room, she had no time to consider such matters. The system observed as she boldly entered the men's restroom, disregarding those engaged in their business, and burst into a stall. However, all the nearby stalls were occupied, and she kicked open one door, without caring whether someone was in there. Seizing the toilet plunger from the corner, she dashed out with 3 in hand. Inside the restroom, 3 men were caught off guard. Help! Why is this woman charging into the men's restroom and stealing plungers? Is this what robbers are resorting to nowadays? Brother, I'm here to save you. Su Ainin stormed into the private room, thrusting a plunger into Tang Zhe's face. She didn't forget to hand the other 2 plungers to her brother and cousin.
Su Hingyan, Su Hingjuan. System. Charge.
Strike him low. Su Jingyuan's pupils widened in shock.
Who is speaking?
He looked at Su Ainin, then at Su Jingyan, who shook his head in response. Su Ainin kicked Tang Zhe below the belt, leaving the drunken spectators in utter disbelief. What on earth was happening? A fight had suddenly erupted, with the plunger wielded like a weapon. Su Ainin listened to the system's commands and launched her assault. Before long, Tang Zhe was choking and retching uncontrollably. This is disgusting. Truly disgusting. When the police arrived and witnessed the scene, they too were taken aback. This girl was remarkably fierce. Chapter 120. Or perhaps we should call you the plunger hero from now on. The police swiftly regained control of the situation. The system continued to cheer her on. Take him down. Let him taste the plunger. Force it into his mouth.
Su Anin's excitement surged.
Her adrenaline pumping as she prepared to slam the plunger into Tang Zhe's mouth, only to be halted by the police. Miss Su, please calm down. We are here now. Kindly lower the plunger. The officer wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished by the girl's audacity. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan were left in a state of bewilderment, holding their plungers and unsure of what had just transpired. What had just happened? This girl had suddenly charged in with a plunger and attacked Tang Zhe, leaving them no time to react. Su Jingyuan swallowed hard and murmured, "Is this how your sister behaves?" Su Jingyan replied quietly, "She is indeed your sister." The two exchanged a glance, both equally perplexed. The system, disheartened by the police's timely arrival, lamented, "Why did they come so soon? If only they had been a bit later, I could have forced that plunger into Tang Zhe's mouth." Upon hearing the system's words, Su Jingyuan's eyes widened. This time, he was certain he hadn't misheard. He glanced at Su Jingyan, who subtly shook his head in response. Su Jingyuan felt as though his mind was spinning. Did Su Jingyan also hear Su Ainan's thoughts, including the system's comments? The police detained Su Ainan for questioning, allowing Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan to slip away. What on earth is going on? How did you two end up here? Su Jingyuan's thoughts were in disarray. How did these siblings suddenly arrive at this place? Su Jingyan looked at his cousin and smiled gently. We came to bring you home, of course. Tang Zhou is not a good person. Every moment you spend with him increases your danger. Thankfully, you didn't consume the drinks they spiked. Those individuals sprawled on the sofa are utterly out of it, completely intoxicated. Tang Zhou had completely fallen from grace. He sought to drag you down with him. Had we not come in time, you would have been in grave peril. Su Jingyuan's heart trembled at this revelation. He had known Tang Zhou had been spiraling downward, but never imagined it had reached such depths. Regarding Ainan, she had bound herself to a system that claimed our world is a novel, and our family are the antagonists destined for a tragic end. Su Jingyan divulged everything without reservation, and with each word, Su Jingyuan felt increasingly alarmed, the world around him seeming surreal. I understand you may find this hard to accept right now, but you will have to come to terms with it eventually. Our reality differs completely from that narrative. We are not the villains, and the protagonists diverge from what is written. However, regarding the system and Ainan's inner thoughts, I implore you to keep that a secret from her. Our family can hear her thoughts, a privilege that should belong only to kin. Su Jingyuan nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. Rest assured, I will be cautious. She is my sister. I will protect her. Before long, the situation was resolved, and the group of raucous young men was escorted away in handcuffs, with Tang Zhou among them. Upon exiting, Tang Zhou's eyes locked onto Su Jingyan, his expression wild with fury. Did you bring the police here? Why are you doing this to me? We grew up together. Why would you treat me this way? I cared for you so deeply, yet you can't even spare me a glance. My current state is all because of you, Su Jingyan. Tang Zhou's face, once handsome, now appeared grotesque in his rage. Su Ainan, upon hearing the words that escaped his lips, rolled her eyes dramatically and promptly pressed the toilet plunger against his mouth. Silence ensued. Indeed, for one with such foul language, it was only fitting to stifle him with something equally unseemly. Nearby, the police officers observed, the Su brothers are truly remarkable. Henceforth, we shall refer to you as the toilet plunger hero. The way you wield that plunger is nothing short of extraordinary. We are immensely grateful to Mr. Su and Miss Su for their assistance today. Had it not been for their timely tip-off, we could not have apprehended so many lawbreakers. Feeling a tad bashful at the officer's praise, Su Ainan scratched her head and replied, Oh, it's nothing really. It is our duty as citizens. System. Honorary banners. I demand a banner. Don't good deeds merit a banner? I want a banner. The Su siblings chimed in, You're just a system. What do you need a banner for? Su Ainan retorted, Shut up. What do you need a banner for? You don't even have a body. System. Does the absence of a physical form preclude me from desiring a banner? My contributions to this endeavor are significant. You cannot overlook my assistance. Regardless, I want a banner. The system had recently indulged in a plethora of television dramas, particularly crime investigations and familial sagas, where the appearance of honorific banners was frequent. Hence, it was now particularly eager for one. Su Ainan, exasperated by the incessant chatter, sighed, All right. I'll ask the police if we can get a banner. If not, I'll buy one for you myself. This system was growing increasingly difficult to please, its demands becoming ever more unreasonable. When she inquired politely with the officers about the possibility of receiving a banner, they generously replied, Of course. This situation certainly warrants a banner for you, and perhaps even a monetary reward. A reward. The wealth of those apprehended surely had channels through which it flowed. Now that we have captured them, we may trace back to uncover even greater treasures. Your contributions this time are indeed substantial. Thus it is only right that you receive both a banner and a reward. However, we must first report to our superiors, so there may be a wait involved. Su Ainan nodded eagerly. That's perfectly fine. As long as we can receive it, I don't mind the wait. It was unexpected that their efforts would yield such significant rewards. They had only intended to rescue their cousin, yet they had inadvertently achieved much more. Chapter 121. Cousin. Let us establish a work schedule. We can take turns weekly. Cousin. You bear a striking resemblance to us. When the three of us are out together, others might easily mistake us for siblings. However, Your features are somewhat softer than my brother S, who often wears a perpetually sour expression,
as though someone owes him a fortune.
On the ride back, Su Anin continued to jest about her brother, causing Su Jingyan's expression to darken. Observing their banter, Su Jingyuan chuckled. It seems you two share a genuine bond. I had thought that children from affluent families lacked such deep connections. Su Anin shook her head. Not at all. Our family-s bond has always been profound. I cannot speak for others, but in our household, family is paramount. My parents are already preparing the house for your arrival, cousin. You'll have us from now on. One could easily surmise the hardships her elder cousin endured, having lost all his relatives and struggling alone in the world, only to encounter the likes of Tang Jia. Fortunately, they had the system. Otherwise, they would have been oblivious to the trials he faced. At that moment, the Su couple at home were also fraught with anxiety. Although their children were sensible and aided by the system, they could not help but worry. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Were the children all right? It was perplexing that they hadn't called home to ease their parents' concerns. Su mother was perspiring with anxiety. Su father patted her shoulder, attempting to soothe her. Do not fret, they will surely call the authorities. With the police present, what is there to fear? If you are truly worried, we can call them ourselves. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, but Su mother quickly restrained his hand. No. What if they are in a den of wolves? That call could expose them. The couple was truly on edge until they heard Su in an exuberant voice from outside. Mom and Dad, we're back. Is there food? I'm starving. Upon spotting their daughter rushing towards them, Su father and Su mother's attention immediately shifted to the tall man accompanying her.
Oh, dear.
Su father exclaimed, momentarily pushing Su Anin aside to embrace Su Jingyuan.
Child.
You have endured so much hardship all these years. This child resembled their family remarkably. One could easily mistake the three of them for full siblings. Su Jingyuan, nearly suffocating in the embrace, thought, why is this uncle so strong? I feel as though I might faint. Casting a desperate glance at Su Jingyan, he saw his cousin shaking his head and stepping away. Meanwhile, Su Anin was lost in her emotions, feeling as though she had been unceremoniously cast aside by her father. System. Did my dad just push me aside like I was refused? System. Indeed, it appears you have been eclipsed by your cousin. Your father's attention has shifted entirely to him. Su Anin protested. You're talking nonsense. You're just trying to sow discord. The system chuckled. And if I am? What I speak is the truth. You are now like yesterday's wilted flower, no longer in favor. The exchange between them unfolded like a theatrical performance, while others observed their antics in silence, appreciating the emotional nuance. Seeing his foolish sister continue in her antics, Su Jingyan could no longer bear it. Didn't you say you were hungry? Hurry and eat. Stop acting foolishly. Having such a silly sister could be quite vexing at times. He wondered how their cousin perceived them. Although she often behaved oddly, she was, at her core, a normal person. That evening, the family gathered to bond, with Su Jingyuan recounting the events of the past years. Su father and Su mother listened, their eyes brimming with tears. Thank goodness, you have returned. We shall relocate your grandparents' and parents' graves here, so they may rest alongside your great-grandfather and great-grandmother. After such a long separation, it is time for the family to reunite. Su Jingyuan smiled gently. I share your sentiments, but uncle and aunt, allow me to take care of this matter. I will personally bring my grandparents and parents here. I trust they will be delighted. The news of the Su family reclaiming their cousin spread swiftly, as they had no intention of keeping it a secret. After all, why conceal the truth from family? Starting tomorrow, you will begin working. Let us allocate the schedule now. Once you are accustomed, we can take turns weekly, allowing ample rest for everyone. Su Jingyan promptly laid out their work timetable, and upon hearing his words, Su Jingyuan felt a twinge of exasperation. Jingyan, why should I be the one to work? You are the heir. As the boss, you cannot simply relinquish your position. I am merely your cousin. Moreover, it has scarcely been a few days since my return, and already you are contemplating my exploitation. As Su Jingyan listened to this accusation, he felt not the slightest hint of panic or guilt within. How could this be deemed exploitation? It is merely a collaborative effort. You share the surname Su. As do I, and we are, after all, family. Consider my daily grind at work, which is quite exhausting, not to mention the occasional need to attend to that girl's affairs. Recently, she has expressed a desire to establish an entertainment company, and I must assist her. If you do not lend a hand, I shall find it impossible to carve out time for any other endeavors. Brother, I implore you to offer a modicum of assistance. Su Jingyuan retorted. What you say is rather amusing. When I was away, you managed splendidly on your own, did you not? Now that I have returned, your complaints seem to multiply. Jingyan, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, your current pursuits fall outside my realm of expertise. My education has been rooted in the arts, and I have specialized in painting throughout my university years. I am utterly uninformed when it comes to matters of commerce. Even with the desire to help, I find myself powerless. Thus, you must also consider my limitations and not thrust responsibilities upon me. Su Jingyuan returned the matter to her without hesitation, jesting, who would wish to labor daily. Sometimes being a boss is exceedingly frustrating, particularly when one is surrounded by individuals who cannot comprehend simple instructions, which can be infuriating. I recall how I once exasperated my supervisor during my university days. Now, even my mentor is reluctant to meet me. No matter how Su Jingyan argued, Su Jingyuan was resolute in his disinclination to attend work. The expression on Jingyan's face grew increasingly despondent. She had anticipated that his presence would alleviate some of her burdens, only to discover that she still had to shoulder the responsibilities alone. Meanwhile, Su Anin continued her carefree existence, indulging in gossip with the system, and her company had begun the recruitment process. Upon learning of this, Lu Siheng arranged a dinner with her to see if he could be of assistance. Truly, your assistance is unnecessary. My brother and cousin suffice, Su Anin said, touched by Lu Siheng's enthusiasm. System, observe how generous Lu Siheng is to offer his help. Despite not having a particularly close relationship, he hasn't even aided his own cousin. Su Anin attributed this to Lu Siheng's innate kindness. The system responded, indeed. He is a genuinely good person. Nearby, Lu Siheng mused, feeling that the system had lost some of its previous sharpness. It had once seemed quite astute. After dining out, Su Anin returned home and shared Lu Siheng's eagerness to assist with Su Jingyan. Upon hearing this, Jingyan furrowed his brow. Lu Siheng's intentions were all too transparent. It was evident to all that he harbored ulterior motives. Brother, he truly is a remarkable person. Previously, I thought his demeanor a bit aloof, but now it appears he possesses a warm heart beneath that cool exterior. Su Anin continued to extol Lu Siheng's virtues. Sitting nearby, Su Jingyuan found himself nearly splitting with laughter at his cousin's delightful naivety and sincerity. It was hard to believe she could be so earnest to her praise of someone he viewed as rather dubious. While the Su family enjoyed their light-hearted banter, chaos reigned at Jiang Yan's end. She was utterly stunned when Tang Zhe was incarcerated. How could someone she had not seen for a mere moment be imprisoned? Fortunately, during this time, she had leveraged her identity to amass a considerable sum of money. This is infuriating. How dare he engage in illegal activities? Surely, he must have lost his mind. Jiang Yan grumbled as she packed her belongings, vacating the villa. With the villa's owner now in prison, her stay had become untenable. She glanced at her collection of luxury items, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her face. Thankfully, her recent endeavors had kept her busy enough that she need not fret excessively. Selling off her luxury goods would yield a substantial profit. Moreover, her time spent extracting funds from Tang Zhe had enabled her to save enough for a modest apartment, which, while not extravagant, was certainly a decent acquisition. In essence, her time had not been a total loss. She had secured some tangible assets. Most importantly, she had successfully charmed several wealthy heirs using her identity. The status of a Tang family heiress proved exceptionally advantageous, and her newfound fame from participating in a reality show had only elevated her profile. Whether the wealthy heirs sought frivolity or genuine connection, she stood to gain regardless.
What?
Jiang Yan has left the Tang family. Su Anin, reclining comfortably on the sofa and savoring fruit, was startled by the system's announcement. Truth be told, she had nearly forgotten about Jiang Yan, primarily because she had not seen her around lately and had heard she had been quite busy. The Su brothers perked up their ears to listen, with Su Jingyuan gleaning most of the details through Su Jingyan. The system chimed in, indeed. She has moved out with her belongings, and she has even purchased a small apartment with the money she earned during this time, not to mention her efforts to woo several wealthy heirs. This woman is quite resourceful now. It seemed she had shed some of her previous foolishness and adopted a more pragmatic approach. Su Anin remarked, well, it seems Jiang Yan isn't as foolish as I once imagined. She managed to squeeze quite a bit of money from Tang Zhe. The system noted. Perhaps she has matured considerably. However, her ultimate goal remains marrying into wealth. Those wealthy heirs have her utterly enthralled. Jiang Yan was adept at leveraging her advantages, aware that her delicate beauty appealed to many affluent heirs. One wealthy heir even expressed a desire to marry her, only to be soundly rebuked by his family. The system was surprised to discover how much the protagonist's character had evolved during her absence, yet she had become far more agreeable. Su Wen mused, "This is quite a clever tactic. Her resilience is commendable. As long as she does not intrude upon our lives, her actions are of no concern to us." The system cautioned, "She may soon come knocking. Your cousin is returning, and your parents are preparing to host a banquet. Jiang Yan is likely to attend with one of those wealthy heirs." Suddenly, Su Jingyuan felt averse to the idea of hosting the banquet. It seemed unnecessary as long as his family was informed. However, his parents were rather fond of ceremonial occasions and insisted on formally introducing him to others, ensuring it was not a mere formality. That evening, as Su's parents returned from shopping, they found their son and nephew waiting in the living room, clearly with something on their minds. Su Jingyan spoke candidly, "Mom, Dad, please ensure that the guests invited to the banquet are thoroughly vetted. We must avoid a repeat of the incident with the Liu family. I have no desire for our home to become a den of vice." Su Jingyuan rubbed his nose. He had heard tales of that incident and found it indeed quite alarming. "Rest assured, I have sent out invitations to the guests and outlined our requirements. Any individuals of questionable character will certainly not be admitted," their mother assured them. How could she be careless regarding matters of their safety? She would ensure a meticulous selection process, leaving no room for undesirable guests at the banquet. Yet, little did they realize that no amount of scrutiny could prevent those intent on self-destruction from infiltrating their gathering. On the day the banquet commenced, the system was brimming with excitement, urging Su Wen to navigate here and there, its enthusiasm almost palpable. However, upon the entrance of a young man, the system suddenly shrieked in terror. "Ah, stay away from that man. He is toxic." Nearby, Su Wen's parents and her brothers, Su Jingyuan and Su Jingyan, were startled by the system's outburst, their anxiety palpable. Could it be? Was there truly a flaw in their meticulous screening process? As Chapter 123 unfolded, the young man approached Su Jingyan with a broad smile, prompting a silent scream within him. Yet, he maintained an air of calm. After all, one must not unravel. Su Wen instinctively pulled her parents back a significant distance, utilizing her now free hands to drag her brothers closer. "You stand right there, and don't move." She admonished the figure ahead, "Step back. If you have a mask, put on." This particular banquet required guests to bring their own masks, though they were available at the entrance for those who lacked one. While the stipulations seemed rather peculiar, many aspiring to align themselves with the Su family were willing to comply, having attended various bizarre gatherings in the past, perhaps deeming this one just another eccentric affair. Feeling slightly awkward, the young man retrieved a mask from the entrance and donned it. Seizing the moment, Su Wen queried the system, "Tell me quickly, what kind of toxicity does he possess? Is it contagious? How severe is it, and can it be cured?" The Su family awaited the system's response, for the safety of their lives was paramount. Even the newly included Su Jingyuan began to feel a tinge of apprehension. The system replied, "He suffers from foot odor, the contagious kind. Moreover, it is utterly unmanageable. You best keep your distance. He also has halitosis. If you get too close, you'll definitely catch a whiff." The Su family collectively pondered, "Is this truly what you meant by toxicity?" Yet, it was indeed a valid concern, as athlete's foot is indeed contagious. But halitosis? Given their status, they placed great importance on oral hygiene, routinely visiting dentists. A poor set of teeth could significantly impact one's demeanor. Thus, they were meticulous about their dental health. "This is your definition of toxicity. I thought he had some infectious disease. You nearly scare me to death," Su Wen exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Compared to those more dire contagions, foot odor and halitosis seemed within the realm of acceptability. Su Jingyan also wiped his clammy palms, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The system was becoming increasingly alarmist. In a tone of innocent bewilderment, the system retorted, "This a significant issue? Foot odor and halitosis. Especially the foot odor. This man has suffered from it his entire life, visiting countless doctors and consuming countless medications. Yet nothing has worked. His wife and son have also contracted it from him, and their household is a veritable olfactory nightmare." The Su family collectively mused that this was indeed rather serious. After donning his mask, the young man approached, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. "Surely, they had not detected my halitosis? I've used mouth spray and chewed gum, yet nothing seems effective. I genuinely prioritize oral hygiene. Why can't I eradicate this foul breath? Mr. Su, thank you for your assistance last time. Otherwise, my company would likely have met its demise. This young man ran a small tech firm with commendable products, yet lacked investment, his own funds insufficient. Su Jingyan, familiar with his products and aware of his plight, had lent a helping hand. For Su Jingyan, it might have been a minor issue, but for the young man, it was a matter of life and death. Should he go bankrupt, he might even contemplate the unthinkable, having invested his entire fortune. Subtly wrinkling his nose, Su Jingyan indeed caught a whiff of foot odor. Quietly retreating a step and holding his breath, he remarked, "This is no great matter. Your products are commendable. Continue your efforts. If your future developments are promising, Su Enterprises would be willing to collaborate. The quality of your products is paramount, and I cannot assist if the quality falters." Exchanging furtive glances, Su and her parents and her cousin discreetly shifted their location. Since the young man had approached Su Jingyan, their presence was no longer necessary. "Brother, we'll take our leave. After all, he came to speak with you, and we wouldn't want to intrude," Su stated. The system interjected, "Hurry up. I'm about to suffocate from the stench. Why must I share my sense of smell with you? At this moment, I would prefer to be devoid of it." Su father, Su mother, and Su Jingyuan were left speechless. "Wait, isn't he part of our family now? Are you all abandoning me?" Su Jingyan lamented. His eyes filled with reproach as the four swiftly distanced themselves, avoiding his gaze. The young man, perhaps caught in a fervor of excitement, spoke incessantly, his words flowing like a relentless river, many of which were of considerable importance. Su Jingyan could only do his utmost to hold his breath and listen attentively. One must respect others and not disdain their circumstances. Their current condition was not of their choosing. Observing her brother's increasingly strained and rigid expression, Su couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. System, is there any remedy that could cure his affliction? Surely he bears his burden with great distress. The system responded, "This is a matter of bodily constitution that requires gradual adjustment. I'm not well versed in athlete's foot, but his halitosis stems from issues with his spleen and stomach rather than oral hygiene. The young man often stays up late. Starting a tech company is fraught with difficulties, and late nights can be quite detrimental to one's health. I've witnessed you burning the midnight oil playing games. Be cautious, or you'll find yourself bald in your later years." Su gasped in horror, echoed by her parents and Su Jingyuan. Su Jingyuan discreetly touched his hair, relieved to find it still thick. As a night owl, he often rose in the middle of the night to paint, making late nights a routine affair. It seemed he would need to adjust his schedule. He couldn't afford to go bald in his later years. However, there appeared to be no balding genes in the Su family. His grandfather and father had never experienced baldness, and his uncle's hair seemed quite lush, as did his cousin's, while his sister's flowing locks were particularly enviable. Thus, he assured himself that he would not lose his hair. Certainly not. He vowed never to stay up late again. The perils of sleepless nights were far too terrifying. As Chapter 124 unfolded, the unfortunate Ji Yunyang found himself ensnared in awkward conversation with the young man for nearly half an hour, just as Su Jingyan felt he could endure no longer. Su whispered, "Goodness, how tragic. If I ever manage my own company, I suppose I'll have to engage in such socializing too." Su Jingyuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I believe your brother mentioned you wish to establish an entertainment company, correct?" Suddenly, Su questioned her impulsive desire to launch a company. Could she truly manage it successfully? However, at that moment, all bravado had been set aside. To harbor regrets now would indeed be a source of profound embarrassment. Observing her cousin's inquisitive demeanor, Su steeled herself and replied, "Indeed, the entertainment industry is rife with chaos and disorder. Yet, there exist numerous hidden gems, individuals endowed with both talent and beauty, who simply lack a platform to showcase their abilities. Most opportunities are monopolized by those with connections. I envisioned gathering these overlooked talents, thereby granting them a chance while also securing my own financial gain. Goodness, how did I not realize I possessed such noble intentions? I wonder if my cousin will believe me, but this is genuinely how I felt at that time in the film city. I contemplated this matter quite earnestly. System, if you wish to pursue it, then do so. After all, you have family support. Even if the company were to fail, it would matter little. Nevertheless, I believe you can succeed." Upon hearing the system's unwavering faith in her, Su felt a stirring of emotion within her. She had not anticipated such trust from the system, which often exhibited a rather juvenile demeanor in its actions and words. Su Ainen. System. I am profoundly touched by your faith in me. I shall not betray your trust. I am determined to grow this entertainment company into a formidable force. And I absolutely cannot fall short of Ji Yunyang. System. Yes. I have faith in your capabilities. Crush Ji Yunyang's entertainment company underfoot and strive to become a dominant force in the industry. Listening to this exchange, Su's parents and Su Jingyuan felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. These two appeared to be enjoying themselves quite thoroughly, showering each other with compliments as if they were celestial beings. Su's father took out his phone and opened the family group chat. Do you genuinely believe Ainen can successfully establish this company? I have my doubts. Su Jingyuan. I share your concerns, uncle. You will assist in finding employees for her company, right? I believe it unwise to let her handle this alone, as she does not seem particularly reliable. Su mother. They say the most fearful thing is the second-generation rich attempting to start a business. Initially, I thought our two children were quite sensible, yet here we are with Ainen wanting to venture into entrepreneurship. Surely, the family finances should suffice for her indulgences. The three of them were engrossed in lively conversation within the group chat, effectively excluding Su Ainen from the discussion. Fortunately, the system was unable to access this chat. Otherwise, Su Ainen would likely have felt isolated and exploded with indignation. After conversing with the young man, Su Jingyan checked his phone and immediately noticed the group chat. Here I am, suffering, while you all appear to be enjoying yourselves. Have you no conscience in leaving me here alone? Am I no longer your son, brother, or sibling? Irritated, Su Jingyan sent a message. It seems you all are having quite the enjoyable chat. Has no one remembered me? The group fell silent, with not a single person responding to him. Su father, Su mother, and Su Jingyuan pretended as if nothing were amiss as they tucked their phones away. Indeed, today's banquet was splendid. The food was delightful, and the guests were of high caliber. Overall, everything was quite satisfactory. Su Ainen remained immersed in her spirited exchange with the system, the two novices praising one another to celestial heights, as though the world could not function without their presence. The blush-inducing compliments exchanged between them were likely uttered due to the belief that no one could overhear their banter. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang also attended the banquet. Although they had initially intended to greet Su Jingyan, they refrained upon noticing him engrossed in a business discussion with another. Furthermore, the Su family seemed to be engaged in conversation with a newly reunited Su Jingyuan, making it inappropriate for them to interrupt. However, observing that Su Jingyan was now free, Lu Siheng seized the opportunity to approach his boastful cousin. Ji Yunyang, holding a glass of champagne, nearly spilled it upon himself as he was yanked back by Lu Siheng. Brother, what are you doing? You nearly embarrassed me with that sudden tug. He had been animatedly discussing his recent business successes. His company was flourishing, with a male star's drama skyrocketing to fame, allowing other lesser-known artists to emerge in the entertainment scene. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. At the banquet, people were approaching him to forge connections. Before he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, while he did receive attention, it was primarily due to the influence of the Lu family. Now, people were drawn to him for his burgeoning capabilities, as they too sought roles for their own partners within the industry. Lu Siheng glanced at his flustered cousin and coldly remarked, "Do you wish to accompany me or not? If you don't, I shall take my leave without you." How had this fool become increasingly daft since embarking on his own endeavors? He had never been this foolish before. Surely, he had not allowed himself to be swayed by a few flattering words. I offer you this advice out of kindness. Do not believe a word they say. Their flattery is insincere, driven either by your status or the hope that you might assist them. Do you truly think they would treat you with such kindness otherwise? They feign admiration in your presence, yet you must recall how they speak of you behind closed doors. In truth, Ji Yunyang's life had not been without its struggles. Though he had grown up in the Lu household, many perceived him merely as a burden. On the surface, people would flatter him, but behind his back, they often looked down upon him, reluctant to allow their esteemed daughters to associate with him. To them, Ji Yunyang was not a true member of the Lu family. Engaging with him was of little benefit. Rather, they preferred to curry favor with Lu Siheng. Chapter 125. The Su parents eagerly gleaning from their child. Ji Yunyang was unperturbed by his cousin's admonitions. He possessed a singular trait, an easygoing nature, often described as lacking in discernment. Moreover, he had always been the most pampered child in the family. Orphaned at a young age, he had received exceptional care from his aunt and uncle. Had he not chosen to remain distant, they likely would have formally adopted him long ago. What others said was inconsequential, as long as he remained unaffected. He felt at ease. Cousin, I am not a fool. I am well aware of their true nature. I engage with them merely for amusement. I rather enjoy their outward displays of respect. It serves to satiate my vanity. Seeing Ji Yunyang's smug expression, Lu Siheng thought to himself, it appears my worries were unfounded. The two cousins continued their conversation as they approached the Su family system. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang have arrived. Lu Siheng is truly handsome. If I had a corporeal form, could I not choose to inhabit his body? It is a pity that our system cannot possess a physical vessel, otherwise I could inherit his form should he meet with an unfortunate fate. Upon hearing the system's musings, the others reacted with shock. Wait, how did we suddenly transition to a horror narrative? Aren't you supposed to be a naive and carefree system? How could you harbor such dark and dangerous thoughts? Fortunately, the system lacked such capabilities. Otherwise, they would feel quite uneasy allowing it to bond with Su Anan. Mr. Lu and Mr. Ji, it appears that Mr. Ji's recent developments have been quite remarkable. My younger sister has expressed a desire to establish an entertainment company, and I wonder if it would be possible to trouble Mr. Ji to impart some wisdom to her. Su Jingyan spoke with such candidness, unafraid of a potential refusal. A refusal would matter little, as it was merely a gesture of politeness. Just as Ji Yunyang was about to respond, he was unexpectedly interrupted by his cousin's playful nudge. This cousin of mine tends to be rather reckless. If he were to mentor anyone, he would likely lead them astray. If Miss Su has any questions, she may ask me, Lu Siheng offered, his words delivered with a melodious tone and a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on Su Anan, exuding genuine sincerity. Observing this, Su Jingyan felt a pang of discomfort, and Su Jingyuan sensed that something was amiss with this individual. Meanwhile, Su father and mother discreetly retreated to the side, indulging in small cakes while exchanging glances. Su mother remarked to her husband, do you not think that Lu Siheng seems to harbor some feelings for Anan? To which Su father raised an eyebrow, replying, I suspect there is indeed something. Or perhaps it should be said that it is all too evident. His intentions are as transparent as Sima Zhao's heart. Su mother continued, he is, after all, quite admirable, handsome, comes from a good family, and is intelligent. He is well suited for our daughter. Su father countered, while that may be true, I observe that our daughter does not seem to have awakened to any of this. If Lu Siheng truly wishes to pursue Anan, it will likely require considerable time and effort, for this girl is as dense as a log. She would need a clear signal for her to comprehend. The couple was genuinely enjoying this familial drama, while Su Jingyuan sought to distance himself from the unfolding situation. As he turned, he noticed his uncle and aunt happily savoring their cakes. Seriously, are you all so carefree? He exclaimed. Through recent experiences, he had come to realize that the Su family was nothing like the glamorous wealthy families portrayed in television dramas or novels. In this household, everyone was quite normal, perhaps even excessively so. Each member was fervently interested in gossip. With every little event, they would perk up and listen intently. When he was added to the family group chat, he found himself at a loss for words, particularly as Su Anan was notably absent from the conversations. The family even maintained 2 separate group chats, which struck him as absurd. As for his own sister, he felt capable of managing her affairs without requiring Mr. Lu's intervention, especially considering Mr. Lu's busy schedule. Anan had always been a handful, and it would be inappropriate to disturb Mr. Lu's work. The more Su Jingyan observed, the more he found the individual before him irksome. How could he dare to pursue someone so much younger? The audacity. Although his sister might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, as her brother, he felt it was his duty to safeguard her interests. Lu Siheng was clearly a cunning individual. Should these two become involved, that naive girl would likely be suppressed in ways she could scarcely fathom. He imagined that she might end up being exploited without even realizing it. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this possibility. Lu Siheng, noticing Su Jingyan's guarded demeanor, merely smiled and remained silent. He was aware that his recent attention towards Su Anan had been somewhat excessive, yet he genuinely found her to be a remarkable young woman. He was the type to pursue what he desired relentlessly, never willing to compromise or leave any regrets. Thus, he would continue to approach Su Anan, while dealing with the troublesome Su Jingyan would necessitate the involvement of his equally obstinate cousin. Overall, the banquet had been quite successful, with Su Jingyuan performing admirably, leaving those who had come to witness a spectacle feeling disappointed. They had anticipated that this young master, brought in from outside, might display a certain coarseness or exhibit a hint of parochialism, yet he proved to be exceptionally refined, standing alongside Su Jingyan as equals. In truth, the three siblings presented an amusing sight together. Su Jingyuan and Su Jingyan bore a resemblance to each other. While Su Jingyan and Suanin could have easily been mistaken for identical twins, though Suanin's features appeared softer and more delicate. Standing side by side, they truly seemed to have emerged from the same mold. One would think they were not merely distant cousins, but rather siblings. It made one ponder how the Su family's genes could be so outstanding, producing such strikingly beautiful offspring. One recalled that someone had married a stunning movie star, yet their child bore no resemblance to her at all, instead looking strikingly like their father. It seemed that genes were not easily altered. Perhaps the starlet's recessive traits had merely been passed down, possibly to the grandchildren. Ultimately, it became clear why many sought to marry glamorous actresses. Presumably, the desire for beautiful children was a compelling motivation. Chapter 126, Su Jingyan, A Sudden Calamity. In summary, this banquet was indeed a resounding success, and Su Jingyuan had acclimated well to his current lifestyle. Su Anin successfully launched her entertainment company, with her first signing being the actor she had encountered in the Wei Kale film crew. Following that, she secured contracts with several promising and attractive up-and-coming stars lacking in connections. Her company was dedicated to unearthing hidden gems. The recently assembled staff gazed in bewilderment at the array of unfamiliar artists, their expressions blank. None of these newly signed entertainers are well known. Is the boss truly serious? Are we expected to nurture them from scratch? Given that everything was new, doubts lingered about the boss's capabilities. Although she was the daughter of the Su family, it appeared she had no prior experience in running an entertainment company, leading to concerns about the company's viability. This skepticism was not entirely unwarranted, as Suanin seemed rather unreliable. The system reassured her. Rest assured, I have vetted these artists thoroughly. Their character, ethics, and talent are all commendable. They simply lack an opportunity. Suanin replied confidently, as long as everything checks out, I have plenty of opportunities to offer. Resources are not an issue. Just watch me make the most of them. Starting a business is inherently challenging, so Su Jingyuan was roped in to assist, tasked with image design and wardrobe coordination. Having studied the arts, his aesthetic sense was undoubtedly superior to the average person's. As he surveyed the eclectic assortment of artists before him, he felt utterly at a loss. Wait, you really pulled me into this? What kind of salary are you planning to offer? Suanin's eyes widened in disbelief. You expect to be paid? Aren't you my brother? Su Jingyuan insisted. Even among siblings, we must keep accounts clear. My time is valuable too. I didn't even help my brother when he asked. And now you've dragged me in. If I help you for free, it would create an imbalance in our family dynamics, so I'm doing this for your benefit. His sincerity successfully swayed Suanin. The system chimed in. I find this statement rather peculiar, yet I can't pinpoint why. Suanin, taking his words to heart, remarked. You make a valid point about siblings keeping accounts, and given that my company is just starting, I will undoubtedly need my cousin's assistance in the future. Working for free is out of the question. After a moment of serious contemplation, she pulled him aside and earnestly asked, Cousin, have you ever considered becoming a boss? Su Jingyuan was taken aback, stepping back 2 paces with a wary expression. Anin, what are you planning? Please don't scare me. Suanin took a few steps closer and said with utmost seriousness, Why don't you take on the role of the boss? I am genuinely serious. After this period, I've truly realized that I am not cut out for hard work. I can assist you in securing resources, and I can help at the company without compensation. But I really do not wish to be the boss. Initially, she thought that starting an entertainment company would not be overly demanding. But she had not anticipated the sheer exhaustion that came with managing a company and the myriad of chaotic tasks involved. Suanin was genuinely contemplating transferring the company. While she was capable of handling its affairs, her inherent laziness was a significant barrier. Su Jingyuan was rendered speechless by her suggestion and promptly rejected her request without hesitation. You should handle your own affairs. Do not expect me to take the fall for you. Establishing an entertainment company was your aspiration. I can assist, but do not expect me to assume the role of the boss. That day, upon returning home, Su Jingyuan relayed this incident to Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan, equally perplexed, pondered how his sister could possibly think this way, as her whims seemed to change daily. Wasn't she doing well at the outset? Thankfully, she was born into our family. I can't imagine how she would manage if she came from a more challenging background. The 2 brothers exchanged glances and sighed in unison. It appeared they needed to exert even more effort, lest they find themselves burdened with cleaning up her mess. News of Soo-in signing a wave of new talents spread swiftly, garnering significant attention online. Is this young lady truly reliable? She certainly does not come across as someone trustworthy. I watched that variety show. This young lady seems incompetent, relying entirely on her brother for everything. Can she genuinely manage a company? I find it hard to believe. If managing a company were so simple, everyone would be a boss by now. Moreover, none of the talents she signed are particularly renowned. I believe you are being biased against the young lady. She has been raised with care in her family and likely understands business matters far better than any of us. If her parents have not objected, why should you? Besides, every star begins as a nobody. What's wrong with signing these unknowns? I find them quite charming and spirited, and they seem to have appeared in several productions. I recognize quite a few of them. The newly signed artists had indeed made appearances in various minor roles, but Soo-in remained unfazed by the online commentary. Whether it was praise or criticism, she understood that the opinions expressed online were merely transient. System, I have noticed that you have matured significantly. Soo-in, people inevitably grow up. Consider me matured now, as I am currently the owner of a company and cannot afford to remain as childish as before. This statement left the other four individuals in stunned silence. Was this truly something she could articulate? Could they confirm that her mind was still intact? Soo Jingyan approached and playfully tapped Soo-in on the head, only for her to snap back and bite his hand, mumbling, "What are you doing? Are you looking for a fight?" Soo Jingyan pried her mouth open with one hand and exchanged a glance with the others. Indeed, she was still the same silly girl, showing no signs of change. Perhaps she was merely having a momentary lapse. Their parents, Su Fu and Su Mu, turned back to the television, reassured, while Su Jingyuan wore a look of disbelief. Was this really the method to ascertain her sanity? He couldn't help but feel that he, too, was slightly unhinged. Soo-in invented to the system. Why is my brother acting so strangely? I think he just needs a good bite. System. Your brother may be feeling a bit down. One of his secretaries is pregnant and has claimed the child is his. Her family is already on their way to confront him. All members of the Su family. Su Jingyan. What a colossal burden. I have never even touched a woman. Chapter 127. The Shameless Secretary and the Uninformed Parents. The Su family deemed the situation utterly absurd, and Soo-in was genuinely incensed. My brother has numerous secretaries, and among the two female ones, which one are you referring to? I might just go over there and deal with her. Soo-in felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. These people must be out of their minds if they could fabricate such lies so effortlessly. System. It is the one with short hair. She had a one-night stand and got pregnant, not knowing who the father is. So she decided to pin the blame on your brother. Su Jingyan was rendered speechless. Did he truly appear to be the kind of person who would bear the brunt of such accusations? Was that woman completely deranged? The system continued. That female secretary was raised in a strict household. If her family discovers her pregnancy, she is finished. She thought of a way to terminate the pregnancy. But during her last visit home, her mother found out. She couldn't exactly say the child was a product of a one-night stand. So she resolved to place the blame on your brother, thinking he would remain oblivious and that she could break up with him and terminate the pregnancy later. However, she didn't anticipate her family arriving so soon to confront your brother. Su Jingyuan glanced at Su Jingyan, his eyes filled with pity. How could there be so many fools surrounding them? It seemed that being a boss did not guarantee safety. Su Fu and Su Mu were at a loss for words, bewildered by how chaotic the lives of young people had become. This could certainly be classified as slander, tarnishing someone's reputation. And it was entirely within the realm of legal repercussions. Soo-in felt a pang in her heart as she looked at her brother, who remained oblivious to the turmoil. Brother, you should consider replacing your female secretaries. I just read a novel that suggests having female secretaries can lead to trouble. Su Jingyan, I expected you to share more insightful thoughts, yet after all this time, that's all you could muster? I feel the same way, but recruiting is challenging, and finding a suitable candidate is even more daunting. I will replace them when the right opportunity arises. Oh, by the way, one of my secretaries is pregnant. She has been taking frequent leaves, and I have no idea who the father is as she has never mentioned it. Su Jingyan decided to take the initiative. Soo-in, brother, please be cautious. In novels, such situations often result in the boss being blamed. These supporting characters exist solely to create distress for the protagonist. I think your longer-haired secretary is acceptable, while the short-haired one seems a bit suspect. When I visited the company, she often sought to draw attention to herself. Previously, Suanin thought that the secretary was quite amiable and efficient, but upon reflection, she now preferred the longer-haired one, believing that individuals should act in accordance with their roles. Brother, there's no need to replace everyone. That longer-haired secretary is quite competent, even if she appears a bit aloof. She handles everything with great discretion. Just be a bit more discerning when choosing people in the future. This warning was becoming increasingly burdensome for Suanin, who was on the verge of despair. System. That secretary's parents have just disembarked from the high-speed train and are en route to your company. You should prepare yourselves. The Su family, consisting of 5 members, was taken aback by the rapid turn of events. Suanin interrupted. Why wasn't I informed sooner? The system responded innocently. At that time, I was unaware as well. To investigate someone's affairs, I too must gather clues, which requires time. If it wished to know the details about each individual, it would need to invest time in collecting information. The closer the individual was, the easier it was to gather data, while the farther away would prolong the process. The system paid little attention to others, focusing solely on matters surrounding Suanin. Had it not been for that secretary involving Su Jingyan, it might not have noticed at all. Suanin tugged at Su Jingyan, urging him to hurry to the company. Mom and Dad. I just remembered, I have some matters to attend to. I need to seek my brother's assistance, so you needn't wait for us to return today. Su father, Su mother, and Su Jingyuan exchanged glances. Su Jingyuan gazed at the closed door and remarked, does she always concoct such flimsy excuses? Su father replied, it's always the same. Sometimes, when her excuses fall short, we even have to help her cover up. We might as well get used to it.
Mom, Dad.
What are you doing here? The short-haired secretary felt utterly overwhelmed upon seeing her parents arrive. The situation was already chaotic, and now her parents had come. What could she possibly do? Her father, with a stern expression, declared, are we supposed to stand by and watch you be deceived by that scoundrel? Her mother, gazing at her daughter with concern, added, you're already pregnant, and that scoundrel refuses to acknowledge it. What will you do now? Come, take us to your company. We need to confront that scoundrel. Though we are an ordinary family, we shall not be bullied like this. The secretary panicked. Mom and Dad, it's not what you think. Please don't interfere. But her parents disregarded her pleas, and soon the family found themselves at the company entrance. At that moment, Suanin and Su Jingyan arrived as well. The secretary, upon seeing Su Jingyan, nearly turned to flee. So this is your boss? I've seen his photo. He looks respectable. But who would have thought he would do such a thing? Her father approached Su Jingyan, ready to slap him, but Su Jingyan firmly grasped the man's hand. What do you think you're doing? The secretary rushed over, apologizing, boss. I am truly sorry. My father is just momentarily out of sorts. Her father, filled with frustration, retorted, and you still defend that scoundrel? Has he even considered the child in your womb?
Su Jingyan replied coldly.
What concern is the child in your daughter's womb to me? She is merely my employee. Should I manage her life because I can't meet my obligations? The secretary's mother then charged forward, targeting Suanin instead. Are you the vixen who has led my daughter astray? I will tear your face off. Suanin, infuriated, exclaimed, are you out of your mind? What does your daughter have to do with my brother? In that moment, she no longer felt the need to respect her elders and kicked out in anger. The secretary, witnessing her mother being kicked, cried out, Mom. Both Suanin and Su Jingyan were quick-witted, resulting in someone capturing the entire scene on video and posting it online. Chapter 128. Never before have I encountered such a brazen secretary. Shockwaves. Su Jingyan's betrayal has drawn the attention of the female party's parents. This trending topic exploded online, with many unfamiliar with Su Jingyan, yet upon clicking, they were instantly captivated. No way. This is my newly discovered heartthrob. Indeed, the elite circles are not without their scandals. I thought this pair of siblings was different, but it appears they are just as flawed. What on earth did he do to provoke the female party's parents to confront him like this? From a distance, I couldn't catch the words. But the female party didn't seem all that virtuous either. The online discourse reached a level of intensity that was downright terrifying, with numerous marketing accounts propagating various outrageous claims, accusations of abandonment, infidelity, domestic violence. The spectrum of allegations was vast. Meanwhile, under Suanin's insistence, the female secretary tearfully divulged the truth of the situation. Mom and Dad, why did you come looking for me? If you hadn't come, none of this would have happened. The secretary shifted all blame onto her parents, oblivious to her own wrongdoing. Suanin swiftly interrupted her. Stop. It seems you have missed the point. Your parents are concerned about you. The main issue is why you claimed that the child in your womb belongs to my brother. That's essentially slander, and we could take legal action. The secretary's complexion turned pale as she stammered. I was just flustered and spoke without thinking. I truly didn't mean it. The system chimed in and someone has uploaded the video of your recent altercation online, and now many are criticizing your brother. Upon hearing this, Su Anin felt a surge of rage. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through the information, confirming the recent events. You have no idea the impact your reckless words have had on us. Someone has leaked our argument online, and now everyone is blaming my brother, tarnishing his reputation and the company's as well. Su Jingyan placed a reassuring hand on Su Anin's shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Lu Yi, I will pursue this matter relentlessly. Whether it's my reputation or the company's, I will hold you accountable. The repercussions of your careless words cannot go unnoticed. You must understand the cost of your unfounded claims. The secretary's parents stood in shock, realizing that all the blame was being placed on their daughter.
Now,
This boss intended to hold their daughter responsible, and with the company's reputation at stake, would they not be liable for a significant compensation?
boss.
We acknowledge our mistakes. Our daughter simply spoke out of confusion. She is scared because she is pregnant, and it clouded her judgment. Please spare her this once. We beg you. The two parents, truly distressed for their daughter, knelt before him. Su Jingyan sidestepped their prostration, stating, Your kneeling is futile. I will ensure the truth is clarified online. And the most effective method to do so is singular. If I merely post a statement online, the number of believers would be few, perhaps leading others to think I am merely being obstinate. The secretary's father quickly suggested, Then let my daughter issue a statement online to clarify things. Su Anin shook her head. That would be pointless. Netizens would perceive it as my brother coercing her, leading to even more criticism against us. Your daughter is an adult. She should understand what actions are appropriate. To slander her own boss is quite a feat, and rather than facing her own consequences, she attempts to transfer the blame to him, as if she were in a soap opera. The system added, She indeed contemplated having your brother bear the entire blame, but that notion was ultimately discarded. Su Anin inquired, What do you mean? Elaborate for me. The system observed, Just as you suspected. After she shifted the blame onto your brother, she contemplated solidifying this falsehood, perhaps by claiming it was a result of drunken promiscuity, thereby validating her pregnancy. However, her cowardice ultimately prevented her from following through. Su Anin felt utterly erased, while Su Jingyan found the entire situation absurd. Nevertheless, even if this woman dared to act, he would not fall into her trap. He typically refrained from drinking and had previously encountered women attempting to manipulate him, yet none had succeeded. Enough of this. Take your daughter home. Kneeling here is futile. Rather than pleading with us, it would be far more beneficial to educate your daughter properly. The secretary was rendered completely speechless, never anticipating that her careless words would incite such a calamity, implicating her own parents in the process. Su Jingyan ushered Su Anin directly into the company, promptly arranging for the matter to be addressed online. He also contacted a lawyer. This time, he was determined to take decisive action. He would not extend pity indiscriminately, for he felt sympathy for that family, yet who would pity him? If the company suffered due to his tarnished reputation, what would happen to the multitude of employees? And what of his own family? A corporation's reputation holds immense importance. Establishing a good name can take decades, yet it can be obliterated in mere days. The Su Group swiftly issued a public statement and a legal letter online, clearly delineating the situation. Ultimately, Su Jingyan was the unequivocal victim. Netizens were left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, questioning whether they had misdirected their ire.
Wow.
That secretary has absolutely no shame. I always knew my idol would never engage in such behavior. Hey, wasn't it you who was the most vociferous in your condemnation? You even claimed you were blind for supporting such a person, stating you'd never trust another man online again. Your change of heart is remarkably swift. This secretary is truly something else. She's the one who got herself into trouble and now shifts the blame onto her boss, while her parents come to confront him. What a muddled family. I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for Su Jingyan. This is truly a case of a person being wronged at home. Chapter 129. The most devoted hater is a troubled soul. Su father, Su mother, and Su Jingyuan observed the unfolding drama online. Initially worried, Su Jingyuan slowly calmed as he noticed his uncle and aunt remaining composed. If his own parents were unperturbed, why should he be anxious? I knew they would handle this well. However, Anin's response was commendable. She stepped forward for her brother, truly showing growth. Su father felt particularly proud of his youngest daughter. especially regarding that decisive kick. She had truly struck a chord with him. Mother glanced at her smug husband and retorted, "You think everything your daughter does is perfect, even when she merely lets out a fart." Jingyuan smirked slightly. "That's a bit much, don't you think?" Suwon reclined on the sofa, perusing the online comments, reveling in the sight of those who had criticized them now being slapped in the face with reality. "System, can you uncover the dirt on these haters?" The system suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "What are you planning? You're not considering exposing their secrets online, are you?"
Indeed.
Suwon harbored such intentions. There were too many detractors for her to know them all, but she could certainly target the two most vicious individuals. This isn't about exposing. It's about using their own tactics against them. Just tell me if any of them have done anything reprehensible, especially the top 3 offenders. They're practically professional trolls, with 9 out of 10 of their comments berating us. Moreover, they were the most fervent critics on that previous show. Suwon remembered those who had disparaged her vividly, particularly the 3 who had been the most merciless in their attacks. The system replied, "Indeed, there is one particularly relentless hater named Little Neezy. She's a high school student, purely envious of your fortunate brother, and thus dedicates her days to belittling you." Suwon retorted, "What is her problem? How does my brother's existence concern her? If she's got the guts, she can ask her parents to have one of their own." The system quipped, as if it were that simple. Jingyuan remarked, "I knew this girl wouldn't last 3 seconds in a serious conversation." The system continued, "Moreover, she is an ardent fan of your brother's girlfriend, a particularly obsessed devotee who writes fanfiction about her and your brother, portraying you as the wicked sister-in-law destined for a tragic end. Honestly, why do I feel like you could easily fit the role of a villainess? In this world, you are the malevolent supporting character, and in the fanfiction, you're still the same. I just want to know how they crafted this image of you, with your intelligence and emotional acumen. Do you really think you could be a villainess?" Suwon felt insulted. What was wrong with her intellect and emotional insight? She was quite bright.
Jingyuan.
While reviewing documents, smirked slightly. The system's assessment was rather spot on. This girl was hardly cut out to be a scheming antagonist. It was perplexing why people consistently envisioned her as such. She was at best a beautiful pawn. "Suwon, are you even my real brother? Are you happy to see me as a pawn?" Since childhood, Suwon had been a confident individual, nurtured amidst praise, adored by her parents and brother. She had never truly encountered significant malice. Even those who disliked her were typically too intimidated to show it. Behind her back, they might say anything, but in her presence, everyone wore a smile. Thus, Suwon grew up believing herself to be exceptionally clever. She had a natural aptitude for academics, learning swiftly. However, in other areas, she often felt somewhat obtuse. In colloquial terms, she was remarkably oblivious. Previously, when a wealthy girl had playfully ridiculed her, she remained blissfully unaware, inadvertently infuriating the other girl further. Ignoring Suwon's protests, the system continued, "Oh, this girl even has a boyfriend, a man 10 years her senior, who dresses sharply and exudes an air of elite professionalism, likely influenced heavily by her brother. Now she goes around claiming to be her brother's girlfriend, asserting that their relationship is strong. Her parents believe she is mentally unwell and are contemplating sending her to a psychiatric facility. Currently, she is in that facility, venting her frustrations about you online." Suwon concluded, "Well, she has done all the work for me. She has effectively landed herself in a mental institution." However, she was curious about this boyfriend. Was it not illegal to be with a minor? What about her elite boyfriend? If he was discovered with a minor, surely he must have faced consequences? Jingyuan pondered this as well, realizing he had never envisioned himself as so popular, even garnering the affections of high school girls. Before appearing on that variety show, many were initially captivated by his looks, but after interacting with him, they generally preferred to keep their distance. In the words of his commercial rivals, any project associated with Jingyuan would surely extract a hefty toll. System. No one has been imprisoned. That girl concealed her age and student status while being involved with that man. Upon discovering that she was a high school student and aware of her delusional disorder, he promptly sought to contact her parents. One could say that the girl was indirectly sent to a mental institution by that man.
Jingyuan, amasin.
Suwon found herself at a loss for words. After all, one cannot possibly hold a mentally ill person to account. Even those who commit murder due to mental illness often escape the death penalty, let alone someone who merely engages in online slander without committing any other egregious acts. However, she was genuinely taken aback to learn that the most formidable online troll was In fact, a mentally disturbed high school girl. Are contemporary middle schoolers truly this formidable? During her own middle and high school years, she was utterly exhausted, burdened by an unending stream of homework and tutoring sessions, all the while feeling immense pressure due to her perfect older brother. She and her brother had attended the same school since childhood, and teachers would often compare them, directing more attention toward her than other students. The memories of her arduous middle school days nearly brought tears to her eyes. Excelling academically was not a conscious choice for her. It was a passive consequence of being overshadowed by her academically gifted brother. Chapter 130. One more disturbing than the last. Since the first individual was not worth pursuing, what about the other two? Surely, the subsequent two cannot also be mentally disturbed. Suonin. Then please enlighten me about the other two. Did they commit any egregious acts, particularly those of a criminal nature? System. The second individual is a recluse who has indeed engaged in unlawful activities and possesses antisocial tendencies. While in university, he even murdered his roommate through prolonged poisoning. This case remains unresolved to this day. Sue family siblings. What on earth? It even involves murder. Suonin suddenly recalled an incident from today. You can't be referring to the A university poisoning case, can you? This incident had stirred significant controversy online, but as the perpetrator was never apprehended, it gradually faded from public discourse. System. Indeed, that very case. This abominable individual even revisits the crime scene and has kept mementos from his murderous exploits, all stored in a small underground chamber at his home. Suonin gasped, realizing that such a grotesque individual existed. Allowing someone like this to roam freely in society is perilously dangerous. No, she must take action. Su Jingyan also deemed it necessary to intervene and had already begun contacting private investigators. Suonin glanced at her older brother, contemplating an excuse. Brother, I'm currently investigating the dirt on those trolls targeting us. Could you assist me in contacting a few private detectives? I intend to return the favor and, should they have indeed committed any crimes, ensure they face justice. After conveying her intentions, she awaited her brother's response, bracing for a reprimand, as her impulsive ideas often landed her in trouble. To her surprise, her brother agreed. Su Jingyan stated, I will arrange for the private detectives, but you must not act recklessly. Always consider your safety before undertaking any endeavor. His expression was serious, and the system interjected. Your brother looks so dashing like this. In the original story, he had no romantic partner. I wonder if you'll find someone now, and which lucky girl will capture his heart. This remark shattered the atmosphere, leaving the Su siblings utterly speechless. The system's thoughts seemed increasingly erratic, often transitioning abruptly from one topic to another without warning. The third troll was merely a typical, overweight recluse, venting his frustrations online due to his unsatisfactory real life. He did not limit his disdain to the Su siblings but targeted anyone he deemed unworthy. Today, in a fit of bad mood, he unleashed his vitriol on a random individual. His online presence revealed that he had disparaged nearly every celebrity in the entertainment industry, praising one actress as a goddess one day and then denigrating her as a plastic surgery victim the next, even photoshopping unflattering images of her. Although this recluse exhibited some abnormal behavior, when compared to the previous two individuals, especially the second, he seemed relatively normal. After all, he had not committed any crimes, at worst. He merely vented his frustrations online, striking hard while remaining meek in reality. With private detectives investigating the matter, coupled with the system's assistance, uncovering the truth would not pose a significant challenge. However, the pressing concern remained the artists within the company. Given her status as the eldest daughter of the Su family, numerous scripts had come knocking, and they were all quite promising. From contemporary dramas to ancient tales, fantasy epics to serious narratives, a plethora of genres awaited. At the Liu family residence, Ji Yunyang was clinging to his cousin's leg, weeping profusely. The male lead's character had been nearly obliterated, and many had long forgotten his initial appearance. Brother, how can you be so biased? I am your dear cousin. You allocate resources to others without a thought for me. Could you at least spare me a little? You're feeding others while leaving me with scraps. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to secure resources? I still need to hustle for opportunities, and my company is just starting out. My sole variety show has flopped, and I can't even find guests. Who knows when it will air? Can't you show a bit of pity? Observing the snot and tears on his cousin's trousers, Liu Sihing resisted the urge to kick him out, gritting his teeth as he stated, I will give you 3 seconds to get off the floor. If you don't, I assure you, you will be left without any resources. In just 1 second, Ji Yunyang sprang to his feet, wiping his tears and snot clean, leaving everyone puzzled as to how he managed such a feat. Lu Sihing. All right, I'm aware of your resource situation. I recall you're set to film an ancient drama, correct? I can invest in it, and you can choose Suanen's artists to assist her. Upon hearing the word investment, Ji Yunyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. As long as the funds are secured, everything is negotiable. Meanwhile, the artists under Suanen's management were witnessing an unprecedented influx of scripts, most of which featured lead roles. One actress pinched herself, hardly believing her eyes. Am I truly not dreaming? This scene is straight out of my fantasies. Previously, they had only been offered leftover roles, constantly fearing edits or cuts during filming. They had resigned themselves to a life of merely surviving in the entertainment industry, only to find themselves rejuvenated with newfound opportunities. Suanen candidly remarked, I will distribute these scripts to your agents. I expect you to discern which roles suit you best. If your abilities and skills are lacking, refrain from aspiring to lead roles initially. Begin by honing your craft in supporting roles. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you once you are signed on, but we must proceed diligently, step by step. The artists responded with renewed vigor and unwavering confidence. Don't worry, boss. We will not disappoint your expectations. Before long, the company gradually found its footing, and Suanen finally had some leisure time, as the workload had been delegated. Meanwhile, significant progress had been made with the private investigator, leading him to involve the police, for such matters are best handled by law enforcement. Chapter 131. The male lead of the crew has issues. This case stirred considerable uproar online, as it had previously caused quite a commotion. Many were astonished to discover that a notorious online troll was, in fact, a murderer, an exceptionally intelligent and deranged one at that. Good heavens! It is utterly terrifying. How could there exist such a twisted individual? This is a classic case of high IQ crime. Initially, this incident caused widespread unrest online. Although the deceased succumbed to chronic poisoning, the other roommates in her dormitory were also scrutinized by the police. However, no substantial evidence was uncovered. It was merely conjectured that the victim had been poisoned through her exposure to chemical substances, given their specialization in chemistry. I scarcely know how to articulate my disbelief. Moreover, this murderer has inexplicably relocated all the instruments of his crimes to his basement. What could he possibly intend to do with such items? Does he take pride in having evaded capture? Is he truly boastful about committing murder without being detected? In reality, he is a murderer, yet online. He masquerades as a troll. What if one day he loses his composure and decides to abandon his online antics to commit murder in the real world? Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. It is said that Suanen was the one who uncovered this information. Apparently, due to the recent scandal, she identified several of the most notorious trolls and, upon investigation, stumbled upon this shocking revelation. Suanen is rather impressive. She managed to unveil what the police could not. Perhaps the murderer had grown complacent. When the police conducted their investigation, it was shortly after the victim's demise. So, he exercised caution. Years have passed, and he likely never anticipated that someone would delve into his past, leading him to inadvertently reveal some telltale signs. This perspective garnered widespread agreement, for if the police, with their formidable prowess, could not unearth the truth, how could Suanen succeed? The only plausible explanation is that the murderer believed he had escaped danger, and thus let his guard down. I can't shake the feeling that significant events seem to perpetually occur around you. Now we find ourselves embroiled in a murder case.
Su Hinjuan just.
Perplexed as he observed his younger cousins, Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow at his sister. This was not his affair, it was all instigated by her. He was merely a supporting player, having provided the private investigator. Suanen met her brother's gaze and offered an awkward smile, saying it was merely a fortunate coincidence. System. Indeed, it was quite fortuitous. I must take some credit. Last time, it was thanks to my assistance that your cousin was rescued, and this time, it was my help that led to the discovery of the murderer. You should be grateful to me. By the way, have you retrieved the banner from last time? Didn't the police deliver it? Suanen's heart sank. She had completely forgotten. Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan recognized her expression, knowing she had overlooked it. Well, I might have forgotten. Mainly, the police did not reach out to me. Perhaps they overlooked it as well. Without hesitation, Suanen shifted the blame onto the police, confident that they were not present to contest her claim, and even if the system tried to argue, it would be futile. Su Jingyan chuckled and pointed toward the study, saying, Oh, while you were away, the police delivered the banner. It's hanging in the study now. Suinen's eyes sparkled with excitement. They indeed had delivered the banner. The system cheered with glee. I want to see the banner. I want to see the banner. This belongs to me. Suinen retorted. Shut up. You're so annoying. If you keep this up, I want to take you to see it. The system replied, You're such a fair-weather friend. You only call me your little darling when you need something, but otherwise, you disdain me. The Su brothers exchanged glances, their lips twitching. This system had evidently watched its fair share of dramas, as it effortlessly quoted lines from them. Knowing the phrase fair-weather friend indicates a commendable literary foundation. The banner bore the names of Su Unin and Su Jingyan, as they were the ones who had ventured into enemy territory. Naturally, the system's name could not be included, given that it currently lacked a designated title. Can we request the police to send over another banner for this incident? Su Unin replied, exasperated. Don't push your luck. The police are not in the business of mass-producing banners. If you desire one, I can order a multitude online for you. The system protested. That one to do. The nature of the two is entirely different. A self-purchased banner cannot compare to one received for a good deed. If you ever do something commendable again, you must get me a banner. Otherwise, I want to assist you in future endeavors. Suinen thought to herself, how did my system become so difficult to manage? Whatever happened to the obedient and docile system from before? Surely, it couldn't have been replaced. After resting at home for a couple of days, Suinen took Su Jingyan to the film set, while Su Jingyuan chose to stay behind and paint. Brother, I must show you my current prowess. I have invested in this drama as well, with the female lead being one of my artists, and the male lead is from Ji Yunyang's company. Suinen held a fair amount of trust in this original male lead, although he appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. While discussing work, Ji Yunyang exhibited erratic behavior. His expressions quite peculiar. Ji Yunyang, you're the one who is being erratic. If my brother hadn't insisted I accommodate you, I wouldn't be acting this way. After all, I am a handsome man. Upon entering the film set, the presence of the Su siblings caused the actors to become visibly tense. Is this your boss? The young lady of the Su family? And beside her is Su Jingyan, right? The male lead of this drama is Lu Junyi, who possesses a classic, striking appearance. Next to him stood the female lead, Yang Hua, who gazed at Su Nen in admiration. Our boss is stunning. Isn't she? After years in the entertainment industry, I have never encountered anyone more beautiful than my boss. Even her bare face is extraordinarily lovely. Moreover, her brother is incredibly handsome. The genes in this family are simply remarkable. Lu Junyi smiled, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Just as Su Nen enthusiastically introduced her brother, the system interjected abruptly. Big news. The male lead of your crew has issues. Chapter 132. A glance too many can cost you your eyes. Upon hearing this, the siblings immediately turned their attention to Lu Junyi. He noticed their gaze and responded with a warm smile. Su Nen thought him to be quite the upstanding character, embodying a traditional handsome visage, and he hardly seemed like a villain. System, he looks quite respectable. Could he really be involved in any unlawful activities? The system conducted a brief search and replied, not criminal activities per se, but he does engage in abandonment. He is 28 this year and was married to his girlfriend right after turning 22. They even had a child together afterward. Lu Junyi, once merely a supporting actor, suddenly gained a modicum of fame in the past couple of years. Without a second thought, he divorced his wife, renounced his children, and insisted that she leave with nothing. Although he may not have committed any legal transgressions, his character leaves much to be desired. Su Nen felt a wave of revulsion wash over her as she listened. He may not even be that popular now, having just begun to garner some attention, yet he chose to abandon his wife and children.
What kind of person does that?
Su Jingyan frowned, believing that a lack of moral integrity and character is akin to criminality, for one cannot predict when such individuals might engage in unlawful acts. Their absence of boundaries and ethics places their own interests above all else, making it unsurprising that they might resort to illegalities. How could Ji Yunyang's company still sign such individuals? When signing artists, aren't they subjected to any scrutiny? Initially, he thought Lu Junyi to be a reliable figure, but now he finds him quite the opposite. With a lead role in this production, the company would surely face ruin if he continued in this manner. Su Nen approached Lu Junyi, her expression resolute. Lu Junyi, you are the male lead of this drama, correct? Your producer is Ji Yunyang, I presume? Lu Junyi's heart raced at her approach. Could it be that this young lady had taken an interest in him? If she did, it could elevate him to a new social stratum. He had previously courted wealthy women, yet they were often much older and lacked allure. However, this heiress from the Su family was a different story altogether, her beauty eclipsing that of most actresses in the industry. With youth and social standing on her side, one could only wonder who would truly hold the upper hand in such a relationship. Su Jingyan, however, noticed the lascivious glint in Lu Junyi's eyes. Despite his outwardly respectable demeanor, the emotions in his gaze betrayed him. One more glance, and I shall pluck out your eyes. Su Jingyan's tone was icy, compelling Lu Junyi to immediately avert his gaze. Su Anan deemed him to be nothing more than an empty vessel adorned with an attractive facade. This was my inaugural investment in a television drama, as well as the first project featuring artists from my newly established company, thus I hold it in high esteem. I expect all actors involved to uphold a standard of cleanliness in their conduct. Therefore, I require each of you principal actors to furnish me with a comprehensive resume detailing your ages, the number of productions you have participated in, and your marital status, be it married, single, or divorced. Furthermore, any prior scandals, whether true or false, must be disclosed. I do not wish for this production to suffer due to the actions of any one of you. Su Anan's gaze swept over the principal cast and key supporting actors, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The others remained unfazed, accustomed to being overlooked in the entertainment industry, their past endeavors easily verifiable. As for scandals, they had never achieved enough notoriety to attract any. Had they been inclined to engage in unsavory activities, they surely would have garnered more attention by now. Among the group, only Lu Junyi appeared visibly perturbed. His mind was in turmoil. Why had Su Anan raised this issue? Had she uncovered something? Impossible. He had dispatched his mother and child back to their rural home, and there was no way Su Anan could know about his previous marriage. Fear not, fear not. Do not frighten yourself. Perhaps she is merely being cautious to ensure the smooth airing of this drama, he reassured himself. Su Jingyan observed Su Anan and felt a swell of pride. This young lady had matured significantly during this time, her actions exhibiting a newfound reliability. Her excuses had improved remarkably compared to the past, where her justifications were riddled with flaws. Once they exited the set, the siblings immediately contacted Ji Yunyang. It was only fitting that the management of their artists fell to others. Ji Yunyang, overwhelmed with work, answered the phone with little time to spare. What is it? Aren't you supposed to be on set? Has something gone awry? Over the course of their collaboration, Su Anan and Ji Yunyang had grown more familiar with each other. However, during every contract negotiation, there was always a prominent figure present, Lu Siheng. In Lu Siheng's own words, he was there to assist both parties, as their fledgling entertainment companies lacked experience. When Ji Yunyang heard this excuse, he nearly burst out laughing. Assist? Where was this eagerness when my company was just starting? Truly, he thought, love for beauty surpasses loyalty to friends. Su Anan, however, had taken his words at face value, her perception of Lu Siheng quite favorable. Listening to the cacophony on the other end, she decided to be succinct. The male lead of this drama is from your company, correct? His character is questionable. Ji Yunyang paused mid-scroll through the contract. Questionable character? Surely not. I place great emphasis on character when signing artists. Are you certain you prioritize character? Today at the set, you wouldn't believe the way he looked at me. My brother was right beside me, yet he leered at me with such lewdness. It was evident he is no gentleman. If you have the time, perhaps you should investigate him. If he truly possesses a commendable character and has committed no misdeeds, that would be splendid. However, if his character is indeed wanting and he has engaged in unsavory actions, it would be prudent to discover this sooner rather than later, lest we encounter issues during filming that jeopardize the airing of the drama, wasting our efforts. Chapter 133, Matters of the Heart Linked with the Su Family. Ji Yunyang, hearing Su Anan's concerns, found himself uncertain. After all, he did not personally select every artist. Many were signed by his subordinates. All right, enough of your rambling like a monk. I shall conduct a thorough investigation. If anything arises, I will inform you. Once the conversation concluded, the system sighed. Why has this male lead turned out this way? He seems so unreliable, even less dependable than you. In the novel, how is that commercial empire established? He appears nothing like the character described in the text. Su Anan pondered for a moment before responding seriously. Wasn't he the heir to the Lu family? Perhaps the empire was already in existence, merely passing into his hands. The true genius might be Lu Siheng. The system fell silent, realizing there was indeed a possibility. Su Jingyan, seated on the sofa, shook his head in resignation. Why did all his siblings seem to be debtors? Ji Yunyang was likely no different, just another debtor in the family. Brother, how is your art exhibition preparation coming along? Do you need my assistance? That evening, Su Jingyan visited Su Jingyuan's studio, where an array of paintings in various styles adorned the walls. Su Jingyuan set down his brush with a smile. Rest assured, I am fully prepared. I even painted a piece for you to hang in your office. Intrigued, Su Jingyan asked, what did you paint? I hope it isn't something I won't understand, as there are certainly some artworks that elude my comprehension. Perhaps I am simply too conventional. Su Jingyan approached a painting concealed beneath a cloth, swiftly unveiling it with a flourish. This is my gift to you. What do you think? Gazing at the hammer depicted in the artwork, he fell into contemplation. Should he present him with an actual hammer or merely a painted representation? Su Jingyuan, observing his expression, discerned his thoughts. He remarked, the clichés of diligence and hard work depicted in calligraphy artworks are far too common in others' offices. Thus, I thought to create something unique for you. Your character is as unyielding as a hammer, so after much deliberation, I concluded that a hammer would be the most fitting gift. Su Jingyan replied, are you complimenting me or mocking me? Just then, Su Ainen dashed into the studio, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the hammer. Ah, this is what they mean by drawing a hammer, right? Cousin, what inspired you to paint a hammer? To be honest, it's quite aesthetically pleasing, but where on earth should I hang this? Having a hammer in one's home seems rather inappropriate.
Su Hingjuan explained.
This is intended for your brother to display in his office. Glancing at her brother's sulky face and then at the hammer, Su Ainen couldn't help but chuckle. It suits him perfectly. He has the hammer of the workforce, nailing down whoever he deems unworthy. Splendid. Su Jingyan felt an itch in his hands. Realizing that this fellow truly was a troublemaker who wouldn't relent for 3 days without causing a ruckus. Suddenly sensing danger, Su Ainen prepared to flee, only to have her collar yanked back. Daring to mock me, are you? Come out. Let us see how I deal with you. The system sighed, stating, some individuals really are unstoppable in their self-destructive tendencies. Su Jingyuan concurred with the system's observation, noting how these siblings fought daily. Each time, it was the cousin who instigated the conflict, unable to win a verbal battle nor a physical one, yet persistently provoking her brother. Alas, was this not a case of bringing trouble upon oneself? Ah, Mom and Dad, help. Brother is going to kill me. If you don't come down soon, he'll surely finish me off. Su Ainen's desperate cries echoed from downstairs. Su Mother, applying a facial mask without lifting her head, remarked, do you want to check on your daughter? Su Father, engrossed in a book, replied nonchalantly, what is there to check? They bicker like this daily. Rest assured, your son knows his limits. It's likely your daughter who provoked him. Honestly, Su Ainen, why does she always pick fights with her brother when she can't win? Meanwhile, downstairs, Su Ainen continued her cries for help, but no one came to her rescue. She ended up facing the wall while balancing a bowl of water. I just spilled it, so I'll have to endure another half hour. Su Jingyan lounged on the sofa, supervising her plight, while Su Ainen wore a look of grievance, facing the wall. System, will I be subjected to my brother's tyranny for a lifetime? Is there any way to deal with him? The system replied, I have no idea, but you're the one who keeps provoking him. If you didn't instigate him, there wouldn't be any issues. Sometimes it's best to avoid unnecessary provocations. Su Ainen retorted, when have I ever been a troublemaker? Please don't misrepresent me. I'm the epitome of obedience. The system fell silent, as long as you're happy. After standing for half an hour, just as Su Ainen was about to remove the bowl from her head, the system suddenly exclaimed, startling her into dropping it. Glaring at the shattered bowl, she felt an urge to eliminate the system. What was that for? Just 1 second away. Now I have to endure another half hour. Do you have any idea how grueling that is? The system urged, forget about the punishment for now. Your cousin is planning something in the studio, and trouble is brewing. Su Ainen paused, and Su Jingyan leaned in to listen attentively. No need for you to handle it, considering you've endured standing for half an hour. I want to punish you for the bowl. Come over and have something to eat. Su Jingyan, however, was more concerned about what calamity his cousin might be facing in the studio. He had always lived a methodical life without making enemies, the only one being Tangjia. Yet, Tangjia was already incarcerated. Surely he wouldn't be stirring up trouble again? Su Ainen snuggled into a comfortable position on the sofa, eager to hear the system's revelations. Your cousin is gradually transferring his paintings to the studio, but he hired a staff member with sticky fingers who swapped out his artwork. Your cousin is quite famous, albeit he uses a pseudonym, by Hui. This staff member even impersonated him to a girl, inviting her to the studio to view the paintings. Those swapped pieces were gifts for her. The Su siblings found themselves entangled in a web of complex emotions, realizing that every incident at their home seemed to revolve around romantic entanglements.
Su Hingjuan.
Eavesdropping from around the corner, absorbed the information. Chapter 134. This is quite the foolish endeavor. His feelings were decidedly mixed. Someone had impersonated him to pursue romance. He had never even experienced love himself, and now someone was usurping his identity for such a purpose. While Su Ainin felt furious, she also found the situation absurd. What on earth was that staff member thinking? At the exhibition, my cousin will be present. How will he not be exposed then? The system responded. They're not planning for anything long-term. That girl is merely a target for him. For him, it's about the conquest. After which he can resign and relocate without anyone recognizing him. The Su siblings collectively thought, so he's just a scoundrel after all. No. We absolutely cannot allow this scoundrel to tarnish my cousin's reputation. Su Ainen's gaze turned to her elder brother, hoping he could resolve this matter. Upon noticing her expression, Su Jingyan immediately sensed trouble. This girl wouldn't be scheming to involve him again, would she? Sure enough, the next moment, Su Ainin casually concocted an excuse for him to assist her. Brother, isn't my cousin's art exhibition approaching? Could you lend a hand? Some staff members are rather unscrupulous. It's best you keep a close eye on things. My cousin's paintings are his labor of love. If any staff members have ulterior motives, wouldn't that ruin his hard work? With a charming smile, Su Ainin persistently shook Su Jingyan's arm, leaving him utterly speechless. Haven't you become rather clever? Why do you still resort to such half-hearted excuses in my presence? Even the system found her reasoning somewhat jarring. Ainin, are you sure you don't want to find a more convincing excuse? Even I think your rationale is a bit outlandish, and you directly mentioned investigating the staff. Aren't you worried your brother will become suspicious? Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this girl was oblivious in certain matters. Thankfully, they could hear her thoughts. Otherwise, who would believe her words? Su Ainin nonchalantly replied to the system, there's no need for such caution. Even if my brother is clever, he won't suspect my connection with you. Besides, my excuse isn't entirely flimsy. It perfectly showcases my concern for family. Don't you think so? The system was left speechless. As long as you're happy.
Su Hingyan and Su Hingjuan exchanged glances. Apologies.
But we're fully aware that you have a system. Su Ainin, blissfully ignorant, dropped the matter after sharing it with her brother, fully confident in his capabilities. She believed that as long as her brother intervened, nothing would be beyond reach. With her carefree demeanor, she returned to her room upstairs, prompting Su Jingyuan to finally step out of the corner. I've heard everything you both discussed. Let me handle this matter myself. Su Jingyuan also recognized that he could not indefinitely rely on his cousin. As an elder brother, it was his duty to safeguard his younger siblings. He could not allow them to perpetually fret over his well-being. Su Jingyan was aware of his cousin's sentiments and, with a gentle pat on his shoulder, he chuckled. Did you not hear that girl? She requested my assistance. If I were to decline, and she found out, I would be in quite the predicament. You have already been exceptionally busy lately. The art studio's affairs weigh heavily on you. My role is merely to assist in investigating an individual. And this is not my first encounter with such matters. Previously, a driver in our household was involved in a similar incident, using the family car to deceive young women, which nearly escalated into a scandal at the company. Reflecting on that initial experience, Su Jingyan felt a myriad of emotions. It was the first time the system had come to his aid. Su Jingyuan understood that his cousin wished to assist him in a different manner. Then I shall rely on you, he mused. When I find the time, I will create a painting for you. The smile on Su Jingyan's face faltered. One hammer was quite sufficient, and there was no need for a second. His artistic knowledge was limited. He was merely adept at making money. Though he acknowledged that the hammer had its aesthetic appeal, it felt rather odd to display it in the office. Once Su Ainin returned to her room, she began scrolling through her phone. The system was initially tasked with detecting significant news. This process required some time. If the individuals involved were nearby, it would be manageable. But in their absence, it demanded considerable time and energy. And then the system inquired, didn't you want me to help you investigate those directors? You should seize the opportunity to meet them. The distance complicates matters for me. Su Ainin responded, is there a limitation to your range? Aren't you supposed to know everything? The system retorted, if I truly knew everything, I would be omnipotent. With so many people in the world, if I were privy to all their affairs, my system would implode. I can only retrieve information when you request it or if I stumble upon a significant piece of news. If you bring the individuals to me, I can directly capture their information without expending excessive time searching. After absorbing this information, Su Enin understood one key fact. The system was not infallible. Very well. In a couple of days, I will arrange a dinner with those directors and invite Ji Yunyang as well. He cannot simply remain aloof and do nothing. At that moment, Ji Yunyang was in the company, seething with rage. Is this the excellent actor you sourced for me? Abandoning his wife and children. Your judgment is impeccable. After hearing Su Enin's words, Ji Yunyang took it upon himself to investigate Lu Junyi, discovering shocking truths. He had not anticipated that such a neglectful individual still existed, especially among celebrities. Surely, with a mere monetary incentive, he could have spared his wife and child from such a dismal existence. To send them to the countryside. What kind of person does that? The agent, berated mercilessly, dared not utter a word. Lu Junyi was his client, and he had not anticipated that the person he signed would turn out to be like this, especially given Lu Junyi's previously positive reputation. He had been negligent in his research, merely inquiring about the general reputation in the entertainment industry, unaware of the dark realities lurking beneath. Please calm down, Mr. G. I will handle this matter. Lu Junyi has violated our company as contract, and we can terminate our agreement with him and seek compensation for breach of contract. Chapter 135, System. I must learn the art of eloquence from your brother. Ji Yunyang found himself both enraged and bemused by these individuals. Is this merely a matter of compensation? This is a question of character and morality. They are entrusted with responsibilities, yet they conduct themselves in such a manner. They receive a salary but lack commitment. This is beyond absurd. Conduct a thorough investigation. I want every employee scrutinized. Anyone who has ever engaged in illegal or unethical conduct must be dismissed. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover these issues. And as for you, I will hold you accountable for this. You better hope you haven't engaged in any dubious activities, or I will not let you off lightly. Ji Yunyang's gaze bore down on the agent, his frustration palpable. The agent was drenched in cold sweat, having worked in the entertainment industry for years. He knew there were few who could guarantee their innocence. In truth, very few remained untainted in this industry. This could potentially spell disaster for the entire company. The upheaval in Ji Yunyang's realm was swiftly relayed to Su Enin. Savoring a lollipop, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Ji Yunyang. Thank goodness I have you to assist me, or I would remain oblivious to the true nature of the artists under his management. Ji Yunyang has certainly been betrayed by his own. The system replied, indeed, many of his subordinates are duplicitous, engaging in all manner of misconduct. This agent signed Lu Junyi due to personal gain. Lu Junyi had previously struggled in other companies before transferring here. In his previous roles, he often played supporting characters. Even with minor successes, they were insufficient in the competitive entertainment sphere. However, coming to Ji Yunyang's company was a different prospect. It was just starting out, and Ji Yunyang had years of experience, allowing him to compete with many others based on seniority alone. Thus, this leading role was rightfully his. It's a pity he crossed paths with us. Otherwise, he might have navigated through without issue. Su Enin nodded. The entertainment industry was indeed rife with corruption. While a few remained virtuous, it was exceedingly challenging for them to rise to prominence. Tomorrow at noon, I will meet with those directors. You must assist me in thoroughly investigating whether they have engaged in any wrongdoing and their moral standing. I expect to uncover significant revelations. I am eager to witness the myriad facets of human nature. Upon hearing Su Enin's words, Su Jingyan raised his head. When had she arranged to meet with several directors? This was unacceptable. He needed to assign a few individuals to accompany her. What if something went awry? In the lead-up to the new year, he was inundated with company matters, rendering him unable to shadow Su Enin. However, once the festivities concluded, he would be available. The following morning, upon seeing two imposing bodyguards at the door, Su Enin was utterly bemused. I truly do not require bodyguards. I am merely going out to dinner. What would I need them for? One might think I am headed to a brawl. The system interjected. We might indeed be headed to a confrontation. Although I have yet to meet those directors, I have already uncovered some clues. I am merely awaiting confirmation. Thus, it could be said we are indeed on a collision course. Upon hearing the system's remarks, Su's parents nearly burst into laughter, hastily averting their gazes. Su Enin protested, "Can you not afford me a modicum of dignity? Fortunately, my family cannot hear you. Otherwise, I would be left with no face at all. The Su family chimed in, apologies. We can hear everything. The system chuckled and fell silent. Dressed in a tailored suit, Su Jingyan prepared to leave for work. If she intended to prevent those two from accompanying her, he would ensure her departure was thwarted. In the current tumultuous state of the world, there are indeed quite a number of individuals who are acquainted with you. Should an unfortunate event occur where you are kidnapped, what then? Would that not compel us to expend our resources to rescue you? Su Anan widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her elder brother. So, if I were to be truly kidnapped, would you not consider coming to my aid? Am I not your beloved sister? Su Jingyan nonchalantly pushed her oversized head away with his finger, his expression unchanging as he remarked, if you behave, then you are indeed my sister. If you do not, then it is of no consequence. Take these two with you. It is not uncommon for individuals in this circle to travel with bodyguards. Safety is paramount, do you understand? Moreover, your intelligence is not particularly sharp. What if you were to fall prey to someone else's schemes? One must admit, Su Jingyan's words were as cutting as a knife, piercing Su Anan's heart with every utterance. Su Jingyuan quietly remarked to his uncle and aunt, has Jingyan always spoken in such a piercing manner? Has he perhaps honed some art of language? It is difficult to conceive that such poignant words could be expressed without a certain finesse. Su father chuckled in response. These two have always engaged in such verbal sparring. Jingyan has been mature beyond his years since childhood. Although some of his words may sound harsh, they are ultimately for Anan's benefit. He simply struggles with expression. Su Jingyuan retorted, is that what you call struggling with expression? If he were adept at it, his words would be lethal. System. It seems I, too, must refine my linguistic artistry. Su Jingyan's eloquence is truly refreshing. I must learn from him. The others gasped in surprise. Are you really considering emulating that? Su Anan hastily interjected, if you dare to speak like my brother, do you believe I wouldn't sever ties with you? Is it not enough to learn the good without emulating the bad? Are you in a rebellious phase? This system has truly become increasingly disobedient. The corners of Su Jingyan's mouth curled slightly before he quickly suppressed it. This system was quite to his liking. The system, sounding a bit aggrieved, remarked, your brother's speech is not entirely negative. I find his words exhilarating. Though devoid of vulgarity, they carry significant impact.
Su An maintaining an impassive facade.
Responded, currently I am the only one who can converse with you. So, do you wish for me to endure my brother's verbal assaults only to be subjected to your own? Should that be the case, what purpose would her existence serve? What sins had she committed in her past life to encounter two such individuals? Su father, Su mother, and Su Jingyuan could hardly contain their amusement. The system was increasingly aligning with their sentiments, becoming ever more humanized. If the system truly adopted Su Jingyan's manner of speaking, it would indeed be a source of great amusement. Under Su Jingyan's firm insistence, Su Anan ultimately acquiesced to the presence of the two bodyguards. Though she harbored great reluctance, the strength of her elder brother outweighed her own will. Chapter 136. I tolerate no grains of sand in my eyes. Miss Su, upon Su Anan's arrival, the three directors had already assembled. In terms of appearance and demeanor, they resembled respectable individuals. However, one must not judge a book by its cover. Whether they are indeed respectable can be discerned through the system's inquiries. Su Anan commanded, system, get to work. At this dining gathering, the three directors had astonishingly brought along a handsome young actor. Miss Su, these are the newcomers I wish to promote. What do you think of their appearances? They have only just entered the entertainment industry, and as seasoned professionals, we ought to nurture the younger generation. Would you not agree? The bearded director laughed heartily, and one might assume him to be straightforward and forthright. Yet, he was indeed capable of engaging in dubious dealings. Do not dawdle. Go pour a drink for Miss Su. The bearded director urged, pushing a young actor towards Su Anan. The lad appeared barely of age, his expression betraying his nervousness. Miss Su, please have a drink, he stammered, extending a trembling hand with the glass before her. Su Anan recoiled slightly, maintaining her distance, and stated, do not indulge in such frivolities in my presence. If you possess true ability, I shall naturally consider employing you. I have summoned you here to direct, not to engage in any sordid dealings. The bearded director's smile faltered momentarily before quickly returning to normalcy. Miss Su, you jest. I merely intended for the young man to gain experience. Surely you would not suggest such a thing. System. How absurd. As if it is merely a jest, this bearded man has a notorious reputation for such behavior. This young actor is merely a pawn in his game, as the bearded one has a penchant for young boys and girls just stepping into adulthood. Many aspirants in the entertainment industry have fallen victim to his schemes, and while he has yet to ensnare this particular young actor, he intends to offer him to you, thus sparing him from a dire fate. Su Anin felt a wave of nausea wash over her.
Indeed.
One must not judge by appearances. This bearded man enjoys a decent reputation in the industry. Could it be that his accolades are derived from such dubious practices? System. Indeed. He often introduces young talents to others, trading them for resources and wealth. Many naive newcomers are easily deceived by him. His jovial demeanor might mislead you into believing he is a good person, with his candid speech and amiable temperament. A few kind words would lead one to think he is genuinely respectable. Su Anin inhaled deeply, at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew tense in her silence, and the bearded director became increasingly anxious, signaling to the young actor, who timidly nodded. Miss Su, I have brought you a gift. I am uncertain about what girls typically enjoy, so I selected a common present that many would appreciate. As a newcomer, I am still learning the industry's customs. I hope you do not take offense. The young actor produced a gift box from behind him, which Su Anin accepted, but set aside without a glance. Thank you for the gift. However, let us focus on our meal for now. She cast a meaningful glance at the bearded director. I invited you here to assess your capabilities. I am aware you have directed several commendable works, but I am a person who cannot abide insincerity. Beyond talent, I place great importance on character. Those with good character produce commendable work, but I cannot endorse the creations of those lacking integrity. Some individuals produce inferior work, and while I shall refrain from naming names, it is evident. The other two directors broke into a cold sweat, relieved they were not the ones to stick their necks out. Initially, they felt discontented that the bearded director had seized the opportunity to curry favor, only to realize he had stepped into a pitfall of his own making. Listening to Miss Su's tone, it seemed she was well aware of the bearded man's misdeeds. In high society, uncovering the realities of the entertainment world is quite simple. A mere inquiry reveals all. The bearded director had even brought a young actor, truly underestimating her experience. With a mere beckon of her finger, she could summon countless attractive individuals. Why would she settle for such a meager offering? Miss Su, here is my resume, along with records of the dramas I have acted in. Your script is a historical drama, and I have considerable experience in this genre. I am confident in my ability to contribute. The bespectacled director appeared more humble than the previous one. He presented a polished resume along with an impressive portfolio. Su Anin remarked, this individual seems rather decent. I have even watched some of the dramas he has produced. System, could you please assess his character for me? The system responded, unfortunately, his reputation is not commendable. Many of the dramas attributed to him were actually the work of others, and he merely took credit for them. Recently, his assistant director resigned, leading to the failure of his latest project. The man's capabilities are quite limited. He could deceive others in the past. But now that his accomplice has departed, his true skills are laid bare. As the saying goes, when the tide goes out, you can see who has been swimming naked, and he is indeed one of those exposed. With a pensive expression, Su Anin placed his resume aside and stated with an air of authority, I have a preference for honesty, yet you appear to lack sincerity. The bespectacled director's face drained of color. What could she possibly mean by favoring honesty? Had his past misdeeds been uncovered? Indeed, he had persistently exploited his assistant director, a close friend with a humble background, throughout their shared career in directing. The assistant had consistently been tasked with the bulk of the work, while he merely occupied a seat on set, asserting his authority through gestures. However, with the assistant's recent departure, his facade crumbled. Chapter 137. The Nemesis of Criminals, Su Anin. 2 of the 3 directors had already been discredited. Only the last remained. The system interjected, Host, how did you manage to find a rapist and a pedophile among them? What did you just say? The last one is a rapist and a pedophile? Su Anin scrutinized the 3rd director's appearance, a frail, diminutive figure who smiled at her when their eyes met. It was astonishing to think this person was a rapist. Su Anin swallowed hard, suddenly grateful for the 2 bodyguards her brother had arranged for her. None of these men were virtuous. Miss Su, are you all right? The petite man poured her a glass of water, his demeanor so unassuming that one would never suspect him of being a rapist. Taking a deep breath, Su Anin declared, Let us dispense with any pretense. Tell me what you have done in the past. Do not attempt to deceive me. I have already discovered the truth about your affairs. With just the 3 of you, I am at a loss for words. With films, criminals, and even pimping involved, are you truly directors? The expressions of the 3 men shifted dramatically. What was happening? How could she possibly know about their transgressions? Surely, a young woman like her would be easily deceived. How could she be aware of their past deeds? They were entirely unaware of each other's wrongdoings. Among the trio, one was a criminal, and the other two subtly distanced themselves from the small man. It was indeed true that appearances can be deceiving. Who would have thought there was a criminal among them? A glint of malice flickered in the small man's eyes as he dashed toward the exit. A swift kick from Suinen's bodyguard halted him. Impressive. Your brother has chosen well with these two bodyguards. They are not only handsome and fit, but also adept in combat. The system remarked. Your focus seems misplaced. Thankfully, you are not human, or I would suspect you of being a lecherous fiend, Suinen retorted. Call the police? She decided, unwilling to let these three men evade justice. They must face the consequences of their actions. Miss Sue, please help me. I truly regret my past. I will never repeat those mistakes. Just let me go this once. I can assist you in filming dramas, and I will accept no payment. Though the small man possessed some genuine talent, enough to warrant a recommendation to Suinen, his skills were overshadowed by his moral failings. It was a pity that such talent was wasted on such a character. Looking at the weeping figure on the ground, Suinen felt no sympathy. Did you not consider the possibility of this day when you committed your crimes? If I had not exposed you, who knows how many more illegal acts you would have pursued? I understand you may be just a small fish in a vast pond, supported by a network of powerful figures. However, I am unafraid of your connections. I, too, have my own backing, having grown up alongside her brother. Suinen was well acquainted with the machinations of the business world. While her family had shielded her from its darker aspects, she had nonetheless encountered her fair share of unsavory dealings. She simply chose not to engage with them. The system remarked, he is indeed a small fish. There are many more formidable figures behind him, including some prominent actors entwined in his affairs. He has implicated everyone. The entertainment industry is poised for a significant upheaval, a complete overhaul. Oh, and that bearded man is also linked to numerous individuals. After all, he is a pimp. And his clientele consists of many from this very circle, even some from yours. Suinen found the entire situation utterly sordid, so vile it was almost unbearable to contemplate. When the police arrived, they paused momentarily upon seeing her. Miss Sue, we meet again, the familiar officer remarked, instinctively sensing that trouble was afoot. Suinen pointed to the three men and announced, one of them is a pimp, another is a rapist, and the last is a fraudster. The officer replied, wait. How did you manage to uncover so many criminals at once? The system chimed in, haha, even the police are baffled. Perhaps you should offer them an explanation. Suinen explained, I recently established a company and sought a director for a drama, so I investigated these three individuals upon their recommendation. To my astonishment, I discovered that they are all tainted. I arranged this meeting to address these issues. The bearded man frequently introduces his actors to others, while the small man often harasses young actresses, and the last has defrauded his staff for over a decade. The officer remarked, well, it is true that the methods of the wealthy can be quite resourceful. Investigating matters can indeed be quite convenient. Miss Sue, we must ask you to accompany us to the station and share everything you know, they insisted, believing she would be a valuable asset in their investigations. At the police station, Suinen recounted all she had learned, with the system occasionally providing supplementary information. Having the three men in custody made it significantly easier to gather intelligence. There was no need for further searches. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan was at work when he received a call from the police station. You mean to say Suinen has found herself in the police station again? What has happened this time? The officer explained, Miss Su has made a significant contribution by apprehending 3 criminals. 3 criminals? I recall she was to meet with 3 directors. Has she taken them all down? Su Jingyan instructed someone to fetch her. Upon her return home, Suinen eagerly recounted her exploits, relishing in her newfound prowess. You have no idea how repugnant those 3 individuals are. I have never encountered such loathsome people, and to think one of them is a rapist. The entertainment industry can indeed be sordid at times. Some enter with unblemished reputations, but soon find themselves mired in filth, whether by choice or coercion. Chaos reigns supreme. Su Jingyuan offered Suinen a piece of fruit, saying, Fortunately, you brought a bodyguard today. In the future, it would be wise to take a couple more for your safety. Chapter 138. Lu Siheng's intriguing thoughts. The news of Suinen escorting those 3 directors to the police station swiftly reached Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang. Upon hearing it, Lu Siheng became restless, and Ji Yunyang, witnessing his cousin's agitation, thought he must be pricked by thorns. Brother, why are you pacing back and forth in the office? You're making my head spin. Ji Yunyang remarked, Munching on snacks, I know you're worried about Su Ainin, but she's perfectly fine. She even managed to send those 3 scoundrels to the police. Lu Sihing cast a warm glance at his cousin. Just focus on your snacks. Look at the people in your company. I initially believed you could manage well, yet it seems you've been outmaneuvered by some employees. How embarrassing for you. Ji Yunyang's expression stiffened, and he replied, Am I not simply emulating your management style? Isn't that how you handle your subordinates? Why is it unacceptable when I do the same? His cousin had always been his idol, and he had followed in his footsteps since childhood, even adopting Lu Sihing's methods for managing the company. Yet, he wondered why Lu Sihing's management was so orderly and his subordinates so obedient, while he struggled to achieve the same results. He had indeed delegated authority to his team, but they exploited their power recklessly, feeling as though they were invincible with just a hint of authority. Lu Sihing's elite team, on the other hand, executed their tasks with exceptional finesse, leaving little room for criticism. Lu Sihing gazed at his foolish cousin for the umpteenth time, questioning why he was the protagonist of this narrative. Was it truly plausible for someone of such caliber to be the hero of a story? Some methods I employ may not be applicable to you. Our companies are inherently different. Yours is an entertainment agency, so you cannot simply replicate my approach. How about this? I will assist you in managing the company for a few months, and you can observe my methods. In due course, you will naturally learn. Lu Sihing's suggestion seemed remarkably sensible, yet upon reflection, it felt somewhat peculiar. However, Ji Yunyang was enveloped in excitement. He had been utterly exhausted lately, and the prospect of his cousin managing the company was a relief. Moreover, he could learn from Lu Sihing's management style while working under him. All right, brother. Let me hand over the company's affairs to you right now. Recently, most of our projects involve a collaboration with Anshin Entertainment, Su Ainin's company. We are currently co-producing a television drama and have invested in a script that is still seeking a production team. Ji Yunyang recounted the recent developments, noting Su Ainin's involvement in nearly all of them. Lu Sihing listened intently, far more engaged than he would be in a report about his own company. He felt a thrill at the prospect of working with that young lady and wondered if she would be as earnest in her work as she was in her personal life. Su Ainin, lying on her bed, suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. System, is someone cursing me behind my back? The system, engrossed in a drama, replied nonchalantly, perhaps. The 3 scoundrels you sent in are likely cursing you. The police have uncovered the rapist's crimes, and your brother has intervened, ensuring his conviction is all but certain. He will likely remain incarcerated for a long time. The bearded man received several years in prison, but the one who deceived him did not face severe consequences. Su Ainin rubbed her nose. No wonder my nose has been so itchy, and I felt goosebumps. It's because they are cursing me. Let them curse. Those who dare to commit wrongdoings must bear the consequences. Serves them right. The following morning, while still in bed, Su Ainin received a call from Lu Sihing. Ainin, I have found a suitable production team for that script you need to film. Su Ainin, still groggy, replied. What? What team? What filming? Lu Sihing, amused by her sleepy tone, smiled. Ji Yunyang has temporarily entrusted me with the company's affairs, so I'm here to hand over the work to you. Regarding the script, I have a dependable team ready for your project. It must be said that Lu Sihing had an excellent eye for talent, although he lacked a system. His intuition was remarkably astute. Those who worked under him were all competent and of good character. Jealousy exists among individuals, but it must be moderated. If one feels envious, they should engage in healthy competition. Lu Sihing encouraged his employees to compete positively, welcoming anyone with genuine skill. Thus, his team was composed of highly capable individuals, all wary of being outperformed, especially with so many eyes watching. Even for the prospect of higher wages, they could not afford to fall behind. Working beneath such a boss lent a unique prestige to their efforts. Upon hearing Lu Sihing's words, Su Ainin gradually regained her clarity. What was Ji Yunyang thinking? Handing over the company to Lu Sihing? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. She had been overwhelmed with work recently, and if Lu Sihing managed the company, could Ji Yunyang finally take a break? At that moment, Ji Yunyang, acting as an assistant beside his cousin, sneezed. Hold on. Let's meet for lunch today to discuss this matter in detail. It's difficult to articulate everything over the phone. Since there's a team available, we should certainly meet in person. I've been exasperated searching for the right people. If I encounter a few more criminals, it would truly be ill-fated. This is a noble endeavor to rid society of harm, but such fortunate occurrences should not be frequent. What? You're having lunch with Lu Sihing? What are you two having lunch for? Aren't you swamped with company matters? Upon hearing Su Ainin mention lunch with Lu Sihing, Su Jingyan immediately sensed something amiss. Su Anan, while applying her makeup, replied, Ji Yang has temporarily transferred management rights to Lu Siheng, so I am now collaborating with him. It's only fitting for me to dine with him. Besides, I have been searching for a team to film that script. Lu Siheng has a team, which alleviates my immediate concerns. Chapter 139, An Explosive Family. Su Jingyan watched as Su Anan swiftly completed her makeup, his eyes filled with curiosity as he asked, It's just a meal. Why are you dressing up so beautifully? This girl had never been so concerned about her appearance when dining with him. The system, relishing the drama, chimed in, Make sure you look stunning. Given how handsome Lu Siheng is, you must not allow him to outshine you.
Suanan replied confidently, Rest assured.
I will not be outshone. Su Jingyan sighed. I thought you were simply having a meal. It seems you are competing in beauty instead. Lu Siheng was already waiting in the restaurant, checking his phone every few minutes. The clock struck 11:30, and although they had agreed to meet at noon, there was still half an hour left, so there was no need to rush. Lu Siheng had already been waiting since 11, and the waiter had approached him several times, inquiring about his order, but he always replied that he would wait a while longer. The system chimed in. Lu Siheng has been waiting there for almost an hour. Shouldn't you hurry up a bit? Su Anan, seated in the car, retorted with a hint of exasperation. How can I possibly hurry? Should I leap out of the car and fly over? We agreed on 12, and it's not my fault he arrived so early. The system noted. While your reasoning is valid, it sounds rather peculiar coming from you. Upon her arrival, Lu Siheng spotted Su Anan immediately. Miss Su. He greeted with a warm smile as he rose to his feet. The system remarked, No matter how many times you see him, his looks are always breathtaking. How can a man be so handsome? Your brother is already quite attractive, yet Lu Siheng's appearance is even more striking.
Suanan retorted sharply, Bewit.
You infatuated fool. It was amusing that she, surrounded by such beauty, was still swooning over someone else. Listening to their banter, Lu Siheng chuckled softly, covering his mouth. I'm not sure what you like to eat, so I didn't order anything in advance. You can choose whatever you fancy. He poured Su Anan a glass of juice, which she drank without hesitation, declaring, Anything is fine. I'm not picky when it comes to food. As long as there is something to eat, I'm happy. When someone else is treating, why fuss about? Observing Su Anan's bold demeanor, Lu Siheng's lips twitched slightly. This was not quite what he had envisioned. The system eagerly interjected. Let us order one of everything. I want to taste them all. Su Anan shot back. Taste? You can't possibly eat that much. Lu Siheng suddenly felt the system was being rather intrusive. Why had it become so chatty? System. Previously, it affectionately called her sweetheart. Now it seems to find her tiresome. Just as Lu Siheng was about to speak, the system piped up with a shrill exclamation. Anan. There's some juicy gossip. Are you interested? Su Anan's eyes brightened. I'm in. Lu Siheng. It's fine. Let us indulge in some gossip. It's not a big deal. He ordered some signature dishes from the restaurant and then leaned in to listen to Su Anan's gossip. Look at that table to your left. Don't they seem like a particularly harmonious family? A handsome father, a beautiful mother, and well-behaved children. It's quite a sight. Su Anan nodded. True, but what is so special about them? It's just a family out for a meal. Lu Siheng scrutinized the family and found nothing particularly remarkable. They were simply enjoying a meal together, with a loving couple and their considerate children. The system chuckled slyly and said, But they are not just any harmonious family. They're a blended family, and quite an unusual one at that. A blended family? Both Su Anan and Lu Siheng were bewildered. How unusual could it be? Just a pair of parents with their children? The system anticipated their confusion and clarified. There's no blood relation among them. The woman brought the girl with her when she married the man. And that girl is the daughter of the woman's ex-husband and his wife. The man's son is from his previous marriage. So the boy is the son of the man's ex-wife and her husband. What on earth? This explanation was dizzying. Su Anan was utterly lost. But Lu Siheng understood, albeit unable to enlighten her. System, could you articulate this a little more clearly? I'm utterly confused here. The system explained. The woman is the stepmother of the girl. She married the man, who is the stepfather of the boy. After the man married the boy's mother and divorced, the boy stayed with his stepfather. Su Anan's eyes widened in shock. That's utterly mind-blowing. Lu Siheng sipped his juice, contemplating the tangled relationships. Indeed, this family was quite chaotic. The two children were raised by their stepfather and stepmother, meaning there was absolutely no blood relation among the four of them. The system continued. And their relationships are particularly explosive. The man and the woman are married, while the boy and girl are dating. What a perfect pairing.
Swan and Gulpez.
Now at a loss for words. She had only one pressing question. So, do the parents know their children are dating? Lu Siheng observed the boy and girl, who appear to be about 15 or 16. Definitely young love. The system replied, uncertain. They seem quite pleased to see their children getting along so well. Su Ainin and Lu Siheng exchanged glances. Pleased? If this continues unchecked, it could lead to serious trouble. If they were adults, their lack of blood relation might not pose much of an issue, but allowing these underage children such intimacy was alarmingly precarious. Goodness. The boy was surreptitiously holding the girl's hand. They even exchanged knowing smiles. Su Ainin's brows furrowed deeply, without the system's interjection. She might have genuinely believed they were just a harmonious family. The system added, and it doesn't stop there. Do you know why the man married the woman? Su Ainin replied, how could I know? If you hadn't pointed out their complexities, I'd have been none the wiser. The system chuckled, because the man has a fondness for the girl's biological father. The man and the girl's biological father were once lovers, but separated for various reasons. The girl's father has passed away, which is why this man married the woman, to care for the only bloodline left by his beloved. Su Ainin and Lu Siheng were left astonished. This was indeed a bombshell. Chapter 140. Are you certain this world is a romance novel and not a boy's love story? Su Ainin had heard her fair share of gossip. Yet one pressing question lingered in her mind. System, may I ask you something? You must answer me honestly. The system replied. What question? I can answer anything honestly. Are you curious about Lu Siheng's secrets? Lu Siheng, seated across from her, stiffened at the implication. What secrets could he possibly have? He was as transparent as daylight. Su Ainin clarified. No, my question is whether this novel is genuinely a romance or a boy's love story. The system was taken aback. Lu Siheng, what? Su Ainin elaborated. I've learned quite a bit from you. Many men seem to be attracted to other men, including my father and brother. I can't imagine how many people secretly adore them. I'm genuinely concerned for their well-being. Plus, that man at the table, he has gone to such lengths for his former lover. It's astonishing. So, I truly question whether this novel is a romance or a boy's love story. Do you think my brother might end up with a man? The system fell silent. And honestly, it began to question that itself. Please hold on. I'll check and get back to you in a few minutes. Lu Siheng lowered his head, his mind racing. Su Dong and Su Jingyan were apparently admired by numerous men, more than one. The allure of the Su family duo was no small matter. Yet, it seemed the objects of their affection were somewhat unconventional. Lu Siheng touched his own face. He wasn't too shabby either. Could there be men secretly harboring feelings for him as well? Before long, the system returned, confidently stating, Ainin, I can unequivocally confirm that this novel is indeed a romance. As for how it has evolved into its current state, I am somewhat at a loss. Especially since you have altered fate itself, the female protagonist seems to have vanished without a trace. Jiang Yan had not made an appearance for quite some time. She had previously entangled herself with a wealthy heir. However, it was evident that the heir would never marry her. Thus, she cleverly extracted a substantial sum as a breakup fee from him and has since relocated abroad. The system also inquired about her life overseas, and one word sufficed to describe it: opulence. Furthermore, she had captivated a foreign tycoon who was enamored by her oriental beauty, treating her with utmost adoration. Yet, marriage was off the table. Nonetheless, Jiang Yan managed to receive considerable financial support from this foreign gentleman, who was exceedingly generous. With her beauty, liberality, and newfound wealth, she swiftly acclimated to her new lifestyle and had no intention of returning home. Indeed, Jiang Yan was resolute in her decision to remain abroad, where life was far more exhilarating. In her homeland, existence was mundane, but abroad, she felt like the protagonist, the center of attention at various soirees, surrounded by admirers. This was the life she believed she was destined for. Life in a book ought to resemble this. Her previous existence in the domestic sphere was utterly unremarkable, devoid of the privileges afforded to a leading lady. Upon hearing the system's remarks, Su Ainin sighed. Perhaps the narrative merely chronicles the romance between the male and female leads, glossing over the emotions of others. During the meal, Su Ainin found the flavors of the dishes quite satisfactory. She engaged in delightful conversation with Lu Siheng, who proved to be a genuinely wonderful person, far from the cold demeanor he initially projected. Ji Yunyang, that is merely your perception. Moreover, Lu Siheng exhibited remarkable gentlemanly qualities. Attending to her every need, Su Ainen was free to indulge in her meal while he handled everything else. He deftly removed bones from meat dishes and cautioned her about spicier options, showcasing a commitment to exemplary service. The system observed Lu Siheng's demeanor and sensed an incongruity. The text described a prematurely deceased Lu Siheng as cold and distant, typically reticent in sharing his thoughts, and dining with him was a rare privilege. Yet, who was this gentle, smiling figure before her? The system began to draw upon its extensive knowledge to elucidate this phenomenon, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Ainen. Lu Siheng is courting you. Su Ainen, in the midst of sipping her soup, nearly choked at this proclamation. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Siheng, upon hearing the system's comment, merely paused, not reacting overtly. It seemed the system possessed more utility than she had initially surmised, proving to be less foolish than anticipated. The system hastily elucidated, Lu Siheng is not at all like this in front of others. His colleagues describe him as a cold, unfeeling automaton, ruthless and iron-fisted. Even with Ji Yunyang, he is only slightly more lenient. He could never exhibit such warmth towards you. When a man is this tender towards a woman, especially while dining, there are but two conclusions. Su Ainen inquired, what are those two conclusions? Lu Siheng raised an eyebrow, equally curious about the system's deductions. The system replied, the first conclusion is that he views you as a daughter. Only a good father would treat his daughter with such kindness and meticulous care. However, given your respective ages, this first conclusion is untenable. Lu Siheng is merely in his 20s, far too young to exhibit paternal instincts. Thus, the second conclusion is far more plausible. He is attracted to you. Men are typically attentive and considerate towards their girlfriends or wives, particularly those they have yet to win over. Lu Siheng felt inclined to commend the system for its astute analysis. He hoped Su Ainen would gain some insight from the system's observations, even if just a modicum. Su Ainen now appeared utterly bewildered. She glanced up at Lu Siheng, who beamed at her with an enchanting smile. This smile was the culmination of countless hours spent practicing in front of a mirror, perfectly sculpted to achieve the most alluring curve. Gazing at the beaming Lu Siheng and reflecting on the system's recent assertions, Su Ainen suddenly felt a rush of warmth flooding through her, leaving her thoughts in disarray. Lu Siheng, our conversation has concluded, and the meal is finished. I shall take my leave now. We can reconnect at a later time. With that, she grabbed her bag and departed, while the system incessantly remarked, you're doomed. You've fallen in love. Chapter 141, Xue Qian's hemorrhoids act up at the Su residence. The system relished the unfolding drama, and as Su Ainen journeyed home, it continued its relentless commentary. Her mind became a cacophony of thoughts echoing the phrase, you're doomed. You've fallen in love. Shut up. How can a system that has never experienced love comprehend its essence? The system retorted, one need not have tasted pork to recognize a pig when they see one. I have observed countless romance dramas and read numerous novels. While I may lack personal experience, I am, in theory, an expert. In truth, Lu Siheng is quite remarkable. I believe he is worthy of you. In the system's eyes, Su Ainen was not someone just anyone could match. Only someone of equal caliber to Su Jingyan could be deemed worthy, and that person happened to be Lu Siheng. Su Ainen still found it hard to believe. She was acutely aware of her own nature, fond of indulgence, revelry, and leisure. Even though she had recently established a company, her intent was to avoid work as much as possible. Once the company was up and running, she anticipated returning to her carefree lifestyle. Lu Siheng, known for his notorious workaholic tendencies, could hardly be expected to develop feelings for her. She decided to set aside these musings for now and focus on her professional obligations. Upon returning home, Lu Siheng was in high spirits, so much so that even Ji Yunyang, the ever-bumbling cousin, sensed his brother's elation. Seizing the opportunity, he made an outrageous request. Brother, may I borrow your yacht for a little excursion? It has been ages since I last enjoyed a getaway. I feel as though I am becoming one with my office chair. Establishing a company was exhausting, and while he wished to prove himself, the toll it took was immense. This morning, as Ji Yunyang gazed into the mirror, he lamented the loss of his former charm. Who was this disheveled figure staring back at him? Lu Siheng's smile instantly faded. Why would you want to go out when there are no birthdays or holidays? Are you unaware of the pressing matters at your company? Do you wish for me to assume full responsibility for your affairs? I am here to teach you, not to enable your idleness. Should I discover any slacking on your part, you shall not escape my wrath. Ji Yunyang thought to himself, you are heartless and unfeeling. Why can't you treat me with a modicum of kindness as you do Su Ainen? Of course, he dared not voice this complaint, lest he incur his brother's ire. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Su Ainen promptly dismissed thoughts of Lu Sihing, as a certain individual in her household was experiencing a flare-up of hemorrhoids.
Ah,
The pain. My derriere aches. Today, Xue Qian suddenly expressed his desire to host a hot pot gathering at his residence, coincidentally to reunite with their recently rediscovered cousin. Su Jingyan was initially opposed to the idea, yet Su Jingyuan acquiesced, resulting in a majority vote of 2-1, thus solidifying the plan for the hot pot feast. The original intention was to prepare a inyang pot, with Xue Qian opting for the non-spicy side. However, he succumbed to temptation and indulged entirely in the spicy offerings, ultimately suffering the consequences of an upset stomach and an unfortunate bout of diarrhea, exacerbating his hemorrhoids. The Su brothers observed Xue Qian's anguished form sprawled on the sofa, their expressions mirroring a shared incredulity. Su Jingyuan glanced at his cousin and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, how on earth does he still have hemorrhoids? You never mentioned this to me. Su Jingyan retorted, it's not as if I announced to everyone that Xue Qian suffers from hemorrhoids. That is his personal predicament, a consequence of his own lack of self-control. Meanwhile, Su and his wife had discreetly retreated to make a phone call to the Xue family. Hello, old Xue. Your son has encountered a situation at our home. Yes, his hemorrhoids have flared up. Is there anything we can do? Medication? Unfortunately, no one in our household suffers from hemorrhoids, so we seem to lack the necessary supplies. Should we take him to the hospital? Very well. We will ensure he gets there shortly. Xue's father stared at his phone, his expression a mix of disbelief and embarrassment. Your son ventured to another house for hot pot and has now triggered his hemorrhoids. Now they are calling me for guidance. He covered his face with one hand, feeling a profound sense of shame. Why must it be this humiliating? Xue's mother looked equally perplexed, pondering why they should concern themselves with a child who lacks any semblance of discretion. Just have the Zhu family take him to the hospital. If he needs surgery, let him have it. This is utterly vexing. Upon returning home, Su Ainen found Xue Qian lying pitifully on their sofa. What has happened? Why does Xue Qian appear so tormented? The system chimed in, haha, he overindulged during the hot pot feast, resulting in a hemorrhoid flare-up. Your father is preparing to summon a driver for his hospital visit. Su Ainen exclaimed, what a character he is. Since this is their family's predicament, it falls upon the Su brothers to escort Xue Qian to the hospital. Su Jingyuan sighed, is it possible for me to avoid this? I have artwork to finish at home. This is just too embarrassing. 2 men accompanying another man for a medical examination of his posterior. What a spectacle. Su Jingyan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, added, I share your reluctance. I have work obligations as well. I can only imagine the shock our presence would instigate at the hospital. 2 men escorting another for such a reason. It invites far too many interpretations. Su mother, observing her sons, remarked with a smile, he came over to spend time with you. Therefore, you must take responsibility. It's merely a matter of escorting him. Xue Qian protested vehemently, no. Just let a driver take me. I cannot bear this humiliation. 2 men accompanying me to see a doctor. What on earth will the physician think? Xue Qian, still clinging to a shred of dignity, was unable to accept this fate. Su Ainen raised her hand cheerfully. I can take him. I assure you I will complete the task. Be quiet. The Su brothers quickly pulled the enthusiastic girl behind them. What business do you have in this matter? If someone were to photograph this, what would become of your reputation? The system reassured, Ainen, do not fret. I can relay Xue Qian's situation to you later. You need not accompany him. I will ensure you are fully informed. Su Ainen responded, thank you, system. You truly are the best to me. The Su family ultimately arranged for a driver and butler to escort Xue Qian to the hospital. Following his hemorrhoid surgery, they would visit him. I will never eat hot pot again. Never. Xue Qian lamented in the car, though his cries bore little weight. He claimed the same each time his hemorrhoids flared, yet inevitably returned to the same indulgences. Chapter 142, You two better not sway. How can you be so flamboyant just to go out for a meal? At long last. He had undergone the hemorrhoid surgery, and when Su Ainen and the others visited him, he lay in bed, wearing an expression of utter desolation. Su Jingyan, observing his state, chuckled. Well, this should eradicate the issue at its root. However, it seems that if you do not take proper care, this malady may resurface. So, do be diligent moving forward. Xue Qian lay on the bed, utterly speechless, mortified at having exposed himself for so long before a group of men, and anticipating further visits from nurses for medication. Su Ainen offered consolation. Mr. Xue, do not be too disheartened. Consider the silver lining. You shall no longer be plagued by hemorrhoids. The system quipped, indeed. I can hardly imagine those flamboyant strides he took when his hemorrhoids flared. What a contrast to the dashing, robust CEO he usually is. One might have thought he had just returned from Thailand. The Su siblings exchanged bemused glances. Where have you been studying? Your tongue has grown quite sharp, they remarked. The system, ever evolving its persona, seemed to revel in its newfound sharp wit, perhaps influenced by the plethora of novels and dramas consumed. Su Ainen interjected, System. Let us not speak so harshly. He is already in a most unfortunate state. Thankfully, he cannot hear you, or he would surely leap from his sickbed to confront you. The system haughtily retorted, It is precisely because he cannot hear me that I speak so freely. After a brief visit, the siblings were ushered out, as Xue Qian wished to avoid being seen in such a disheveled state, particularly with a nurse arriving to change his dressings. He had vehemently requested a male nurse to assist him, but the hospital had refused. To make matters worse, the female nurse seemed to be an intern, clumsy in her duties, and blushed upon seeing his appearance while attending to his needs. Whoever claimed that doctors and nurses are indifferent to the appearance and gender of their patients had never encountered Xue Qian. His handsome visage inevitably drew attention. The nurse even complimented him on the roundness of his posterior, which, while somewhat embarrassing, he found oddly satisfying. After leaving the hospital, the Su siblings sought out a restaurant to dine. This place has excellent reviews online. Shall we try it? Su Ainen suggested, having found a highly rated establishment called Fantion, boasting an abundance of 5-star reviews and appealing images of its dishes. System, could you check if the food at this restaurant lives up to the hype? She requested. The system, ever resourceful, responded, The food is indeed delightful. The online reviews are not misleading. You should hurry there. The restaurant's prices were steep, and Su Ainen feared encountering a place where the costs did not align with the quality of the food. Su Jingyuan and Su Jingyan were nonchalant about her choice, content as long as there was food to eat. I have also prepared 2 bottles of exquisite wine. Since we have no pressing matters today, let us enjoy a splendid meal together. Su Ainen had long wished for a proper outing, feeling refreshed now that her responsibilities were nearing completion, and her life was gradually returning to a joyful rhythm. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow at Su Ainen, skepticism evident in his gaze. Are you certain you want a drink? Given your notoriously poor tolerance? He queried, bemused that she would even contemplate a celebratory drink. Su Ainen protested. My brother is clearly mocking me. He must be. The system remarked, I can help you ascertain that he is undoubtedly mocking you. However, it is indeed true that your tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. And I advise against drinking. Su Jingyan chuckled internally at this, realizing even the system acknowledged the girl's lack of drinking prowess. He found it perplexing how she mustered the audacity to utter such words. As the sibling duo appeared poised to quarrel once more, Su Jingyuan interjected, positioning himself between them, and gently smiled. Consuming a drink or 2 is hardly a problem. Let us cease this bickering. I am already quite famished, so shall we proceed? Su Jingyuan had long since deciphered the temperaments of the 2 siblings, who engaged in minor squabbles daily and larger disputes every few days. Although their parents had advised to disregard their antics and let them resolve their differences, Su Jingyuan felt a responsibility as the elder brother to look after his younger siblings. Continuous bickering would not be conducive to their relationship, even if it seemed that their bond strengthened with each argument. Indeed, their relationship seemed to flourish through conflict, as they invariably reconciled within 2 hours following a dispute. Since my cousin has spoken, I shall not hold it against you, she declared. But I am determined to indulge in some drinking today, and you both shall join me. I am eager to witness your capacities for alcohol. She was aware that her elder brother could handle his liquor well, having honed his skills through numerous social gatherings and banquets, yet she remained uncertain about her cousin's tolerance. It would be preferable for him to possess a decent tolerance, as fame would inevitably lead to social engagements where the ability to drink would prove advantageous. The system commented, I cannot quite place it, but I have an unsettling premonition that something undesirable may transpire. However, upon inspection, it appears there are no significant issues at that restaurant. Its intuitions were usually accurate, yet the absence of any substantial problem left it puzzled as to the source of its unease. Stop overthinking, Su Ainen urged. Just watch them drink. During the meal, Su Anin sensibly limited herself to 2 glasses before ceasing, subsequently focusing on pouring drinks for her 2 brothers. Su Jingyan consumed glass after glass without much sensation, as this trivial amount of alcohol barely affected him. He often drank far stronger spirits at night.
Conversely, Su Hingjuan struggled,
his face reddening akin to a ripe fruit after merely half a bottle. Observing her cousin's state, Su Anin exclaimed in surprise. Is my cousin truly so weak in his drinking capacity? I feel he is barely better than I. Su Jingyan chuckled at her incredulity, thinking it amusing how she insisted on overindulging him. Suddenly, both siblings found their heads grasped firmly by Su Jingyuan, who, in a haze, declared, "You two, quit swaying about. Is it too much to ask to enjoy a meal without such flamboyance?" The system erupted in laughter. "Haha, you are both merely dining, yet your cousin. It appears as though you are indulging in wild antics." Su Anin and Su Jingyan exchanged exasperated glances. Su Jingyan retorted, "Brother, we are not being flamboyant. You are the one who is inebriated." Frowning, Su Jingyuan protested. "How could I be drunk? I have only had a few drinks. Do not underestimate my capacity. I am not Su Anin." Su Anin widened her eyes. "Why must you bring me into this? My tolerance is commendable." With a hiccup, Su Jingyuan playfully smacked Su Jingyan on the back of the head, causing his mind to buzz. "Oh, you love to feign maturity. Look at that pouting mouth," he teased. Su Jingyan could only shake his head. Meanwhile, Su Anin quietly chuckled to herself, finding her intoxicated cousin quite amusing. The system noted, "Your cousin perceives your brother as overly serious, always wearing a stern expression at such a young age." Su Anin replied, "It's no wonder he slapped my brother. I too find my brother's perpetual seriousness unappealing. He possesses such striking looks, so much like mine, yet he seldom smiles." Su Jingyan interjected, "You both seem to be mistaken. I am the owner of a company. If I were to wear a constant smile, how could I fulfill my duties as a boss? Am I to greet my employees with a grin displaying all 8 of my teeth? I truly do not comprehend your reasoning." Exasperated, he took hold of his cousin's hand and said, "Let us eat something. You have been so preoccupied with drinking that you have neglected to eat. Once we finish, we shall return home." Su Jingyuan obediently nodded and, without hesitation, removed his shoes, presenting them to Su Jingyan's mouth. "Ah, allow me to feed you." Witnessing this, Su Anin nearly burst into laughter. "Haha, brother, please open your mouth. This is a heartfelt gesture from our cousin. How touching to witness such brotherly love." Faced with the shoe now hovering by his lips, Su Jingyan's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. Su Jingyuan continued to urge him, "Hurry and eat. It tastes delightful and has a wonderful chewiness." The system chimed in, "Haha, can shoes indeed possess chewiness? Open your mouth for a bite." Taking a deep breath, Su Jingyan removed the shoe and asserted, "This is inedible. Let us eat proper food. If you do not wish to eat, we can head home at once." Why was his cousin so bothersome when intoxicated? He was even more difficult than that insufferable girl. When she drank, she would sing, cry, and utter nonsensical words, yet afterward, she would peacefully fall asleep. But why did his cousin's drunken state manifest such lunacy? The only term he could conjure to describe it was madness. As Su Jingyuan stuffed food into his mouth, he glanced forlornly at his shoe on the ground. "If you do not fancy shoes, I can offer you my slippers. They're quite delectable as well." Su Jingyan fell silent for 3 seconds. "No, thank you. I do not wish to eat shoes." He harbored no peculiar inclinations. Why would he want to consume such items? Su Anin and the system were in stitches. Unable to continue eating, Su Anin even began recording the spectacle on her phone. Such a rare occurrence could not be missed. After this, her cousin would undoubtedly refrain from alcohol in the future, so each second of footage was precious. The meal devolved into a chaotic affair, with Su Jingyuan obsessively attempting to feed Su Jingyan a variety of absurd items. From slippers to clothing to books and finally, a drawing, Su Jingyan maintained a scowl, insisting he had no desire for any of it. Su Anin shared the video in the family group chat, unaware that their family had 2 separate groups, one including her and the other excluding her. At that moment, Su mother and Su father were engrossed in their meal, nearly choking on their food upon viewing the video. "What on earth are they doing? My nephew and son are behaving inappropriately," was Su father's first thought. Su mother smacked him lightly. "What are you thinking? Jingyuan is clearly intoxicated. Just look at his nonsensical ramblings. I must say, your family's tolerance for alcohol is remarkably poor." Su father disagreed vehemently, "But Jingyan is also part of our family. His tolerance is quite commendable. Do not generalize. Su mother countered. That is because my son resembles me. Look at your alcohol tolerance, then at your daughter's, and now compare it to your nephew's. Recall how your son struggled with just a few drinks when he first began socializing. He has merely trained himself to improve over time. Su Jingyan had indeed experienced a lack of tolerance in his earlier days. He eventually realized that he could not avoid drinking altogether, as business interactions often necessitated it. Thus, he diligently honed his capacity, and now he could drink with ease. Be cautious, be cautious. Later, you'll sit in the back and keep an eye on cousin. Take good care of him. Su Jingyan's meticulously styled hair had now become a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest, and Su Ainin was not faring any better. Her beautiful long curls now in disarray. Su Jingyuan clutched the hair of both individuals, refusing to let go. And only when he was tugging at their hair did he exhibit a semblance of calm. Su Ainin managed to extricate her hair from Su Jingyuan's grip. Brother, please drive steadily. I'm worried cousin might get nauseous. Rest assured, just take care of him and yourself. I've already called mom and dad. They're at home preparing hangover soup. We can never allow these two to drink again. The older one has a weak tolerance and the younger one is even worse. Only I possess a somewhat decent capacity. My painting is unfinished. My exhibition is fast approaching. Su Jingyuan attempted to rise from his seat, only to bump his head against the car roof. Su Ainin reassured him, the painting is complete. Your exhibition pieces have long been finished and are now in preparation, so fret not. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyuan nodded, but then suddenly turned again. Did I truly finish? I don't remember at all. Su Ainin replied, your lack of memory is due to your inebriation. Once you sober up, it will all come back to you. System. TSK. Dealing with a drunkard is exceedingly troublesome. I believe you can now comprehend your brother's feelings of care for you. Su Ainin. Silence. When I drink, I'm certainly not this unruly. I am quite obedient.
You know.
Su Jingyan chimed in. Does the term obedient even hold any relevance for you? Chapter 144. Su Jingyuan exclaimed, Ah. My dignified image as the responsible eldest brother is ruined. Upon arriving home, Su Jingyuan clung to Su Jingyan, unwilling to let go. Su father, Su mother, and Su Ainin stood nearby, their expressions particularly peculiar. Why does this scene appear so odd? Yet I cannot pinpoint what exactly seems off. System. Aren't you going to separate those two? Su Ainin replied, don't worry. My brother can handle it alone. Su Jingyan felt on the verge of collapse. Why was it that those who drank became so difficult to manage? Su Ainin, once intoxicated, would be easily carried away, considering her petite stature. But cousin with his height and build was indeed a challenge to lift. Gritting his teeth, Su Jingyan addressed his parents, Mom, Dad, why are you just standing there? Come help me. I can barely hold him up. Only then did the Su couple snap back to reality. Oh, hold on a moment. Let me take a picture first. Afterward, I'll rush over to assist. Su mother hurriedly produced her phone to capture the moment. Such a scene was a rarity. And how lovely did these two children look together. Su Jingyan. The system, unable to contain itself, queried, is your mother shipping a CP? Shipping her own son with her nephew? Su Ainin glanced at her mother's beaming smile, and then at her brother and cousin locked in a tight embrace. Nodding affirmatively, it seems so, and she appears quite delighted about it. Behold the smile on her face. Mother had never smiled at father like that. Su Jingyan felt utterly speechless. Was he truly their biological child? Even at this moment, they were shipping a CP? They were far too contemporary. Once the photographs were taken, Su Jingyuan was finally subdued and forced to drink a bowl of hangover soup. I refuse to consume this horrid concoction. I am not drunk at all.
Come.
I shall perform the moonwalk for you. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he stumbled into the spacious hall and began to demonstrate his moonwalk. The execution was somewhat wobbly, unmistakably resembling a spacewalk, yet he believed his performance to be flawless. The 4 members of the Su family watched in trepidation, fearing he might fall, but he steadfastly repelled anyone's approach, dancing as if possessed and convinced of his prowess. Su father glanced at his nephew and gravely remarked, perhaps we should refrain from allowing him to drink in the future. His tolerance is truly lacking. Even inebriated, he shouldn't be this out of control. The Su family's genes are not so deficient. Perhaps this nephew has undergone some genetic mutation. Su Ainin and the system found it all quite amusing. System. You might consider inviting your cousin to drink more often. His demeanor when intoxicated diverges significantly from his usual self, revealing just how much he suppresses his true nature. Su Anan. My cousin is typically refined and graceful. I thought he would merely sleep off the effects of drinking, yet I never imagined he would be so wild. It's exhilarating. I believe he would shine on the dance floor. Listening to their conversation, the three members of the Su family were rendered speechless. They hoped to dissuade him from drinking in the future, yet she wished to take him clubbing. With her meager tolerance, how could she possibly drag him along? They would surely be the spectacle of the dance hall. The night was truly prolonged. After Su Jingyuan concluded his impromptu dance, he began to vomit. Perhaps the swaying had unsettled his stomach. Following the expulsion, he regained a measure of clarity, making the subsequent care somewhat easier. Once everything was settled, Su Jingyan collapsed in his room, utterly devoid of energy. This was even more exhausting than a 2-hour workout at the gym, not to mention the emotional toll. They could never allow these two to drink again. Su Anan was unrelenting, and now cousin was equally unmanageable. The thought of both of them intoxicated together sent shivers down his spine. It was simply too terrifying. The next morning, Su Jingyuan lay in bed, eyes wide open. His expression one of utter despair. What is the worst part of being drunk? It's the ability to vividly recall every event that transpired while inebriated. My heavens! How did it come to this? Is my tolerance truly this poor? Su Jingyuan began to doubt himself. He considered his drinking ability quite decent, often enjoying a drink or two. How had he succumbed to such a state this time? Since he began drinking, he had never been so thoroughly inebriated. Previously, even after a bender, he would merely sleep it off. How could he have gone completely berserk? How am I to face them now? My image is utterly ruined. Su Jingyuan had always considered himself the composed and dependable older brother, tasked with caring for his siblings and respecting his elders, yet yesterday had obliterated that identity. Outside, the 4 members of the Su family had already risen. Su mother nudged Su Anan, saying, "Go check if your cousin is awake. He should have roused by now." Su Anan eagerly awaited this cue, rushing to the door of Su Jingyuan's room and knocking twice before calling out, "Cousin, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat. After drinking so much last night, you need something to settle your stomach." Su Jingyan had also positioned himself beside Su Anan. "Brother, I know you're awake. Hurry up. What's done is done, and regardless of your reluctance to confront it, you must accept it." Su Jingyan's approach was one of earnest counsel, albeit his sincerity felt somewhat piercing at the moment. Su Jingyuan's muffled voice emanated from within. "Just eat without worrying about me. I need a moment to digest what transpired yesterday." Although he felt a sense of joy from his family's concern, he truly did not require it at this moment. What he desired was to be overlooked, preferably for everyone to temporarily forget his existence. The Su siblings exchanged a glance and simultaneously shook their heads before departing. "System, your cousin's psychological resilience is rather lacking. As the saying goes, a person without shame is invincible. As long as I don't feel awkward, the embarrassment lies with others. Was it not merely a few drinks that led to some drunken antics? He has not committed any immoral acts. Facing it with composure should suffice." I recall that after your last drinking episode, you even snipped a hole in your brother's frequently worn suit pants. You faced that incident with remarkable composure and even received a beating for it. Suanan, Su Jingyan, Chapter 145, Lu Sihing values appearance over kinship. That day, after Su Anan became inebriated, she truly seized her older brother with reckless abandon. Instead of retreating to her own room, she chose to invade her brother's space, bursting into his closet and commandeering his most frequently worn pair of trousers. Before anyone could react, she audaciously snipped a hole in the seat of the pants, right in the center. Despite her staggering steps, she somehow managed to wield the scissors with alarming steadiness, leading Su Jingyan to suspect that she was feigning intoxication. He promptly apprehended her and delivered a beating, after which she became quite docile. The system observed the siblings squabble with astonishment, utterly perplexed as to how 2 grown individuals could engage in such a scuffle. Furthermore, Anan, knowing she could never best her brother, why did she continue to provoke him? Was she not courting her own misery? The system dragged the siblings back to that moment, causing Su Anan to awkwardly purse her lips. Relieved that her brother could not overhear, Su Jingyuan took an entire morning to recover, clearly indicating the profound impact that night of revelry had on him. Su mother developed the photographs taken the previous evening, displaying them prominently in the living room. As Su Jingyuan dined, the sight of that oversized photograph left him utterly numb. Was it necessary for that picture to be showcased in the living room? Those two men embracing in such an undignified manner. System. I must say, your two brothers do exude a certain chemistry. Could this not be a reflection of the currently popular genre of brotherly romance novels? I recently indulged in quite a few of such tales, and they are undeniably thrilling. Upon hearing the system's words, the Su family stifled their laughter, heads bowed. While only the two subjects of discussion wore expressions of extreme discomfort. Suonin found the photograph rather aesthetically pleasing. I never expected my mother's photography skills to be rather commendable. The dynamic of the younger brother being the dominant and the older brother submissive is perfectly captured. Su mother stuffed a morsel of food into her mouth, desperately suppressing her trembling lips. Hold it together, she chided herself. She could not afford to revel in her son's and nephew's embarrassment. Su father wiped away the tears that had formed at the corners of his eyes, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. They were quite open-minded about it. After all, their children would carve their own paths. As long as the person their son or daughter fancied had good character, they would be accepting. Furthermore, what harm was there in parents indulging in a little shipper fantasy? They were not coercing their children into a relationship. As members of the shipper community, their affection for certain pairings was their own affair, just as the preferences of their children were theirs. Su mother had a penchant for attractive individuals, particularly those who looked splendid together. The atmosphere during that meal was thick with complexity. Su Enin and the system began discussing the latest trends in romance literature, ranging from familial relationships to age gaps, as well as master-apprentice dynamics, showcasing a delightful variety. Su father and Su mother exchanged secret smiles, surreptitiously observing their nephew and son, who appeared increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny. Su Jingyan felt as though he might develop a stomach ailment from the discomfort. It was simply unbearable. Su Jingyuan, too, was left reeling. How could a mere drinking episode result in such an embarrassing predicament? After the meal, the two brothers silently distanced themselves from one another, mutually agreeing that maintaining some space was prudent. No one in the family seemed quite normal. Even their elders seemed to have been enchanted, audibly shipping their pairing. If other families discovered such inclinations in their children, they would undoubtedly intervene vehemently. Yet, his own family was entirely different. Su father and Su mother. We are simply here for our amusement. The art exhibition preparations were nearing completion, while Su Anin remained oblivious. Su Jingyan had already ensured the perpetrator was apprehended. The value of those paintings was enough to evoke tears behind bars. The young woman at the center of the deception had not been entirely misled. Having met her, Su Jingyan could ascertain that she had begun to realize her partner's deceit. However, the man provided her with a lavish lifestyle, leading her to engage in self-deception and remain with him. Now that the man was caught and required to compensate for damages and the artwork, the woman swiftly severed ties, asserting that the gifts and money were simply that, gifts. As for the paintings that had already been sold, Su Jingyuan issued a statement delineating which pieces were involved, ensuring that should they resurface, the public would understand their provenance. Are you going out on another date today? Did you not mention teaching me how to manage the company? Yet, you seem to be perpetually preoccupied with Suonin, making it feel as though you are using my company as a backdrop for your romantic escapades. Ji Yunyang gazed at his cousin with displeasure, having been overwhelmed with work while his cousin appeared engrossed in his phone, grinning like a fool. Given this demeanor, who could believe he was the calm and commanding CEO Lu? Lu Siheng put away his phone, the smile vanishing in an instant. I am merely assisting you, and I've taught you quite enough over the past half-month. You ought to have learned enough by now. Look at Suonin, she has already begun delegating tasks while you insist on doing everything yourself. A leader must guide others. It is not about shouldering every responsibility alone. You simply lack managerial skills. Ji Yunyang. Is that so? Your rose-tinted view is quite alarming. You can praise Suonin's laziness while disparaging my diligent efforts. Who exactly is your brother? You are rather excessively prioritizing romance over friendship. Ji Yunyang smacked his forehead, exasperated yet amused. Brother, I've come to realize you have genuinely changed. I once thought the term love-struck was merely an internet exaggeration, but now I have witnessed its true form. What exactly does Suonin possess, aside from her looks, that captivates you? Countless affluent and distinguished young women, both domestically and abroad, have shown interest in you. Why have you chosen her? Lu Siheng tossed a cushion at Ji Yunyang's head. Do not speak nonsense. My relationship with Miss Su is not of that nature. He had begun to understand his feelings, yet Suonin was still reluctant to confront them. However, their interactions were progressing well, Although they did not meet in person frequently, they communicated more over the phone, growing considerably closer. They even managed to arrange outings for meals now and then. He could sense that Su and In regarded him positively, and winning her over seemed merely a matter of time. Chapter 146. When he goes to the restroom, you should stand guard. That way, he won't perish. As Su and In prepared to adorn herself for an outing, she was unexpectedly halted by her parents. Anin, what is going on with you lately? Speak candidly. Are you in a relationship? Sumu cast a scrutinizing glance over Su and In from head to toe. During this period, the girl exuded an unmistakable aura of vitality, undoubtedly indicative of a blossoming romance. Su Fu scoffed, irritation evident in his voice. How dare she engage in a clandestine affair right under our noses? Tell me at once, who is that wretched boy who has managed to deceive our precious daughter? Does he have a death wish? Embarrassed, Su and In forced a smile, utterly at a loss for words. She truly was not in a romantic relationship. Perhaps they were merely friends, teetering on the edge of something more. The system cheerfully chimed in. Your parents believe you are in love, so why not just date Lu Siheng? He is exceptionally talented and handsome, with an impeccably clean personal life. As long as he survives the next year, you stand to gain immensely, especially since the plot has already unraveled to this extent. He should be safe now. A chill ran down the spines of Su's parents as they absorbed the revelation. Had their naive daughter truly captured Lu Siheng's heart? Was this genuine, or merely a jest? While their daughter certainly possessed her own merits, she paled in comparison to Lu Siheng, who was renowned for his astute business acumen. Any venture he pursued was bound to yield profit. Su Fu admired Lu Siheng's capabilities, astonished that his daughter was entangled with such a remarkable individual. You're spouting nonsense. We are not together yet. Let me concoct an excuse to placate my parents, Su and In insisted. Mom, Dad, I am not in a relationship. I merely went out for a meal with friends. If I were dating, I would surely inform you. Her sincerity was palpable, and had they not overheard the system's comments, they might have been easily deceived. However, Su Mu's perspective shifted dramatically. If her daughter was indeed in love, then so be it. It was merely their own pig prancing off with someone else's cabbage. What was there to disapprove of? The thought of their exceptional daughter being courted by a charming suitor filled her with delight. Meanwhile, Su Fu grappled with mixed emotions. Reflecting on Lu Siheng's merits, he concluded that this prospective son-in-law could indeed be a fitting match for their beloved daughter. Enough of this, let's hurry along. You establish a company and yet fail to show up for work. Do you even know what you're doing with this entertainment venture? With a smile, Su and In promptly departed. Establishing a company did not necessitate her constant presence. She could hire others to manage it. After all, her enterprise was merely a modest entertainment firm, not a sprawling family business. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she found Lu Siheng waiting for her. Today, he donned a youthful ensemble of a hoodie and jeans. With tousled hair that lent him an air of casual charm, one might mistake him for a university student if unaware. Su and In's eyes sparkled at his appearance, instantly lifting her spirits. What inspired this look today? It suits you quite well. You look dashing in a suit, but equally so in casual wear. Your looks are truly exceptional. The system chuckled, its tone laced with mischief. He must be doing this on purpose. The age gap between you two is significant. He dresses this way to bridge that divide. Having transformed into an astute observer of romance through countless dramas, novels, and comics, it fancied itself an expert in matters of the heart, despite its lack of personal experience. Lu Siheng flashed a gentle smile, graciously pulling out a chair for Su and In. The restaurant steak was renowned for its exquisite quality, and he encouraged her to savor it. The two shared a sense of camaraderie. As Lu Siheng seemed well-versed in the finest dining establishments, though the source of his knowledge remained a mystery to her. How does Lu Siheng know of so many restaurants? With his work schedule, how could he possibly find the time to dine out? Is he simply exceptionally efficient? Su and In pondered. But that doesn't seem plausible. My brother is so busy, he scarcely has time to eat. Could it be that my brother is just inept? Meanwhile, at the office, Su Jingyan sneezed. The system interjected. It's not that your brother lacks competence. Lu Siheng is not so idle as to dine out daily. He employs financial resources to hire someone to scout out the best eateries, which is why he possesses such extensive knowledge. Honestly, I truly find this person commendable. If you're genuinely concerned about his survival a year from now, you could consider living together. You could guard the door while he uses the restroom, or even stay inside with him. Just keep an eye on him, the system suggested. Su Enin and Lu Siheng exchanged incredulous glances, the absurdity of the system's proposal evident. Why has the system become so bizarre? Monitoring restroom visits now? The system remained unfazed, convinced of the practicality of its suggestions as a form of precaution. Please, just be quiet. I miss the simplicity of when we first bonded. Look at how you've transformed. Su Enin exclaimed, exasperated. Your thoughts are now dominated by romance. Do you even remember your original purpose as a mere spectator? But I was never just a spectator. I am a system designed to rescue the villainous. The system retorted. Su Enin was left speechless, pondering the truth in its words. Gradually, it had morphed from a mere observer to a romantic advisor. The steak arrived, and Lu Siheng offered to cut it for her, embodying thoughtfulness. He aimed to gradually win Su Enin's heart through these small, caring gestures. Once she grew accustomed to his presence, he would have succeeded. Upon tasting the first bite of steak, Su Enin's eyes lit up. It was divine, succulent, and aromatic. The system, sharing her taste experience, was equally enthralled. Have another bite. I can't get enough. Having shared the experience of flavor, the system eagerly encouraged Su Enin to indulge in every dish, regardless of her preferences. The plate of steak quickly vanished, and Lu Siheng attentively offered her a napkin. How was it? Are you full? Should we order another? Just as Lu Siheng posed his question, a derisive laugh echoed from the adjacent table. Order another? Where did this bumpkin come from? This is a high-end restaurant, not some roadside eatery. Chapter 147, A Provocative Retaliation. Both Lu Siheng and Su Enin were momentarily taken aback. Was this woman addressing them? It seems someone has come forth to stir trouble. You mentioned I hadn't encountered any drama lately. Well, here it is. The system remarked, brimming with excitement. Su Enin's mood brightened immediately. A single remark had unveiled a new spectacle, of fair trade. Lu Siheng too was curious about what this woman had to say. After all, they were merely dining out. Who would derive a sense of superiority from such a mundane activity? As the woman turned to speak, her words faltered upon seeing the striking appearance of Su Enin and Lu Siheng. Wait, how are these two so attractive? The system chuckled. She is utterly captivated by your looks. That balding man across from her? He is her sugar daddy. Instantly, Lu Siheng and Su Enin focused their attention on the balding man. He wore glasses and had a somewhat disheveled appearance, likely in his 40s, while the woman appeared to be in her 30s, exuding a sharp and unkind demeanor. Surprisingly, they seemed to complement each other, though the woman's lack of beauty highlighted the man's questionable taste. My apologies, it seems my companion is a bit uncouth. I sincerely regret disrupting your meal. Let me treat you to this dinner. The man exhibited a remarkable politeness, yet he harbored his own ulterior motives. Both individuals, upon a mere glance, exuded an air of distinction. Their appearance and attire clearly indicated they were not of ordinary stock. Establishing a rapport with them would undoubtedly yield advantages. Lu Siheng remarked nonchalantly. There is no need for that. You should better manage your companion. To exude an air of superiority in a restaurant, while accusing others of being unsophisticated. Perhaps it is you who lacks worldly experience. The woman's expression soured, and the man appeared somewhat embarrassed, as Lu Siheng's words offered them no semblance of dignity. The woman huffed indignantly. Indeed, this is an upscale establishment. All patrons here possess a certain status. How could one like you, who dines heartily, belong here? If you desire to indulge, perhaps a buffet would be more suitable. Su Enin, upon hearing this, was nearly provoked into laughter. Their dining preferences were none of this woman's concern. It was evident that they did not resemble a typical couple, especially with a mistress accompanying them to such an elite venue. This gentleman truly had the audacity. The expressions of both the man and woman shifted dramatically, the man's face betraying a flicker of panic. How could a stranger discern that this was his mistress? Perhaps this person knew him, or, even worse, his wife. When had his wife befriended such a formidable and affluent individual? How was he utterly oblivious to this? The system remarked. Indeed, when a man acquires wealth, he often succumbs to moral decay. This man's fortune was built alongside his wife, yet now that he has a modicum of wealth, he chooses to maintain a mistress of such inferior caliber. The term inferior almost elicited laughter from Lu Siheng and Su Enin. It was indeed quite accurate. The woman was neither beautiful nor charming, her demeanor sharp and unkind. What could possibly draw this man to her? The woman, now silenced, hesitated when her identity was revealed. Her previous bravado dissipated. The scene had attracted the attention of the entire restaurant, prompting the manager to rush over. Mr. Lu, Miss Sue, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. We will ensure the troublemakers are removed. Please do not take offense. Troublemakers? The woman stared incredulously at the manager. Who are you referring to? We are patrons of this restaurant as well. Clearly, it is these two who are in the wrong. The manager scrutinized her disapprovingly, having already inquired about the commotion from nearby staff. How others chose to dine was their prerogative. If one wished to indulge in a 100 steak, what was the issue? As long as one was a paying customer, they were treated as royalty. The restaurant did not require her to champion any cause. They existed to serve the guests. Madam, I am fully aware of what transpired. Our establishment is dedicated to customer service. Patrons may conduct themselves as they please, provided they do not breach legal or ethical boundaries. If they wish to consume 10 steaks, so be it, provided they can afford it and have the appetite for it. We strive to accommodate our guests' desires. Hence your attempt to defend us is unnecessary. Other diners, overhearing this exchange, could not suppress their laughter. Many of them were regulars at the establishment, accustomed to a casual dining experience without the need for ostentatious attire. It was simply a meal, after all. There was no requirement to don formal wear or elaborate makeup. However, this couple's attire was indeed excessively formal, the woman in a strapless cocktail dress, the man in a tailored suit. One might easily mistake them for attendees of a grand banquet. While many patrons dressed elegantly yet modestly, none were as conspicuous as they. I shall lodge a complaint. Bring your manager to me. The woman fumed. The system noted. This woman is truly unreasonable. She flaunts her status as a mistress with such arrogance.
Suanan remarked.
If she were not unreasonable, how could she assume the role of a mistress? Those who willingly take on such a position often have no moral compass. They prioritize either true love or financial gain, with little regard for others' feelings. Lu Sihing, who abhorred both mistresses and unfaithful husbands, recognized that such individuals were not uncommon in their circles. Some brazenly maintained affairs, parading their mistresses in various social settings, believing it to be a testament to their prowess. Little did they realize, onlookers merely laughed at their folly. True success lies in respecting and cherishing one's spouse, not in flaunting illicit relationships. Some fail to grasp this distinction. After achieving success, they abandon their wives, only to seek reconciliation when their fortunes dwindle, claiming to have erred. They possess an astonishing lack of shame. One could truly say, a person devoid of shame is invincible. Observing the chaotic scene, the system commented, "This woman is even with child, though it is not the man's, it is the child of the woman's brother-in-law. Conceived through her affair with him. The brother-in-law's intention was to retaliate against the husband and the mistress." Su Anan and Lu Sihing exclaimed in shock, such a scandalous twist. Chapter 148. A juicy revelation, a tangled family dynamic. This revelation was indeed too sensational. The two of them now regarded the bespectacled man, sensing the metaphorical green hue upon his head. The couple was escorted from the restaurant. Though the term escorted was a euphemism for being forcibly removed, the woman still cursing and vowing to file a complaint, insisting the restaurant disrespected its patrons.
Suanan erid.
System. You must keep me informed of the developments. This revelation is far too juicy to ignore. Lu Sihing silently concurred. It would be a travesty to overlook such an intriguing story. Upon returning home, Su Anan recounted the entire incident to her parents and two brothers, cleverly omitting the source of her information. The Su family listened with wide-eyed amazement. So, this family dynamic formed a complete loop. The woman and man were married. The man had strayed with a mistress, who in turn was entangled with the woman's brother. What a tangled web. The brother, in his quest for vengeance against the mistress, had unwittingly ensnared himself. Should the child be born and paternity established, he would bear the obligation of support. Unless this sordid affair remained concealed, and the mistress successfully secured her position, the man would remain ignorant of the child's true parentage. Yet, if that were the case, his revenge would be futile, as the mistress would have succeeded. What was this man thinking? Why would he pursue such a form of retribution, jeopardizing himself without leaving an escape route? Should the child remain undiscovered, the mistress might ascend to prominence. If discovered, he would assume the burden of parentage. How utterly tragic. Su Anan shrugged. I cannot say. But judging by their interactions, it seems their relationship is quite amiable. If the man truly remains oblivious, he may very well end up raising his brother-in-law as child. However, one could view it differently. Should he raise the child well and the inheritance be passed to it, he would effectively be sewing garments for another. The Su family pondered. Your reasoning seems rather sound, yet it appears neither the original wife nor her brother stands to gain anything from this predicament. The child was raised by a scoundrel and the mistress, thus he likely shares little emotional connection with his biological father. In terms of blood relations, there seems to be no significance at all. This relationship is rather convoluted, yet one thing is certain. The man's brother-in-law is decidedly dim-witted. It is perplexing how a woman in her 30s could be so indiscriminate, especially when she is said to possess no remarkable beauty. How could one possibly find such a partnership palatable? Is it merely to vindicate your sister? After being expelled, that man and woman threatened to file a complaint, yet deep down, they lack the courage to follow through. Though they possess a modicum of wealth, it pales in comparison to that of the restaurant, which is a publicly traded chain. Their meager funds wouldn't even cover a single outlet's expenses. This situation infuriates me to the point of physical discomfort. The woman, nestled against the man's shoulder, feigned delicacy. Yet her demeanor at such an age, and with such looks, is somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, the man appears to relish it, patting her back in a comforting manner, urging her not to be angry and cautioning against upsetting their child. It's merely a restaurant. We shall never dine there again. He muses that such an establishment cannot endure long if it disrespects its patrons. They merely need to await its downfall in silence. Meanwhile, the couple enjoys a closeness within their modest abode, while the man's wife and brother-in-law are diligently engaged in asset relocation. The wife has endured in silence for this extended period solely to facilitate the transfer of wealth, having already moved 13 units of it. Are you still involved with that woman? You must sever ties with her promptly. I have already stated you need not assist. How could you possibly stoop so low as to engage with that woman in her 30s? The primary wife gazes at her brother with genuine ire. The man's brother-in-law, showing no concern, shrugs nonchalantly, assuring her that the ties have long been severed. Yet, she bears my child. Once we depart, that pair of scoundrels will be left to raise my offspring. That woman would never dare reveal this truth, ensuring my former brother-in-law will be left to bear the burden. The thought of her ex-brother-in-law being duped into nurturing her child brings her an immense sense of satisfaction. He only wishes to vex them. The older woman, unattractive and ill-tempered, would not have been able to ensnare him without ulterior motives. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Su Ainin was utterly astounded by the system's revelations. It seems they have underestimated the siblings. They are far from foolish, having already commenced their asset relocation. Once they leave, the scoundrel and his mistress will be left to care for the brother's child. This was nothing short of a heartless betrayal. Indeed, the mistress has ascended, but at what cost? The system remarked, "The cunning of your kind is truly alarming. Merely observing sends chills down my spine. Yet it is undeniably gratifying. Those two deserve their fate." Ainin, it continued, might you not wish to adopt some of their cunning? Su Ainin shook her head in response. I prefer my current state. Why should I burden myself unnecessarily? Is it not sufficient to embrace her role as a young lady? Why must she seek additional endeavors? Managing this entertainment company has nearly drained her, and now that it has finally stabilized, she longs for respite instead of complicating her life further. This situation has profoundly impacted Su Jingyuan's psyche, prompting him to create a painting overnight featuring 2 men and 2 women. The couple in the foreground resembles a married pair, with another man and woman flanking them. While the man in front ostensibly embraces his wife, his other hand clandestinely clasps that of another woman. This other woman smiles as she secretly intertwines her fingers with his, while simultaneously connecting with the man beside the wife behind her back. Chapter 149, a twilight romance between grandparent and grandchild. When the other 4 members of the Su family beheld his painting, they were left speechless. Some individuals may appear unassuming on the surface, yet harbor a tempest within. It was late at night when he produced such a provocative work. Even the system found Su Jingyuan to be rather intriguing. Your cousin appears quite innocent, yet his inner thoughts are quite vivid. As Su Ainin admired the artwork, she remarked, I believe my brother's work is exceptional. The intricate relationships depicted are rendered with clarity, allowing one to discern the complexities at a glance. If only this painting could be exhibited, it would showcase the intricacies of familial relationships. Others chimed in, if this painting were to circulate, it would likely generate considerable buzz online. Indeed, issues surrounding marital fidelity easily capture public attention. The system noted, the man's wife has already dispatched her brother abroad. In half a month, he too will depart, leaving the man to dwell with his mistress in an empty shell of a life. Currently, he and the mistress are lost in their affection, discussing whether their unborn child will be a boy or a girl and dreaming of a blissful future together.
Yet,
What kind of future can they envision when their finances have been stripped away? Once the marriage dissolves, they will truly possess nothing. Sue Ainen remained composed at home for a week before attending her cousin's art exhibition. Surprisingly, a considerable number of attendees arrived, with some expressing interest in purchasing the artwork at impressive prices. Sue Ainen, observing the offers, lamented, "If only I had pursued the arts. Perhaps I too could have become an artist. My cousin's remarkable talent might have been inherited from our family's artistic lineage." Su Jingyan gazed at her with a peculiar expression, responding, "Are you speaking seriously? Our family did send you for art lessons when you were younger. You studied painting, dance, and piano. Yet you only attended once and never returned. On your first day in art class, you drew a large turtle, nearly causing the teacher to faint. When sent to dance lessons, you disrupted the class with flatulence. Even the instructor was left aghast. Your piano lessons yielded minimal progress as well." His remarks brought a deep crimson to Sue Ainen's cheeks. Why dredge up childhood memories? Especially the incident regarding her flatulence during dance class. She was no longer a child. Su Jingyuan struggled to suppress laughter, his lips twitching in amusement. It turns out his cousin was quite the character in her youth. He had taken to painting immediately upon beginning his lessons and had maintained his passion for over 20 years. Truth be told, Sue Ainen's appearance suggested she was a talented young lady, possessing beauty and a myriad of skills, yet this was contingent upon her silence. Once she began to speak, her facade crumbled. In the end, it was Sue's father who, filled with compassion for his daughter, stepped in to alleviate her plight. "You criticize your sister. Yet you were not much better in your youth. The antics of your sister are reminiscent of your own, aside from the fact that you never learned to dance. Yet you took up taekwondo and sanda, often shouting and practicing at home, and once you even struck your own nose with a nunchaku, resulting in a nosebleed as you came running to your mother and me. System. Ha ha ha. Your brother is quite amusing. Who knew he could be so entertaining after just an hour? I must delve into your brother's childhood escapades to see if there are any juicy stories to uncover." During this period, the gossip had dwindled significantly, leaving them feeling quite unaccustomed to the lack of drama. Su Jingyan thought to himself, had I known better, I would have refrained from exposing that wretched girl's flaws. Father truly spares no dignity for him. After all, he is now the head of the company. What if these words were overheard? Just as the family enjoyed their harmonious moment, a sharp exclamation from the system broke the tranquility. "Big news, big news. Do you see that old man ahead?" Everyone swiftly turned their gaze toward the elderly gentleman, who seemed to be accompanied by his granddaughter. Their demeanor suggested they hailed from a well-to-do family. Su Ainen remarked, "Isn't that quite lovely? They appear to share a harmonious bond." The system retorted, "Not a mere grandfather-granddaughter relationship, but a romantic one. Look closely at that young woman. She's none other than the Miss Xia." Just then, the young woman turned her face, and Su Ainen gasped in shock. Goodness! It truly is the Xia family scion. Su Jingyan and the others were not particularly familiar with the Xia family. They could hardly claim to have crossed paths at any social gatherings, let alone exchanged pleasantries. Feigning interest in the artwork, Su Ainen hurriedly inquired of the system, "Please, elucidate the situation. Is she out of her mind to fall for a man old enough to be her grandfather? No. He shouldn't even be referred to as a man, but rather an old man. That fellow seems to be nearing 70. While he carries himself with a certain authority and doesn't appear excessively stooped, the wrinkles and white hair are unmistakably real. What could possess someone to make such a choice? The Xia family has 2 daughters. The elder is already married, and Xiaolon, the younger, has been pampered by her family since childhood. Is there truly no sanity left in her mind?" The system explained, "Xiaolon has been at odds with her family, who arranged a marriage for her. The suitor is quite handsome but has a somewhat scandalous reputation. However, the man promised that if Xiaolon agrees to the union, he will sever ties with all other women." Su Ainen frowned, feeling utterly perplexed. In this day and age, why are arranged marriages still a thing? Moreover, isn't the elder daughter already married? Now, they're targeting the younger one too? Fortunately, our family has never resorted to such practices. All our enterprises are built on our own hard work, not marital connections. The system continued. Eventually, Xiaolon managed to escape her home, but in her haste, she took little money with her, making her life outside quite challenging. That old man came to her aid during her most desperate times, and gradually, she found herself drawn to him. Although I cannot fathom how she became so entangled, their relationship has flourished recently, and the old gentleman is even contemplating purchasing a marital home for them. Chapter 150. The collapse of the Su family. The Su family was utterly astounded. Even the most tolerant among them couldn't fathom such a relationship. Being with an elderly man seemed far less desirable than being with a marriage partner of similar standing. At least with the latter. If the union proved unsatisfactory, they could part ways amicably. While the old man himself might not be objectionable, the age difference is simply too vast. To put it bluntly, one never knows when fate might intervene. Once you align yourself with an elderly gentleman, should the relationship dissolve, society will regard you with skepticism. It isn't a matter of disdain. Societal norms dictate such perceptions. One must consider their future standing in society. What if, after marrying this old man, he were to pass away and you later encountered someone you wished to pursue? Upon learning that your first husband was a man who could be your grandfather, how would that affect their view of you? As long as the other party has genuine affection, they will undoubtedly care about every facet of your past, feeling jealousy and perhaps lamenting why they did not meet you sooner. Should you encounter someone with a more cynical disposition, they might look down upon you. If you plan to remain unmarried, that might be acceptable, but if you meet someone who truly loves you and is unperturbed by your history, such circumstances are exceedingly rare. The crux of the matter is that Xiaolon is notoriously infatuated with love. She was once quite astute within her social circle. Initially, she caused a scene to be with a young model, only to have that model cheat on her. Subsequently, she made a commotion over wanting to be engaged to a male celebrity, prompting her family to intervene. It was inconceivable that they would allow her to engage with a celebrity, leading her to attempt suicide in a fit of despair. This incident spread widely through their social circle, with many deeming the Xie family's young lady excessively impulsive, believing it unnecessary to go to such extremes over a man. Little did they expect her to act even more outrageously this time by seeking out an elderly gentleman. Sue's mother pondered the frequent tea sessions she shared with Madame Xie and speculated on how the latter would react to this news. Surely, her composure would falter. Madame Xie prides herself on being cultured, adhering to propriety in all matters. And speaking in an overly refined manner, one might mistake her for a time traveler from the ancient era. If she were to witness her daughter with that old man, it might very well send her into a fit of rage. Su Ainen glanced at the two individuals, then quietly suggested to her mother, that appears to be Xiaolon over there. Should we not approach her to offer a greeting? I truly wish to awaken this love-struck girl. Her mother shook her head, responding, no need for that. Let us mind our own affairs. It's best to avoid meddling in others' matters, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. Besides, the Xie family is not known for their amiability. The shock of this revelation left the Su family in a state of bewilderment, and even as the evening's art exhibition concluded, they remained dazed. The image of the elderly man and the young woman lingered in their minds. Upon returning home that night, Su Ainen lay in bed, increasingly vexed by the situation and convinced that the young woman's judgment was severely flawed. What could she possibly see in such a man? Did she find his age appealing? The system remarked, who can fathom her true thoughts? Perhaps she is merely rebelling against her family's expectations. In truth, the old man is quite decent, and his financial circumstances are also commendable. He lost his wife when he was in his 20s and raised his son alone. Now, he resides in a villa by himself. His wealth is hardly less than that of the Xie family. His son, whom you may know, is named Su Bin. And he has previously conducted business with your family. Yet again, the matter seems intertwined with her brother. It feels as though every twist and turn leads back to him. What kind of sorcery is this? Could it be that her brother is the true harbinger of gossip? This is simply inconceivable. No, I must inquire with my brother tomorrow. I need to uncover the truth behind this peculiar affair. However, the pressing issue remains that she currently has no confidant to share this bizarre situation with, leaving her feeling stifled and distressed. Meanwhile, Xiaolon had already returned to the old man's residence. Do you think your son would accept our relationship? What if he opposes it? Xiaolon appeared to have genuinely developed feelings and was surprisingly contemplating this matter. The elderly man gently patted her hand, offering reassurance as he spoke. Do not worry. He has no control over my affairs. What son dares to meddle in his father's matters? Our union is entirely our own concern. The old tree blossoming anew. The elderly gentleman had indeed placed Xiaolon at the core of his heart. Your family insists on a match for you. Why not unite our families in this alliance? That dandy is utterly unworthy of you. Xiaolon nodded in agreement. Sharing his sentiments, she harbored no affection for that frivolous playboy. Although he appeared presentable, his private life was a chaotic mess, and she dreaded the day she might be confronted by a woman bearing an illegitimate child. Yet, While there were no illegitimate offspring currently, there did exist a stepson older than her. Subin was nearing his breaking point. My father must be out of his mind. At his age, what need does he have for marriage, particularly with the youngest daughter of the Xia family? She is practically young enough to be his granddaughter. Subin was genuinely on the verge of exploding. His son was merely 2 years younger than Xiaolan. Should they marry, it would mean he would have to call someone younger than his own son mother. Just the thought was infuriating. At such an advanced age, what folly was this? The Su family would surely become a laughingstock. If you desire companionship, find someone close to your age or even a decade younger, but a woman in her 20s? Are you truly in your right mind? To seek a girl only 2 years older than your grandson, how could you even contemplate such a thing? Su Liang observed his father's erratic demeanor, his emotions a complex tapestry. He never anticipated that his grandfather would seek a wife at this age, especially one only 2 years older than himself. Subin had always viewed his father as a paragon of strength. His mother had passed away early, and it was his father who had raised him alone, remaining single all these years. He had believed his father's solitude was a testament to his unwavering love for his late wife. Yet, now at 70, he was pursuing a new partner. This was simultaneously laughable and infuriating.
No.
This marriage must not come to fruition. If it did, the Su family would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. Chapter 151. The Su and Xia families in turmoil. The Su family had independently investigated the situation, primarily due to their patriarch's increasingly peculiar behavior of late. Moreover, he had been spending excessively, purchasing both a house and a car. Subin had also discovered that his supplementary card had been used to buy numerous items for young women, clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and an array of other trinkets. This revelation nearly led to a divorce with his wife, who suspected infidelity due to the absurd amount of women's items he was acquiring. Subin could not bear such an unjust accusation, prompting him to delve deeper, only to uncover that it was indeed his father behind these expenditures. Su Nen, along with her entire family, was closely monitoring these developments, captivated by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Su Nen remarked, "The Su family has already discovered this. They surely cannot approve of their patriarch's involvement with Xiaolan, given the significant age difference." The system, feigning gravitas, replied, "Of course. As the internet states, age gaps of 5,000 years or 500 are permissible, but 50 years is absolutely unacceptable. Non-human companions are acceptable, but not ordinary humans. The Su patriarch fits none of these criteria. He's a normal human and 70 years old. How scandalous." After a week of watching, the situation finally erupted within their social circle. Lu Si-hung had sensed Su Nen's cold demeanor towards him, and as he pondered his own desirability, he suddenly realized that she was engrossed in this scandal. Nothing could rival the intrigue of this unfolding drama. Good heavens, how did these two come to be together? Is Xiaolan truly in her right mind? And this elderly man, how could he even consider such a union? The girl is nearly the same age as his grandchildren. Ji Yunyang was nearly speechless upon encountering the news. He had lived many years without witnessing such a bizarre spectacle. Should one admire their undying love? Or was this simply too outrageous? It seemed invincible in its absurdity. Was he out of his mind? After being meticulously selected, she chose to pursue a geriatric man instead. Xia's father, upon retrieving Xia Nan, confined her to her room, utterly astonished that his pampered daughter possessed such poor taste. Xiaolan cried out, "What careful selection! You chose a mere playboy. His private life is a complete shambles. How can he possibly be worthy of me?" Hearing this, Xia's father was nearly beside himself with rage. Was not the private life of everyone in their circle equally chaotic? Furthermore, the suitor had promised to sever ties with all other women post-marriage. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, especially as his youngest daughter's reputation had already been tarnished. She had entangled herself with several worthless men, and now, to find someone decent was no small feat given their family as standing. How could she expect to marry someone of lofty status when her own reputation was in ruins? Xiaolan's ideal partner was Su Jingyan, a handsome man from a respectable family with a pristine personal life. However, her family had dashed her hopes, declaring she was unworthy of him. Su Jingyan would never marry such a foolish woman, both dim-witted and toxic. They were acutely aware of their daughter's nature, believing it best for her to marry someone of slightly lesser standing. They had selected a suitor whose family was only marginally inferior, someone who would not treat her poorly, especially in light of their family's name. "I do not care. I have already found someone I adore, and I intend to marry him." You cannot be so shallow. What does age matter when it comes to true love? During this time, Xiaolon felt nurtured and cherished by the Su patriarch, who seemed to treat her with more kindness than her own parents. He fulfilled her every desire within reason, indulging her whims. She recognized her own temper was not the best, yet with him, she felt no need for restraint. He embraced her fully. You are truly bewitched. Reflect on your choices in this room. Our family will never consent to this union. I intend to visit the Su family and see just how shameless that old man truly is. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Su household. Su Bin and his family had exhausted their efforts in attempting to sway their patriarch's decision. Father, we do not oppose your desire for companionship. We simply wish for you to find someone more age-appropriate. Do you not realize how this makes us all look? Find someone 10 or even 20 years younger, and we would have no objections. But to pursue someone decades your junior? That is simply unacceptable. Su Bin was on the verge of breaking down from frustration. Yet his father remained resolute. The elderly patriarch replied calmly, "This is my life. It is not your concern. I am pursuing my own happiness, and what harm is there in that? After all the effort I invested in raising you, cannot you grant me this one request? Let the world speak as it will. I harbor no guilt." Su Bin's son rubbed his face in exasperation, on the brink of collapse. Ever since this incident occurred, he had refrained from socializing. For each outing elicited inquiries about the matter. Was it true? What capabilities did their elder possess to attract young women? He could not answer any of these questions, and the tone in which they were asked was laced with mockery. The pressure was truly overwhelming. "Grandfather, could you please consider the well-being of our family? I can no longer bear to meet my friends, as they incessantly question me about this. Even if you genuinely marry her, don't you find it awkward? How can I address a woman of my age as grandmother? I simply cannot bring myself to do so." Both the Xia and Su families were nearing madness, utterly devoid of any solutions regarding the peculiar couple. One was elderly, the other young. Striking them was not an option, nor could they speak freely. Thus, the only recourse left was to confine them. The system, observing this peculiar situation, quipped seriously to Su Ainen, "You humans certainly engage in some peculiar games." Chapter 152, Regrets Following Marriage. Su Ainen vehemently disagreed with the system's statement. "You cannot generalize us all. Some people may indulge, but our family is different. My two older brothers are remarkably pure and innocent, having never engaged in romantic relationships. They are the epitome of what many young women desire. Do you dare claim they indulge in frivolities?" The two brothers, perplexed by the comparison to a coveted delicacy, remarked, "That description is rather strange. How have we become the subject of such culinary metaphors? As if a bite of us could grant immortality." Su father cast a glance at his nephew and son, his mind filled with bewilderment. He was genuinely curious why his children differed so greatly from their peers, who, by their teenage years, were already entangled with women. Many had even fathered illegitimate children, requiring their families to cover up the ensuing scandals with money to silence the women involved. Some had achieved success and familial bliss later in life, yet their youth had been marked by sheer absurdity. There were also those who, after several years of marriage, found themselves confronted by women bearing children and demanding recognition, leading to numerous divorces. Even those who remained married often found their relationships irreparably altered, staying together solely for business ties or the sake of their children. Over the years, Su's father had witnessed countless such scenarios. He understood that youthful folly often led to deep regret, which is why he had always instilled in his sons the importance of approaching relationships with seriousness. However, it seemed he had taken this to an extreme, as his sons were now entirely reluctant to engage with any women, save for employees at their company, who appeared to fear him. On the other side, Lu Sihing and his circle were acutely aware of the unfolding drama, and the entire social milieu was abuzz with it. Both families had become the subject of ridicule, while it was not uncommon for older men to take younger mistresses. The crux of the matter was that these two intended to marry, and Xiaolon was no mere mistress. Her family was well established and respected within their circles. Discussions surrounding this peculiar union proliferated at gatherings, with speculations swirling about the lack of any news from either family. It was clear they would not consent to such an outrageous match. It was indeed a first to witness such folly. Su's grandfather appeared utterly disrespectful of his age. There were certainly older men within their circles who kept younger mistresses, but these relationships typically remained outside the realm of acceptable social standings, rather than being a prelude to marriage. Xiaolon was likely confined by her family, as whispers suggested she was crying out daily at home, even threatening to starve herself. Her emotional instability was alarming. It seemed every romantic setback led her to contemplate self-harm. Even if she were not to wed the elder, it was doubtful anyone would wish to marry her. Xiaolon had cultivated a rather unsavory reputation, often using her status to bully those of lesser means and coveting what belonged to others. She had previously stolen another's boyfriend, revealing her true character. After a month of this tumult, Su Ainin and Lu Sihing found themselves discussing the matter during their outings. Lu Sihing played the role of an attentive listener, and his proficiency in this role significantly enhanced Su Ainin's affection for him. The system, observing their growing chemistry, wished to intervene, urging them to unite. I suggest you two simply get together. You are so well matched that it would be a pity to let this opportunity slip by. You may never find another as exceptional as Lu Siheng, it proposed. Su Ainin replied, "It's not yet time. Love cannot be rushed." Though her days were sweet, she was not inclined to hasten the progression of their relationship, for such haste would be irresponsible towards both herself and him. Matters of the heart required careful consideration. Otherwise, the resulting harm could extend beyond themselves to others. If mishandled, they risked losing even their friendship, perhaps turning into adversaries. The saga of the Su and Xie families reached a conclusion a month later, as both households chose to withdraw from the matter. "If you two wish to be together, then so be it," the Xie family declared, disavowing their daughter. Su Bin could hardly deny his father, yet he too moved his family out of their shared residence, once intended for harmonious living, now rendered unnecessary and awkward. The wedding of the elderly and the young was sparsely attended. Though lavish, the ceremony lacked guests. Yet, the smiles on their faces suggested a certain joy, even as onlookers gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. They could hardly voice any sharp criticism, for the couple seemed oblivious to the absurdity of their situation, appearing genuinely happy. Yet, one could not help but wonder how they would navigate the years ahead. Given their significant age difference, it seemed they were driven by the desire to seize the moment, and while others might speculate, the Su and Xie families remained intertwined in this peculiar affair, one an aging patriarch, the other a biological daughter, each bound to their responsibilities. Fears often materialize, and Xiaolon, never known for her virtue, was determined to take what she desired. A month after the wedding, she stormed back to her parental home, sobbing that her husband was too old to satisfy her needs. Her previous boyfriends had been rather appealing and capable, leading her to believe that all men should meet such standards. Furthermore, she had never had any intimate encounters with the elder prior to their marriage, only the most superficial of affections. It was likely that the elder had been aware of his own limitations, maintaining that distance until the wedding. However, secrets hidden before marriage were often laid bare afterward. Xiaolan's parents observed her relentless lamentations with cold indifference. "This is the path you chose. We warned you that marrying him meant you must now walk your own road. If you have no further business, do not return, lest you disturb the harmony of our household. You have cousins and siblings to consider. How would they fare if your troubles impact them?" Chapter 153. The entire family encourages Su Ainin and Lu Siheng. No matter how hard they tried to dissuade her back then, it was futile. Now that she has suffered the consequences, she has turned to her maternal family for help. Mrs. Xie, despite being her biological mother, feels a strong urge to cast her out. This youngest daughter has truly been spoiled and indulged, lacking even a modicum of self-awareness. And she is nowhere near as sensible as her elder sister. Xiaolon gazed at her mother, whose expression was icy and indifferent, and found it hard to believe that these words were coming from her own flesh and blood. "Mother, I am your own daughter. How can you say such things about me? I was deceived. If it weren't for that old man's trickery, how could I have been so foolish? I never imagined he would be so inept." Mrs. Xie, listening to her daughter's plaintive words, felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. While she, too, harbored a dislike for that old man from the Su family, the truth was that he had not deceived her. It was Xiaolon who had shamelessly insisted on marrying him. Considering the old man's advanced age, it was perfectly normal for him to be incapable. A little thought would reveal that. "I have no time to indulge you in this nonsense. The family has already been adversely affected by your actions. You are married now, and how you choose to live your life is solely your affair. We have advised you, tried to stop you, and even scolded you, yet you insisted on severing ties with us to be with that old man. We cannot be blamed for that." Rising from her seat, Mrs. Xie declared, "It's getting late, and you should return to your own home. In the future, it's best to keep communication to a minimum unless absolutely necessary. You have gone to be a grandmother. I doubt the Su family will dare to bully you." As for matters between you and that old man, we cannot interfere. After speaking, Mrs. Xia instructed the butler to escort Xiaolon out. Once outside, Xiaolon broke down, crying and wailing, a tactic she often employed. In the past, before her marriage, her family would eventually compromise if she cried long enough. However, this time was different. Hearing her cries, Mrs. Xia promptly called the Su family, requesting that they come and take her back. When Su Bin received Mrs. Xia's call, his head felt like it would explode. It truly felt as though they had married a little ancestor. Ever since the old man wed Xiaolon, there had not been a single day of peace in the household. Fortunately, they had moved out beforehand. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to endure. This situation had become a laughingstock within their circle. Su Anin had initially paid attention, but soon lost interest, as they were already married. How much more chaos could ensue? As Lu Sihing served Su Anin some food, he remarked, "And do you have time next month? I bought an island, and we could go there together for a little vacation. Although work is important, one must also balance it with relaxation. You have been working hard lately. It's the perfect opportunity to unwind. The island has every amenity, so you need not worry. I will take care of all arrangements." System. Wow. Now, this is what it means to be wealthy. In the future, you should seek a boyfriend like this. Or perhaps you should just keep him. I'm getting anxious just watching you. At that moment, Lu Sihing wished to commend the system. It had its moments of brilliance. Suanin felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a vacation. "Can I bring my family along?" she asked. The thought of going away alone with him seemed a tad too intimate, despite their growing familiarity. After all, it was still a man and a woman alone together. Lu Siheng had already anticipated her concern. "Of course. Your parents and Mr. and Mrs. Su are all welcome to join. You can stay as long as you like. I have a private plane to take everyone there." Upon hearing this, Su Anin felt Lu Siheng's charm increase exponentially. How could there be such a patient, handsome, and admirable man? Once home, she shared the delightful news with her family. The Su family responded, "Why would you take us along on your date? Are we to be mere third wheels?" The Su family had gradually begun to accept Lu Siheng. Although Su Jingyan felt a twinge of discomfort, he had come to terms with having Lu Siheng as a brother-in-law. The thought that if Lu Siheng and Su Anin were to be together, he would then have to call him brother filled him with a strange satisfaction. The system couldn't help but interject. "Anin, I truly don't understand your logic. He clearly wants to create a world for just the two of you, yet you wish to bring the whole family along." Su Anin replied, "What's wrong with that?" He agreed, "And besides, we aren't officially together yet. How can it be a world for two? Mom and Dad, you should go. If you don't, I would feel awkward going alone. After all, being a man and a woman together can be quite uncomfortable." Su Anin clung to her mother, playfully pleading, "If you go, I'll feel more at ease. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed playing alone while you're at home." Su Jingyan doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "But you play at home too. I haven't seen you feel particularly embarrassed about that." "You're only saying that because you want to sound clever," Su Anin retorted. Su Jingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Who takes their entire family to someone else's island for fun? He is inviting you. If you wish to go, then go. We wouldn't want to be third wheels either. Rest assured, we trust Mr. Lu's character. If you and he truly connect, we would be more than pleased." Su's father chimed in, "Indeed. My daughter has captured such an exceptional man. It brings me pride. And then Lu Siheng is genuinely remarkable. If you both have feelings for each other, then you should be together. He's been asking you out for meals regularly for nearly 2 to 3 months now. If this continues, you'll be gaining a double chin." "Double chin?" Su Anin exclaimed, hastily checking her own chin. Thankfully, her neck remained slender, and there was no excess flesh beneath her jaw. Amidst the collective teasing of her family, Su Anin ultimately found herself alone with Lu Siheng on the island. System. Why do I feel as though they are doing this on purpose? Aren't they concerned about me being alone out here? They seem far too trusting of Lu Siheng. After all, I am a great beauty. What if something happens with Lu Siheng while it's just the two of us?" Lu Siheng, overhearing her, nearly burst into laughter but managed to restrain himself. System. If something were to happen, then marriage it is. And honestly, you wouldn't be at a loss. Just look at those broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and that handsome face. What a catch. Chapter 154. Su Jingyan's Worries. After such prolonged indulgence, the system had become a devoted supporter of Lu Siheng. If Anin truly wed him, she would undoubtedly enjoy a life filled with delightful treats. Who wouldn't yearn for such a blissful existence? As Su Anin sensed the system's shift in allegiance, Her heart swelled with mixed emotions. She glanced at Lu Siheng, her feelings swirling in a complex tempest. How had he managed to win over not only her family, but also the system? They hardly ever interacted, and he had never engaged with her family before. Could it truly be the allure of his personality? Surely, it couldn't he be. Overwhelmed, Suinen's thoughts became a jumbled mess, and before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep. Lu Siheng quietly draped a blanket over her and closed his own eyes. When she awoke, they were already on the island. In truth, they were not alone. A small army of servants and staff accompanied them, making the total number of people there quite substantial. The island boasted a grand estate, replete with an abundance of fruit trees. It could only be described as a veritable paradise. As Suinen beheld the breathtaking scenery of the island, a wave of tranquility washed over her, momentarily erasing the concerns that had occupied her mind during the flight. This island is absolutely stunning. It is unlike any place I visited before. Are private islands always this beautiful? The Su family had never purchased an island, and Suinen was not one to readily embark on overseas adventures. Her family had imposed restrictions on her in this regard, fearing potential mishaps, making this her first experience at such a private retreat. Lu Siheng gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and, with a warm smile, remarked, "I haven't explored other islands myself, nor do I know how they compare to this one. However, if you like it, I can gift you this island." The system gasped audibly at his words, exclaiming, "Wow, that's incredibly generous. If you accept, Anin, you'll instantly become the island's owner." Taken aback by his lavish offer, Suinen quickly responded, No, that's really not necessary. What would I do with this island? Besides, it's yours." She marveled at his generosity. Such a beautiful island could be given away so casually, a testament to the Lu family's vast wealth. Lu Siheng chuckled at her astonishment, saying, "I rarely come here myself. Only Ji Yunyang occasionally invites friends over for a visit. If you truly like it, I can indeed give it to you. You could come here for a few months each year to rejuvenate. It's a wonderful place for that. Your parents could visit often as well." Not one to indulge in hedonism, Lu Siheng bought yachts and islands simply to have them, enjoying them whenever he remembered their existence. The system, eager for Suinen to accept, urged, "You should say yes. He is offering it to you, and once you're married, everything he owns will belong to you anyway. Accepting the island now is merely a prelude. I've even named the island for you, Peach Blossom Island." The system squealed. "Peach blossoms? But this island is filled with coconuts." Suinen retorted, incredulous. "Have you been watching too many dramas?" Frustrated with the system's antics, she thought, "You need to be quiet. Such a valuable gift cannot be accepted so easily. If I truly end up with Lu Siheng, we can discuss it then. For now, I cannot accept." Lu Siheng seized upon a crucial point. Her future with him implied she harbored some feelings for him, perhaps even a budding affection, which fueled his determination to pursue her further. Taking a deep breath, Suinen insisted, "I really cannot accept. If I want to visit, I can simply let you know in advance." "Surely, you wouldn't deny me that?" "Of course not. You can come whenever you wish," Lu Siheng assured her. As they strolled through the estate, chatting amiably, he picked an abundance of fruit for her. They enjoyed the fruits together, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, the Su family, upon Suinen's departure, were far from their previously calm demeanor. Su Jingyan sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television, suddenly voicing his concern. "Do you think that girl might actually be getting involved with Lu Siheng? Alone together on the island, they might get up to no good. I can't be expected to become an uncle when they return." To his surprise, he found himself somewhat looking forward to the idea. A little Anin would be delightful to nurture. Once a sweet and obedient child, Suinen had become increasingly rebellious, often sparring verbally with him. "If only I could have a niece just like her when she was younger," he mused. Su mother, knitting away without looking up, replied, "Don't worry too much. Since your sister left, you've been asking every few minutes. If you were so concerned, why didn't you go with her? Even if they are together, what's the worst that could happen? They're both adults and will know their limits. If you do end up with a niece, that could be a blessing. What if that girl has a child and Lu Siheng refuses to marry her?"
Su Jingyan countered.
"Then so be it. We won't rush them. Besides, having a grandchild would be wonderful. Lu Siheng is bright and handsome. His genes will surely produce an exceptional child. Even if they don't marry, we would still benefit." Su father chimed in. "How come both of you are so open-minded? Who are the real youngsters here?"
Su Jingyan and Su Jingyan exchanged incredulous glances.
While their parents remained at ease, the two brothers were restless, unable to sleep, with Su Jingyan having suffered insomnia the previous night. Holding a childhood photograph of his sister, Su Jingyan sighed heavily, lamenting, how did she grow up so fast? Why is she suddenly looking for a boyfriend?
I am utterly unprepared.
He had raised her like a father, mother, and brother all in one, and now, merely a couple of years later, she was on the verge of being taken away. Though he and T felt discomfort when she was home, her absence now left a profound void in his heart. It was merely a trip for fun, but he was already struggling with the thought of her marrying someone else in the future. Lying in bed, he sighed. Why can't Lu Siheng just come into our family? Chapter 155. Establishing true relations. The more he pondered, the more he wished for Lu Siheng to marry into the Su family, though he recognized the impracticality of such a notion, given that Lu Siheng was the sole heir of his family. The following morning, Su Jingyan summoned his family for a meeting to discuss this very issue. The others regarded him with bewilderment. Su mother gently patted his head. You're not feverish, are you? How can you suggest such nonsense? They only have one child. Even if you're reluctant to let your sister go, that's simply not feasible. Exactly. While I too feel a sense of loss over our daughter. You can't expect their only son to marry into our family. Do you want the Lu family pursuing you? Su father added, munching on his breakfast. Observing his brother's troubled expression, Su Jingyuan comforted him. I understand your reluctance to let Nin go, but they haven't even established a relationship yet. If you're this anxious now, imagine how you'll feel when she actually marries. The sibling rivalry they often displayed masked a profound bond, one that had clearly resonated with their father, who was presently indulging in his meal. Unbeknownst to Su Enin, her older brother was genuinely struggling with the thought of losing her, already fretting over future uncertainties that had yet to unfold. Meanwhile, she was fully immersed in the joys of her vacation, reveling in the island's countless attractions, which had been meticulously crafted. My goodness! How much did it cost to build this island's facilities? It's utterly extravagant. I've spent 3 days here, and still haven't explored the entire island. Every day felt like a treasure hunt for Su Enin. Lu Siheng had indeed curated a plethora of delightful surprises, from exquisite jewelry to an array of unique trinkets, elevating her sense of anticipation and delight. She found herself questioning the validity of the system's claim that he had never been in a relationship. System. Are you certain he has never dated? His skill in charming a girl is rather impressive. These plush toys and exquisite jewelry, could they truly be selections made by a man who has never experienced the tender nuances of love? Her elder brother consistently opts for gifts in shades of red and pink, embodying a rather simplistic approach to color when choosing presents. Yet, Lu Siheng's aesthetic sensibilities effortlessly eclipse those of her brother. One cannot help but ponder what kind of girlfriend her brother might eventually attract. She feels a twinge of sympathy for that girl, destined to encounter such a blissfully oblivious partner. Lu Siheng adjusted the crown atop her head and elaborated. These items were selected after I sought the input of netizens online. Initially, they chose some rather unsightly pieces, but I later refined the selections based on my own preferences. The final outcomes have been meticulously curated, and I have stored away the more hideous options. At times, the opinions of the online community can be rather outrageous. Lu Siheng had purchased a multitude of gifts, uncertain of which styles might appeal to women, so she enlisted the help of internet users, incentivizing them with rewards. The initial suggestions were fairly conventional, but as time progressed, the choices grew increasingly bizarre. Contemplating a particularly garish purple octopus, Lu Siheng mused. Do girls genuinely find such unattractive items appealing? Thankfully, she had not wholly adhered to the netizens' whims. She meticulously selected items that resonated with her own taste, ultimately validating her discerning aesthetic. Su Enin, clutching a small plush dog, laughed and remarked, Do you have any idea how peculiar my brother's taste is? He completely lacks your refined sensibility. Throughout his life, every gift he has chosen has been an unsightly shade of pink. It's baffling how he finds them attractive. The mere thought of those pink gowns made her cringe, an eyesore indeed. Lu Siheng envisioned Su Jingyan and questioned whether his taste could truly be so lamentable. His attire seemed rather ordinary. Was it possible that he employed a stylist for his professional wardrobe? Su Jingyan, what do you mean by ugly? I don't summon a stylist every morning just to have my outfits coordinated. They spent a fortnight frolicking on the island, so engrossed in merriment that they hardly noticed the passage of time. As their departure approached, the system lamented, I do not wish to leave. Why can't we linger here? I so adore these seafood delights. Perhaps you could honeymoon here when you marry, Su Enin teased. I'd love to extend my stay. ISNT this a bit excessive? After just 2 weeks, you're already so attached? Lu Siheng nearly succumbed to laughter at the system's melodramatic tone, which had grown increasingly humanized, shedding its mechanical timbre. Thank you for inviting me to this delightful escapade. Once we return, please join me for dinner. Suanan said with a playful tilt of her head. Lu Siheng was momentarily taken aback. Did her words imply what he thought they did? Did you mean what I think you meant? He stammered, uncertainty mingling with disbelief. In a bold gesture, Suanan pressed her lips against his, declaring, "Is my intent not clear? After months of back and forth, I've concluded that you possess admirable character and integrity. Thus, I am ready to consider you my boyfriend. How our relationship evolves will depend on your actions. If you perform well." Before she could finish, he interjected fervently, "I will undoubtedly excel. I shall ensure you never feel a moment of discomfort within our home. Your word is law." His words tumbled forth in a rush, betraying his nervousness. He had never felt so anxious, not even when first entering the corporate realm.
Ah,
You two are officially together. I knew it would happen. The system erupted in excitement. What a waste of months. So much could have been accomplished in that time. It was clear that if the system had a physical form, it would be spinning with joy. Chapter 156. The Diminishing Allure of Love.
what?
How did you solidify your relationship so swiftly? What transpired on the island over these 2 weeks? Su Jingyan's voice cracked with disbelief.
Didn't you claim there was nothing between you?
Wasn't it too soon? Suanan grasped Lu Siheng's hand. Not much happened. We merely enjoyed each other's company for a fortnight, and I discovered that Lu Siheng is genuinely wonderful and attentive. Su Jingyan's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Lu Siheng. I viewed you as competition, and now you've ensnared my sister. Though they had transitioned to a friendship, they remained rivals in business. After all, there are no friends in the pursuit of profit. The rapid progression of their relationship left Su Jingyan feeling as if a heavy stone had been dropped upon his chest. His carefully nurtured sister had suddenly been swept away, and who could fathom the depths of his dismay? Observing her elder son's crestfallen expression, Su's mother beamed with joy, not at mocking him, but in celebration of her daughter's happiness. Such a fine man must be cherished. Good men are rare commodities in this world. Once lost, they are truly gone. Pay no mind to your brother. He simply cannot bear to part with you. After all, he raised you, and while he may seem critical, his concern is genuine. Your father and I wholeheartedly approve of your relationship, so long as Siheng treats you well. We have no demands. Lu Siheng quickly vowed, "Rest assured, uncle and aunt, I will cherish Anin for all my days. In any future life, I shall continue to do so." Oh, already planning for future lives? How audacious. Su Jingyan regarded Lu Siheng with disdain, feeling that, while he had once found him commendable, his perception had soured now that their relationship was official. I must warn you, if you ever mistreat my sister, you'll find out just how I'll deal with you. Su Jingyan threatened, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Gone was the image of the suave gentleman. He was now a tempestuous figure. Su Jingyuan, witnessing his cousin's overzealousness, hastily intervened. Calm down. This is your future brother-in-law. If you injure him, it will only bring sorrow to Anin. Suanan had never before witnessed her brother in such a state of upheaval. System, it seems my brother truly loves me. If that is the case, why does he always resort to hitting me? The system paused for a moment to deliberate before responding. Perhaps it's due to your behavior often inviting such reactions. Their essay saying, the one who flirts first is the fool, and you seem to embody that perfectly. Suanan. Others. Why does it feel as though the system has become increasingly sardonic? What peculiar insights has it acquired during this time? After what seemed like a family introduction, Lu Siheng returned home to share the news with his parents. A wave of joyous laughter erupted from the Lu family residence.
Ha ha ha.
Our pig has finally learned to root for the cabbage. To think that such a splendid opportunity has arisen. I had believed that this young man would remain unattached for life. Mrs. Lu's laughter could reveal her back molars. She had fretted over her son's lifelong happiness to the point of graying her hair. Both of her sons were a source of concern. One was perpetually engrossed in work, avoiding female companionship, while the other, after a hard-won interaction with a girl, had been deceived and now seemed to be evolving into a workaholic as well. At this rate, their entire family would become a clan of workaholics. Ji Yunyang gazed at his cousin's radiant smile with a look of disdain. Brother, your smile seems rather cheap. Haven't you been together for quite some time? Why is it only now that you're defining your relationship? Lu Siheng playfully tapped his younger brother on the back of the head, saying, previously, we were merely testing the waters. To put it in S words, I was assessing whether I was suitable to be her boyfriend, and it seems I have passed. Ji Yunyang could hardly believe such words were uttered by his brother. His brother, so outstanding, had been the one chosen, while Su Wenin was truly remarkable. Mrs. Lu gently patted her son's shoulder, her tone earnest. Now that you've finally encountered someone with such poor judgment, you must seize this opportunity. If you let her slip away, you may very well find yourself forever unmoored. You know how much effort your father and I put into raising you. You must learn to utilize this handsome face of yours. After all, women can be quite enamored by appearances. Tomorrow, I shall take you shopping for a new outfit. While your black suit is indeed stylish, a constant wardrobe can become tiresome. You must present her with fresh allure each day if you wish for your relationship to endure. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang exchanged glances. Sensing they had stumbled upon something extraordinary, Ji Yunyang, astonished, remarked, Aunt, your thoughts are remarkably progressive. It seems you embody the essence of youth. Mrs. Lu tossed her hair with pride, declaring, my mindset is far from antiquated. My expectations for you two are quite modest. I would even welcome a male partner if either of you were to bring one home. I simply fear you will both remain forever unattached. I cannot bear the thought of managing 3 men alone. It would be utterly embarrassing. The 3 men of the Lu household exchanged glances, sensing her disdain. Ji Yunyang clapped his hands in astonishment. Aunt, you truly are remarkable. It is rare for someone of your age to embrace such modern ideas. However, he couldn't help but wonder just how low her expectations were. After all, both he and his brother were young and talented. Once the relationship was confirmed, Lu Siheng and Su Wenin embarked on a daily routine of public displays of affection. Their lengthy phone conversations drew cold laughter from Su Jingyan whenever he passed by. Su Wenin suspected her brother was simply envious. Ji Yunyang could hardly bear the sight of his cousin's seemingly worthless smile. It wasn't unattractive, rather. He had never witnessed such a display from him before. Observing this radiant smile, Ji Yunyang foolishly remarked, Brother, you ought to rein it in a bit. Such exuberance could easily lead to crow's feet. Have you heard the saying, beauty fades and love wanes? Get lost. Chapter 157. The Vigilance of Two Brothers. Every time Ji Yunyang beheld his cousin's blissful demeanor, his feelings were undeniably complex. He was, after all, the more popular one, so why had his cousin found love first? Ji Yunyang began to question his own charm. The only time he had dated, he had been deceived. That girl, Jiang Yan, had seemingly vanished abroad long ago. With the eldest son's lifelong affair settled, it was now the turn of this younger nephew. Mrs. Lu, upon seeing Ji Yunyang, began her relentless reminders.
Ayang.
You must consider your own future as well. The company may be demanding, but your lifelong happiness is paramount. Look at your brother. He already has a partner. Surely, you don't want to be outdone by him. I once believed your brother would remain a hermit. Who knew he would surprise me at this juncture? When will you present me with a similar surprise? Watching his aunt's earnest attempts to persuade him, Ji Yunyang's lips twitched as he abruptly stood up. Aunt, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at the company. I will certainly consider this lifelong affair seriously, and if I encounter someone suitable, I promise to bring her home. Ji Yunyang spoke sincerely, though he hadn't yet encountered anyone who met his criteria. He desired a girlfriend who was both beautiful and aligned with his values, someone who could understand his work and family dynamics, and most importantly, someone not drawn to the Lu family name. Despite the flattery he received, he often found that those who showed interest were primarily attracted to the Lu family status. Such girls were entirely unacceptable. It was all his cousin's fault for finding love so early, placing all the pressure squarely on him. Meanwhile, Lu Siheng, lost in the sweetness of his date with Su Wenin, remained blissfully unaware of his cousin's resentment. Nearby, 2 older brothers kept a watchful eye.
Su Jingyan, dressed inconspicuously,
Sat next to them, fixated on the couple at the adjacent table. Su Jingyuan glanced left and right, feeling that their seating choice was rather precarious. Why did my sister choose this place for a date? It's so awkward. It's a couple's booth, and here we are, 2 men sitting together. Everyone passing by is bound to stare. Can't we switch to another table? This is just too embarrassing, Su Jingyuan said, cautiously using the menu to shield his face. Several people have passed by and given us knowing smiles. They definitely think we're something we're not. Su Jingyan, however, was entirely absorbed in thoughts of Su Wenin. So, what if they misinterpreted? As long as they knew they were brothers, it was inconsequential.
Ugh.
How could Lu Sihing be feeding her? Doesn't she have hands of her own? And what else with Lu Sihing being so hands-on? Seeing his brother in such a state of agitation, Su Jingyuan replied with a look of exasperation. They're a couple. What is wrong with feeding each other? You need to calm down. It's as if you're suffering from anxiety. Since their relationship blossomed, Ji Yunyang had been in a constant state of worry. He felt uneasy about his cousin spending the night out and insisted on prior notice for any dates. They're both in their 20s. There's no need for such strict oversight, Su Jingyuan pointed out. I'm just concerned for her well-being. Lu Sihing is much older. What if he deceives her? Su Jingyan argued. Look at how he manages such a large company. He's undoubtedly cunning. What if he's merely after her beauty? While she may not excel in other areas, she certainly is attractive. Su Jingyuan glanced at the faces of Su Jingyan and Su Anin, which seemed almost identical. Feeling utterly bemused. Aren't you both using the same features? Are you praising her, or are you praising yourself? Su Jingyuan shared some resemblance with his cousins. Perhaps a trait inherited from the Su family. However, Su Jingyan and Su Anin were strikingly alike. Had they been closer in age, others might have mistaken them for twins. The only distinction lay in Su Jingyan's more rugged features compared to Su Anin's delicate charm. System. Your two brothers are secretly observing you from behind. Their concern for your date with Lu Sihing is palpable. The system had long since noticed the two brothers lurking nearby, in a booth typically designated for couples. The sight of two men seated together was particularly conspicuous, especially given their remarkable appearances. As others passed by, they couldn't help but steal glances at them. And the system took notice of this. Su Anin discreetly glanced back and, somewhat exasperated, remarked to Lu Sihing, "My two brothers are lurking behind us, watching us secretly. You have no idea how overbearing they've been lately. I have to report to them before going anywhere, and I'm not allowed to stay out overnight. They never used to be this strict with me." Lu Sihing smiled slightly, perhaps attributing their protectiveness to him. If he had a sister, he could understand the sentiment. After all, seeing one's cherished cabbage being taken away by another would certainly evoke feelings of resentment towards the thief. Su Anin shot a glance at her sneaky brother, finding the situation both amusing and infuriating. Forget about them. They'll grow accustomed to it over time. My brother even suggested that you come live with us, but my parents scolded him for that. Lu Sihing pondered this for a moment and realized that the idea of living with them wasn't entirely unacceptable. His mother had initially hoped to marry him off to spare herself from witnessing his perpetual frustration at home. If you wish for me to move in, I could consider it. My parents are quite open-minded about such matters. As long as I marry, they would accept either a bride or a groom. This revelation illustrated the extent to which Lu Sihing's parents were exasperated with him. Su Anin, upon hearing this, was taken aback. But you're their only child. Would your parents really agree to you moving in with someone else? After reflecting on his mother's previous exasperated words, Lu Sihing replied, "They would agree. My mother once told me that as long as I find someone, she would be fine with marrying me off. Plus, there's Ji Yunyang, my cousin. He is practically like a brother to me." The Su brothers, overhearing this, were dumbfounded. Was the Lu family really this liberal? Su Anin certainly wouldn't entertain the idea of Lu Sihing moving in with them. It would be profoundly unfair to him. Chapter 158. A remarkable encounter. Even the psychologist was driven to despair. The better Lu Sihing performed, the more discontent Su Jingyan felt. Finding no fault was the greatest fault. He was undoubtedly deceiving that girl. He was tricking her, knowing her pure heart would ache for him. Men. As a man himself, he understood the nature of such thoughts. "Dear cousin, are you overthinking this? What they say might be their genuine feelings," Su Jingyuan suggested, regardless of their authenticity. Su Jingyan harbored no fondness for this potential brother-in-law. Why should the sister he had raised be taken away by another man upon growing up? Throughout the meal, Su Jingyuan felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, unable to eat a single bite under the scrutinizing gazes of those around them. To make matters worse, two girls had even taken pictures of them. What was there to photograph? It was perfectly normal for two men to dine together. After finishing their meal, Su Anin and Lu Sihing pretended not to notice the onlookers and left. Only then did Su Jingyan lower the menu that had been shielding his face.
I am infuriated.
How could they so quickly start discussing marriage when they haven't even taken the first step? Su Jingyan rolled his eyes in exasperation, no longer caring about his image. Su Jingyuan poured him a glass of ice water. "Drink some water to cool down. You should relax. Even if Anin were to marry, she would still be your sister. Try not to appear so anxious, alright? If it gets unbearable, I can take you to see a psychologist. I think you might have some psychological issues.
Indeed.
Something was amiss in his psyche, or else he wouldn't be acting this way. Su Jingyan paid no heed to his words, his mind a chaotic swirl. Suddenly, he recalled the matter of the dowry.
No.
If these two truly intended to marry, the dowry must not be lacking. They absolutely could not allow the Liu family to look down upon them. There's a saying, where the money is, there lies the heart. We must ensure our intentions are adequately prepared. Dear cousin, your thinking is quite erratic. Just a moment ago, you were opposing their relationship, and now you're fretting over the dowry? He realized that he merely needed to be a loyal listener. Everything else was beyond his purview. It seemed that this solitary performance was bringing him unexpected joy. After Su Wenin and Lu Sihing departed, they strolled through several venues, behaving like any ordinary couple while sauntering down the street to buy milk tea. Watching Lu Sihing queue to buy her a drink filled Su Wenin's heart with a sweet warmth as she communicated with the system. You were right. Dating does seem rather enjoyable. The system replied, hee hee, it's not that dating is enjoyable, it's Lu Sihing who is interesting. The system was no longer the same as before. It had learned much, and I have numerous grand gifts. If you have any uncertainties, just ask me. These gifts will undoubtedly help you when Lu Sihing over completely. Su Wenin retorted, why do I feel like these grand gifts aren't exactly what they seem? The system chuckled, hee hee, because they aren't meant to be serious. Honestly, your ancestors had far more fun than you do. Those ancient techniques for the bedroom were exhilarating. I've gathered a wealth of information. I'll teach you everything. Su Wenin remarked. You've changed. You're not the innocent system I once knew. I hardly recognize you now. The joys of dating were indeed delightful. During this time, Su Jingyan was diligently preparing Su Wenin's dowry. As he put it, although he disapproved of her suitor and their relationship, it had reached this point, and he had to prepare what was necessary. Regardless of his feelings, his attitude had to reflect the family's honor. Su father and Su mother, you talk a big game, but your actions tell a different story. Do you support your sister's relationship or not? If you're in favor, why do you act like a drama queen every day? If you're against it, why have you already prepared the dowry? Aren't you worried about a split personality? Uncle and aunt, perhaps we should give Jingyan a break. I'll take him to see a psychologist. I believe he has been struggling mentally lately. Su Jingyuan had been following Su Jingyan's antics and felt somewhat mentally drained himself. Observing the dark circles under his nephew's eyes, Su father couldn't help but comment, you've truly been through a lot lately. Perhaps you should see a psychologist as well. Don't let him affect you. Under the family's insistence, Su Jingyan was reluctantly taken to see a psychologist. 2 hours later, the psychologist emerged in utter disarray. He has no psychological issues. I'm the one with problems. Get him out of here. I won't even take your money. It's terrifying. This person must have studied psychology. The psychologist felt that all his years of study had been in vain. Su Jingyuan asked, what on earth happened? Why has even the psychologist turned out this way? Su Jingyan scoffed, I told you I have no issues. What on earth did you discuss with this doctor? How could he change so drastically in just 2 hours? Su Jingyuan was genuinely curious about how he managed to do it. Su Jingyan casually rolled up his sleeves and replied nonchalantly, we didn't discuss much. We merely talked about family. Su Jingyuan seized upon this crucial detail. Whose family were you discussing? Su Jingyan replied, as if it were obvious. Naturally, I was talking about his family. Why would I discuss my own? I merely touched on his relationships with his parents, his spouse, his children, and his siblings. The dynamics among his parents and wife, as well as the relationship between his wife and his brother, were mere trifles that led him to a complete breakdown. His psychological fortitude was rather lacking. How could someone of such fragile mental constitution aspire to be a psychologist? Su Jingyuan was utterly at a loss, questioning whether he was indeed the psychologist or if the other person held that title. What business did he have discussing familial relations? Su Jingyan had dabbled in psychology himself, understanding that in business, one must occasionally employ psychological acumen to discern the desires and needs of others. Grasping their psyche would facilitate smoother interactions. However, he had not pursued formal certification. Perhaps, had he done so, he might have indeed earned a degree in psychology. Chapter 159. The hobby journal. Su Jingyan's anxiety had escalated to an uncontrollable degree. Primarily, he had always positioned himself as a brother and father figure, as their parents. Su father and Su mother were often preoccupied with work and business trips during their youth. Thus, the siblings had grown up supporting one another. with Su Jingyan being a few years older than Su Anan, effectively raising her. How could a child he had nurtured so painstakingly be so easily entrusted to another?
Consequently,
Su Jingyan seized an opportunity to invite Lu Siheng out. Observing his brother-in-law's somewhat pallid complexion, Lu Siheng exhibited a demeanor of utmost humility, inquiring, "What brings you to seek me out, elder brother?" His address flowed effortlessly, leaving Su Jingyan momentarily flustered. There was a certain pleasantness to being called elder brother, as it conferred a sense of superiority in their familial hierarchy. Suppressing the urge to smile, Su Jingyan cleared his throat and stated, "Your marriage is now nearly settled. I have summoned you here to issue a warning. If you dare mistreat that girl, do not expect my leniency." He continued, "Should any discord arise between you two, or should your affections wane, all you need do is return her home safely. If I discover that you have laid a hand on her or bullied her, our Su family's eldest daughter will not be so easily trifled with." Lu Siheng smiled gently upon hearing this, his eyes glimmering with warmth. "Rest assured, elder brother, I would never harm Anan. I have discussed matters with my family, and since you are reluctant to let her go, we plan to live separately after our marriage, outside of our private time together. We shall split our time between the Su and Lu households, ensuring at least a month each year is spent with the Su family." Su Jingyan felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. "That sounds quite agreeable. Our girl has never been away from home, so you must take good care of her when you reside outside." Abruptly, he produced a thick notebook from his pocket. "Here, I have compiled a list of her likes and dislikes. You must memorize it thoroughly. Every detail regarding her preferences, what she enjoys eating, her favorite activities, her preferred colors, has been meticulously documented. Should you find anything unclear, simply refer to this." Lu Siheng took the notebook and opened it. Discovering the first entry, her favorite color was pink. Lu Siheng remarked, "Elder brother, I believe Anan's favorite color is not pink." Su Jingyan shot him a disapproving look.
who said that?
"Throughout her life, she has adored pink. Every gift I have given her has been pink. She loves it. You have only just met her. How can you presume to know her favorite color? If you do not wish to keep this notebook, then return it to me." As Su Jingyan reached for it, Lu Siheng hastily tucked the notebook into his embrace. "Thank you, elder brother. I will certainly pay close attention to the contents. While the color might not be accurate, perhaps the other details were indeed correct." After meeting with Su Jingyan, Lu Siheng immediately sought out Su Anan. Upon seeing the thick notebook, Su Anan felt a mix of emotions. It was unexpected that her brother cared so deeply for her, even going so far as to document her preferences. How much he must cherish her. Yet, upon opening the first page, she saw the mention of her favorite color. Who told him I liked pink? His subjective opinions are so overwhelming. I have repeatedly stated that I do not like pink. Has he truly not listened to me? Suddenly, she found the notebook to be rather unreliable. Lu Siheng chuckled quietly, choosing to remain silent. The siblings ought to resolve their own matters. Both were formidable in their own right, and despite their daily squabbles, their bond was undeniably strong. The system observed the notebook and couldn't help but reflect. Your brother genuinely loves you. Although the color may be incorrect, he has accurately noted your favorite foods, toys, and clothing styles. Su Anan responded. Then, why does he always gift me pink princess dresses? Is he doing it on purpose? Initially, she thought he was simply unaware of her preferences. But now it seemed clear he was deliberately provoking her. The system promptly fell silent, realizing it had spoken out of turn. Su Anan skimmed through the contents of the notebook before shoving it into Lu Siheng's hands. Aside from my favorite color being incorrect, everything else is accurate. Since my brother cares for me so much, you must treat me well. Otherwise, if I suffer any grievances, he will not spare you. Make sure to remember these details. If you cannot, then simply gift me according to what is written here, and certainly do not provoke me like my brother does." Su Jingyan, ever the tease, left her wondering who could possibly tame him. If someone could indeed manage to do so, she would be eternally grateful. Lu Siheng held the notebook with utmost care, his expression serious as he declared, "Fear not. I will memorize every detail and will not let your brother down." While this young couple basked in their affection, Su Jingyan found himself nearly overwhelmed by work. Did that girl cease working simply because she was in a relationship? Who was running this entertainment company? Was it not his? Why was everything being thrust upon him? Was his office a mere refuse bin? As he signed contracts for Su Anan, his hand grew weary with the repetition. The secretary dared not utter a word. It was not her fault she could not locate the young CEO, so she had to approach Su Jingyan instead. Yet, It must be noted that the siblings were remarkably attractive. Even in anger, they maintained an undeniable allure. The secretary found herself momentarily starstruck, as Su Anin had selected secretaries who fit her aesthetic, curvaceous and strikingly beautiful. As she put it, working alongside beautiful individuals makes the job more pleasant. One more glance, and I might just pluck out your eyes. A chilling voice interrupted her thoughts, causing the secretary to quickly lower her gaze. Good heavens! This Su CEO is rather intimidating, she thought, initially mistaking his voice for that of a ghost. Chapter 160. Am I to be your third wheel? Su Jingyan had been feeling irritable for several days, ultimately being coerced into participating in a television program. Brother, please do me this favor. The previous episode was left unfinished, and this time we can continue recording. Ji Yunyang assured me that this round of guests will not involve as many complications. We are simply meant to have fun. Su Anin clung to her brother's arm, showering him with playful affection. The last recording had been abruptly halted due to a multitude of unforeseen events. Now that matters have been set right, she and Ji Yunyang have revived this variety show, and naturally, the family must support their own. Moreover, the guests Ji Yunyang has selected this time are truly commendable, all thoroughly vetted by the system, ensuring impeccable character. Su Jingyan glanced at his troublesome sister, then pointed at Lu Sihing beside him, exclaiming in exasperation, "You can take me along, but why must he come too? Isn't this supposed to be a sibling show? What do we need 3 people for? Am I merely to be the awkward third wheel?" Lu Siheng forced a smile, unsure of how to respond. Since getting involved with Su Anin, his demeanor towards Su Jingyan had lost its haughty edge. He yielded as much as possible, and where he could not yield, he merely endured, after all. This was his future brother-in-law. System go. The destination this time is even more entertaining than the last. We're heading abroad. I've never traveled overseas before.
Then,
you absolutely must bring your brother along. The popularity of you siblings has always been high. This is the perfect opportunity to create a love triangle. The trio responded. Are you all right? Is that how you describe a love triangle? Su Anin retorted, shut up. He's my real brother. What kind of love triangle nonsense is this? Have you mixed up your terminology? The system chuckled. Well, I simply ran out of words to describe it. And seeing you 3 together, I deemed love triangle fitting. Su Jingyan felt his head throb. His unreliable sister was compounded by the system's absurdity. System. And the chosen guests this time are truly remarkable. Their lives are extraordinarily vibrant. Although their characters are beyond reproach, their lives are exceptionally colorful. It would be a pity not to go. The phrase extraordinarily vibrant captivated Su Jingyan. This time, 2 couples had been selected as guests, both pairs being married. And their lives seemed so exciting, this hardly appeared to bode well. The system's claims of good character coupled with vibrant lives left much to be desired, hinting at something more dubious. Su Anin was even more eager to attend. While Su Jingyan's internal resolve wavered, yet he stubbornly held firm for a day and 3 hours before being persuaded. Observing his cousin's conflicted complaints, Su Jingyuan sighed and set down his paintbrush. Why create such a fuss when you are clearly eager to join? If you wish to indulge in the spectacle, then do so. If you feel like a third wheel, simply keep your distance when they are being intimate and entertain yourself elsewhere.
Su Jingyan immediately countered. How can that be?
They invited me only to neglect me. That's unacceptable. I must insert myself between them. Lu Siheng shall not approach that girl. Su Jingyan's clenched teeth elicited a hint of sympathy from Su Jingyuan for Lu Siheng. Having such a brother-in-law must indeed be challenging. While he appeared mature, his actions were immature, and though he displayed childishness, he was undeniably the leader of a major corporation. Brother, you should join us. United, we brothers are an indomitable force. Su Jingyuan, what do you mean by united? Who are we cutting off? 3 days later, the 3 siblings of the Su family, accompanied by the external member Lu Siheng, set off. Viewers were thrilled to see the long-missed siblings, now joined by 2 unfamiliar handsome men. Oh my gosh! The high attractiveness of these 4 is simply unparalleled.
Who are those 2 handsome men?
Do beautiful people only associate with beautiful people? I truly envy Su Anin, surrounded by all these handsome men. I recognize the tallest one, Lu Siheng, the heir of the Lu group, a super elite family. The Su family is also elite, but slightly less so than the Lu family. I know the other one too. He is the recently reunited young master of the Su family, thought to be a descendant of the Su clan separated during the war. By lineage, he should be the cousin of the Su siblings. My heavens! The Su family's beauty is simply stunning. How can they all be so handsome and beautiful? I've noticed that the three siblings do bear a striking resemblance. It's as if they were cast from the same mold. And this cousin shares similar features. What a powerful gene pool. The audience was enraptured by the allure of these four individuals. The phrase heir of a top-tier family inherently captivates the masses, thus their popularity likely surpassed that of the other celebrity couples. Within half an hour of the live broadcast, it soared to trending topics. Despite a year's absence, the affection for this sibling duo was evident. When Lu and Qi Bin, the couple known for their gentle demeanor, greeted the four with polite smiles, Li Minghua and Qian, slightly more vivacious, also exuded an amiable aura, making it clear that they were pleasant company. Su Anan felt quite satisfied with these two pairs. We'll all be together for a week. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask us. Tonight, I'll cook dinner for everyone. My culinary skills are quite good, and Qian said warmly, just as Su Anan was about to agree. Her words were swiftly rejected by Su Jingyan and Lu Xiheng. No need, we'll prepare our own meal. The two spoke in unison, their synchronicity evident. Upon hearing each other's words, they simultaneously turned their heads away. System. Hee such harmony. Su Anan, be quiet. The audience found their exchange utterly amusing. Why does it seem like they're a bit uncomfortable? Do heirs of elite families not get along? Lu Xiheng is Su Anan's boyfriend. Naturally, Su Jingyan, as the brother-in-law, would not be fond of him. The gentler, more refined handsome guy seems so helpless. I adore his type. Chapter 161. Married to a pair of twin brothers. During dinner, Lu Xiheng and Su Jingyan clashed once more. I've raised Anan since she was little. Her favorite meals are naturally those I prepare. You must have never lifted a finger in the kitchen. Su Jingyan firmly pulled Lu Xiheng aside, unwilling to relinquish his role as head chef. Lu Xiheng smoothly moved to the other side, taking command of the stove, and calmly remarked, I know Su's culinary skills are commendable. I've seen them on the show before, yet let me handle this, as I will be taking care of Anan moving forward. Tension thickened in the air. While their voices lacked overt hostility, the intensity of their glare suggested an imminent clash. Watching from the side, Su Anan and Su Jingyuan exchanged glances, while the other couples looked on in disbelief. Wait, you two have occupied both cooking stations. How are we supposed to prepare dinner? And Qian nudged Li Minghua, signaling him with her eyes. Hurry up, they've taken all the spots. What are we going to eat? We can't just have cold salads for dinner.
Li Minshua,
Reading his wife's expression, appeared equally distressed. He dared not approach, knowing well the formidable presence of the two. System. TSK, look how adored you are. Caught between a brother and a boyfriend. By the way, you two have been quite open about your dating. People think you're married. Some even edited wedding photos of you online, and I must say, they look quite good. Initially, the netizens genuinely believed that they had tied the knot, especially since Lu Xiheng frequently took Su Anan to dine at various exquisite restaurants. Furthermore, Lu Xiheng was also seen participating in the family gatherings of the Su family, leading the online community to assume that the couple had indeed wed. The two families seemed to form a perfect match, a strong union that was well received by the public. However, it was later that Su Jingyan, in a fit of exasperation, took to the internet to clarify that they were not married yet and were merely in the dating phase, still at the very beginning of their relationship. Observing the brewing conflict between the two, Su Jingyuan sighed and pulled each of them away, saying, Enough already, let me handle this. You're taking up space. How can anyone prepare a meal with you two causing such a ruckus? This is utterly ridiculous. And you, cousin, your sister is practically engaged. So it's time to stop causing trouble, alright? If you're so bored, why not focus on the family business? Or perhaps find yourself a girlfriend. If they're flaunting their affection, you could do the same. With her elder cousin stepping in, Su Anan finally felt a sense of relief. As a sister and girlfriend, she was truly ill-suited to mediate. Any attempt to counsel one would inevitably lead the other to feel slighted. Balancing this delicate situation was indeed a challenge. Observing the scene unfold, the netizens were on the verge of laughter. What a chaotic scene. It seems the brother-in-law is somewhat displeased with his sister-in-law.
Huh?
The cousin looks genuinely exasperated. Are we certain these two aren't just pretending to avoid cooking to make him suffer? I share that sentiment. It's quite unfortunate for him, having to mediate while also cooking. As Su Jingyuan wielded the spatula, he sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Why has cooking suddenly become my responsibility? He cast a bemused glance at the three seated outside, rolling his eyes in disbelief. No wonder they had summoned him. It was to play the role of peacemaker and chef. Here, and these nuts are delightful. I've already shelled them for you. Lu Siheng offered a plateful of nuts. Su Wenin smiled, poised to pop one into her mouth, only to have Su Jingyan snatch it away. The collective gasp from everyone present was palpable. This nut isn't particularly tasty, Su Jingyan declared disdainfully, chewing with a grimace. It's not very crunchy and seems a bit soggy. Did you forget to dry your hands after washing? Lu Siheng, silent exasperation. Su Wenin sighed inwardly, expressing her thoughts to the system. What should I do? I feel like my brother has become increasingly childish. I find myself missing the old him. Despite his complaints, he was at least somewhat normal. Now it feels like he has short-circuited. The system concurred. Indeed, your brother's intellect now resembles that of a 3-year-old. Meanwhile, Zhou Lu and Inqian, the two couples, were nearing the completion of their meal preparations, 4 dishes and a soup, perfectly sufficient for the 4 of them. Su Jingyuan also prepared 4 dishes and a soup, bustling about in his bear-themed apron in the kitchen, captivating the audience. How can all the men from the Su family be so charismatic? Su Jingyan also looked dashing while cooking before. Is it a requirement for Su family men to know how to cook? Handsome, wealthy, and culinary skills. What a paragon of a man. Glancing at her boyfriend who was engrossed in a game, one viewer lamented, why must my mood suddenly plummet? He is handsome, wealthy, and can cook, while my boyfriend can do none of that and expects me to cater to him. It's infuriating. Hey, why not break up then? If you don't, are you just keeping him around for the holidays? If you're unwilling to part ways, then it's a mutual agreement to endure each other. Venting online 1T changed that. But I truly like him. We've been together for 7 years. Abandoning this relationship now would be such a waste. Fine. Then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Just make sure to keep your relationship under wraps, so as not to disturb others. When it was time to eat, Su Jingyuan glanced at the 3 men seated and genuinely wished he could flip their bowls onto their faces. The system interjected, all right, it's time to eat. And let me share some gossip to lighten your mood. The 4 responded eagerly, what is it? The system continued, have you noticed Qian over there, the one cooking? She has 2 husbands. Su Wenin gasped in surprise, 2 husbands. Isn't her husband Li Minghua? The Su brothers and Lu Siheng were immediately intrigued. What could the existence of 2 husbands entail? The system elaborated, Li Minghua has a twin brother named Li Mingjia. And Qian is married to both brothers, and the 3 of them live together. And the one participating in the show is Li Mingjia. As Li Minghua is away on business, so he is filling in for his brother. Su Wenin and the others were taken aback. That is quite scandalous.
Chapter 162. Su Jingyan bullying Lu Siheng.
Su Wenin felt a flutter of excitement within her, an almost uncontrollable thrill. She inhaled deeply and eagerly queried the system. So, this means they have a marriage of 3 people? That's incredible. Lu Siheng and the others exchanged glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Who could have anticipated such a scenario unfolding? The system continued. Their story is reminiscent of a romantic narrative. They grew up together, so their bond has always been strong. Both Li Minghua and Li Mingjia are enamored with Inqian, and after much deliberation, they decided to share her life. Su Wenin was already envisioning a dramatic saga akin to those often found in novels, particularly in those steamy romances where such plots were commonplace. Yet, this was her first encounter with such a reality. However, Su Wenin was still curious. Do their parents know about this arrangement? Surely, they can't be keeping it a secret for long. Lu Siheng and the others shared the same concern. It would be difficult for the older generation to embrace such an unconventional lifestyle. The system chuckled. Both sets of parents are aware. The initial hurdles they faced stemmed from parental disapproval, but ultimately, they could not deter the trio. Li Mingjie and Li Minghua were resolute in their choice of Inqian. Neither was willing to let her go. The Li parents, unable to sway their sons, eventually relented, realizing that any children Inqian bore would still be their grandchildren. Moreover, given that the Li brothers are twins, their differences are negligible. Inqian's parents, on the other hand, were the most resistant, both educators. They struggled to accept such a reality. The 4 were utterly engrossed. Who needed television when this was far more riveting? This was drama beyond what any script could offer. However, since Inqian is their only daughter, and the Li brothers have treated her exceptionally well, showering her with affection, the Yin family gradually came around. Su Wenin and her companions glanced at the neighboring couple, oblivious to the world around them, and felt a complex mix of emotions that was difficult to articulate. Their admiration for such a relationship was palpable, for indeed, this kind of love is not something that the average person could embrace. Not only was it difficult to gain acceptance from their parents and family, but societal norms also posed significant barriers. Otherwise, the Lee brothers would not still be sharing a single identity. The one participating in the program was Chi's husband, Lee Minghua, suggesting that the one who registered their marriage must also be Lee Minghua, while Lee Mingjie remained the unseen figure in the background. Su Wenin sighed inwardly, feeling a mixture of sympathy and joy for them. Sympathy for the arduous journey of their romance, and joy that they ultimately found solace in each other's arms.
Indeed.
Art often draws from the tapestry of reality, which frequently surpasses fiction in its astonishment. And she noticed that the four individuals next to them had been stealing glances in their direction. She touched her face, pondering, "Is there something on my face?" She gently nudged Li Minghua, seeking confirmation. In truth, Li Minghua was Li Mingjie, who scrutinized his wife's visage and remarked, "Your face is perfectly clean. Surely, you have not misinterpreted their gaze?" And she turned to look again, realizing that Su Wenin and her companions had already averted their eyes. Their earlier stares had been so unabashed that they had nearly been caught. The audience had observed their little antics with keen clarity, particularly their furtive glances. "What are those four looking at? I can't shake the feeling that they are watching the couple as if they were a spectacle," one audience member mused. "There's something fishy about their gazes. It's as if there's a hidden agenda that eludes us," another speculated. "Their synchronized movements are rather conspicuous, looking over and then withdrawing their gazes in unison. Their tacit understanding is striking," remarked a third, noting how Lu Siheng had seamlessly integrated into the Su family. "Those four stunning individuals are simply mesmerizing. I would love to be Su Wenin's sister-in-law, whether as a sister-in-law by marriage or otherwise," another commented. It must be said that the audience possessed an uncanny ability to discern even the slightest irregularities. The meal was nothing short of spectacular, especially with the juicy gossip as a side dish, leading the four of them to overindulge. Su Jingyuan nudged his brother Su Jingyan and declared, "Since I cooked, you shall wash the dishes. We must divide our labor." Su Jingyan, sprawled out on the sofa, was reluctant to move. He pushed Lu Siheng beside him and audaciously proclaimed, "As an outsider, you should handle the dishes. It's a family tradition that the son-in-law must take on all household chores. Complete these tasks, and I shall accept you." Upon hearing this, both Su Jingyuan and Su Wenin regarded him with incredulity. "Since when did we have such a rule? There weren't any aunts in the previous generation, were there? When did you establish this household code?" The look of disdain from his brother and sister did not faze Su Jingyan. He merely urged Lu Siheng, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, or I might reconsider your acceptance as my sister's husband." Lu Siheng shot a glance at Su Jingyan but chose to remain silent, heading off to wash the dishes. For reasons unknown, he appeared somewhat aggrieved, despite his expression betraying nothing. The onlookers could not help but feel discomfort at the sight. "This brother-in-law is clearly bullying him," one exclaimed. "It's evident that the relationship between Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng has soured. They no longer conceal it before the cameras." Another noted, "Lu Siheng looks so wronged, despite his impassive face. I can see the hurt. It's truly heart-wrenching to see such a handsome man in distress. Hey, handsome, come cry in my arms." A voice called out from above. Su Wenin, noticing her brother's mischief, kicked him playfully, exclaiming, "You bully Lu Siheng. You've tormented him long enough. And now you're still at it? I'll tell Mom and Dad." Su Jingyan retorted, "Go ahead and tell them. We're recording a show. They've probably seen it all. If he refuses to wash the dishes, then he's not up to par." Chapter 163, Cousin CP. Observing her shameless brother, Su Wenin rolled her eyes and proceeded to assist. The system chimed in. A man of the household should be cherished. Teamwork makes the dream work. It's time to showcase your virtuous nature. Virtuous? The Su brothers exchanged glances at the clumsy Su Wenin. This was hardly in line with the notion of virtue. At home, she was never tasked with washing the dishes. Even mealtime was served to her. As Lu Siheng and Su Wenin washed dishes side by side, the atmosphere took on an inexplicably intimate quality. After a moment, Su Jingyuan frowned and remarked, "Doesn't this scene seem somewhat glaring? It feels like a young couple." Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan's face darkened. "What young couple? They aren't even married yet." However, the audience found this statement rather provocative. Yes. I sensed something was off about the atmosphere, but couldn't quite articulate it. "It indeed carries a couple's vibe," they noted. "It feels as though they're a married couple tidying up after guests, allowing one to envision their married life." Haha, Su Jingyan's face is utterly black. What more could he want? This brother-in-law is a rare gem. Another chimed in. Su Jingyan has shattered the preconceived notions of the wealthy elite. I once thought familial bonds in such circles were shallow, yet I truly felt a profound connection among them, even deeper than that of ordinary families. Their familial dynamic embodies my dream family. Did Suinin save the universe in her past life? Her rebirth has certainly been fortuitous. Whether she saved the universe in her past life is uncertain, but her character was undoubtedly that of a malicious supporting role. Who could have imagined that a villainess could lead such a life? As the system aptly put it, all characterizations have collapsed. Everyone as personas have crumbled. Zhou Lu, Qi Bin, and Li Minghua swiftly tidied up, then tacitly withdrew from this battleground. Let the matters of the wealthy be resolved among themselves. They were merely there to ride the coattails and earn some profit from the spotlight. The evening's entertainment consisted of watching Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng bicker, though in reality, it was more like a one-man show by Su Jingyan, as Lu Siheng hardly engaged. Su Jingyan sarcastically remarked, "Let me tell you, all the men in the Su family can cook. If you can't cook, that one tea do. You might want to consider enrolling in a culinary class. Here's a standard for you. Your cooking skills must not fall below mine." With an audience to witness, he declared, "Our girl has been spoiled since childhood. If she were to marry you, you must ensure she suffers no grievances, or I shall not let you off lightly." For once, Suinin felt her brother was speaking sense, even though she recalled that the grievances she endured at home were largely his doing. He had always delighted in teasing and tormenting her, and she had borne the brunt of his antics. Lu Siheng responded earnestly, "Rest assured, I will absolutely not allow an end to suffer, even the slightest grievance. Everything you are capable of doing, I can accomplish as well, and the things you cannot do, I am equally capable of." This statement did not sit well with Su Jingyan, who bristled at the implication that there was anything he could not achieve.
Su Hingjuan,
Seated beside them, wore an expression of exasperation, pondering the futility of participating in such a tedious variety show when he could be at home indulging in his art. However, the audience seemed quite entertained by their verbal sparring. Although it was Lu Siheng's first appearance on a variety program, his popularity surged dramatically. He and Su Jingyan were even being shipped as a couple, leaving many to ponder the peculiar thoughts of the viewers. As numerous fans insisted the duo shared an undeniable chemistry. When the system relayed this information to Suinin, she was left baffled. "Am I to leave?" The system remarked, "I genuinely believe the audience here is utterly mad, pairing Lu Siheng with your brother. If these two were to actually become a couple, it would cause quite the uproar, likely resulting in frequent quarrels." Suinin retorted, "Why on earth are you imagining them together?
what about me?
Why was her presence being so completely overlooked?" Hearing their dialogue, Lu Siheng and Su Jingyan subtly distanced themselves. How absurd! What kind of eyes did these viewers have to pair two grown men together? Su Jingyuan, expressionless as he munched on snacks, nudged his cousin, urging him to move over a bit, as he was encroaching on his space despite the ample room available. The audience erupted. Cousin couple dynamics are so delightful. Moreover, they resemble each other. Could this be the fabled couple look? I know they are related by blood. I also think the chemistry between these brothers is captivating. Lu Siheng and Su Jingyan are separated by Suinin, which makes that pairing less appealing, but the cousin couple has no such complications.
Meanwhile,
Suinin's parents watched the variety show at home. Su father, astonished by the barrage of comments, remarked, "The youth these days seem excessively liberated. How is it normal for cousins to resemble each other and be dubbed as having a couple look?" Su mother, munching on potato chips, mused, "Don't mind that. Handsome men together are simply a feast for the eyes. Much like the recent manga I've been reading, where the two male leads are also cousins. It seems society's mindset is becoming increasingly open. Besides, fans are free to indulge in their fantasies. If it brings them joy, why not?" Su mother had taken quite a liking to the interests of the younger generation and had seamlessly integrated herself into their world. Recently, she had even developed an affinity for a particular male-male couple from that very manga. She planned to finance an adaptation of the manga into an anime, ensuring that every aspect was of the highest quality, top-tier artists, voice actors, plots, sound effects. Everything must be exceptional. Chapter 164, a chaotic medley of four couples. Listening to his wife's exuberant words, Su's father felt a peculiar unease. Casting a suspicious glance at her, he queried, "Are you certain you want this to be an audio drama rather than a film adaptation?" Su's mother replied, "Of course. The realms of two-dimensional and three-dimensional art differ vastly. Successful adaptations of novels or anime into live action are exceedingly rare. Fans of original works and anime often diverge from those who enjoy film. Hearing this, Su's father breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his wife did not intend to cast their son and nephew in such a project. After all, the characters in the anime were two cousins, and it would be rather fitting given that their son and nephew were also cousins. At that moment, Su's family's brothers, engaged in the recording of the show, both sneezed simultaneously. They exchanged glances and, in unison, distanced themselves from one another, expressing concern about catching a cold. The audience erupted. Ah, their chemistry is undeniable. The more I watch, the more they seem perfectly matched. Why are they both young masters? If they were in the entertainment industry, they could easily be cast together. Such looks would be a waste if they did not enter showbiz. Perhaps it's for the best. After all, they are heirs of a wealthy family. It would indeed be a loss for them to enter the entertainment world. The fanbase for the Su brothers surged, with dedicated fans even creating specialized fan pages for them. Edited videos of their moments began circulating across various short video platforms. It was undeniable that netizens were truly remarkable. As Suwon drifted off to sleep, the system shared this information with her. You have no idea how immensely popular your two brothers are. They are beyond hot right now. Their pairing is even more popular than yours with Lee Si-hyun. Many netizens are clamoring for them to be cast in a drama or to promote themselves more. Your sibling pairing has lost its luster compared to their brotherly chemistry. Suwon scrolled through her phone, incredulous. How outrageous that netizens could ship even brothers. She decided to share the most viral videos in the family group chat. Such gems must be shared. The netizens have such discerning eyes. Just look at these edits. One might think they were truly in love. Su's mother was genuinely delighted, watching those videos with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Su's father felt a deep discomfort as he watched the short videos, knowing that the two protagonists were his son and nephew. Observing his wife's fervor, he questioned her. Do you not find this strange? They are pairing our nephew and son. Unfazed, Su's mother continued to generously tip the video creators, replying without looking up, what is so strange about it? They look great together. Just think of it as a close brotherly bond. Su's father pondered. What on earth have you experienced lately that has expanded your mindset so much? He felt increasingly like the only rational person in the family. His once composed son seemed to lose all sense when around Lee Si-hyun, while his daughter had never been quite normal, always a little silly. His nephew, upon returning, had been a perfectly ordinary person, but perhaps they had influenced him. His thought process had grown a bit peculiar. It felt as though he was the least affected by the family dynamics. As Su's father reflected, Su's mother suddenly nudged him, excitedly exclaiming, look at this new video. It features all four of them as a couple. There is such a chaotic mix of pairings. Su's father tossed his pillow aside and lunged forward. Let me see. I want to witness the dynamics of these four couples. The editor had skillfully crafted the video, showcasing the relationships among the four with remarkable clarity, creating a delightful medley of couple pairings. Su's father and Su's mother, huddled together, were utterly dumbfounded. In the face of such multi-talented netizens, their only response was an awestruck, incredible. The next morning, as Suwon rose, she noticed something peculiar about her two brothers' gazes.
Suhinjan and Suhinjuan exchanged uneasy glances,
feeling a chill run down their spines at her strange look. Please retract that bizarre gaze. Direct it towards Lee Si-hyun instead. At a mere glance, one could discern that the girl harbored no virtuous intentions. As Soo Jingyan prepared breakfast, he expressed his disdain. I watched that video you sent last night. Why do you always indulge in such nonsensical content? Soo Jingyuan chimed in. Indeed, how can netizens ship any pairing? We are, after all, blood relatives. Soo Anan nodded earnestly. Of course it can. Just look at how popular your pairing is online. Lee Si-hyun, standing nearby, wore a broad smile. He had successfully infiltrated the Su family group chat and had seen those trending videos, which were quite skillfully edited. The other two couples, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but glance in their direction. The netizens, upon hearing their dialogue, recognized the subject matter. Are they discussing those popular cousin pairing videos? One of them was edited by me. The one with over 500,000 views. It's not just 500,000 anymore. It seems to have surpassed 1 million overnight. Truly impressive. Who edited that chaotic private pairing video? It was absolutely brilliant. That would be me. I labored all afternoon to edit it. Watching the live stream while editing was exhausting, but I am genuinely pleased with the final product. I now understand what true talent means. There are so many gifted individuals online. I can't shake the feeling that this variety show was tailored specifically for those four. The other two couples seem to lack presence. Well, it's not that they lack presence. It's just that while chaos reigns here, tranquility prevails over there. Their live streams still attracted decent audience. Some people relish a more subtle, flowing dynamic. This season's filming was indeed far more harmonious than the last. Previously, the guests had been quite unruly, turning a perfectly good variety show into a gossip fest. After the show concluded, some entered the fray while others exited, and a few even ventured abroad. Truly remarkable. Chapter 165. The Lee brothers' turmoil. The raucous day swiftly passed, and just as the four prepared to make dinner, the system emitted a shrill cry. Ah! Tonight, the real Lee Minghua is arriving. The brothers are about to switch identities. Upon hearing this, Su Anan sprang to life. The other three leaned in, equally intrigued, as this was their first encounter with such a situation. Suppressing her excitement, Su Anan inquired of the system, will they switch back at midnight? Is Lee Minghua coming over secretly? The system replied, indeed, Lee Minghua is already on his way. The brothers had a quarrel this afternoon over jealousy, you know how it is. So, Lee Mingjie had stepped out to take a call earlier. This revelation rendered the four of them unable to sleep. Su Anan observed the three beside her with puzzled expressions, wondering why they were awake at this hour. Su Jingyan, munching on fruit, remarked, aren't you sitting here too? I indulged a bit too much at dinner, so I'm just sitting here to digest.
Su Hinjuan,
sketching on his iPad, added, yes, Jingyan's culinary skills were quite commendable tonight. Su Anan, listening to their banter, remained skeptical. The food had seemed quite ordinary. And they typically managed their diets well, rarely overeating. Nonetheless, she dismissed her doubts. Reasoning that she would soon return to her room, there was no need to vigilantly await the night. Zhou Lu and Qi Bin exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. It was peculiar how these four seemed to coexist in such a strange manner, yet they couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. The couple eventually retreated to their room. The evening's live stream was turned off, as most of the guests were couples and privacy was paramount. After a while, Su Anan bid farewell to Lu Siheng with a kiss, prompting Su Jingyan to glare at them with barely concealed ire. Su Jingyuan handed him a glass of ice water, suggesting it might cool his temper. After all, such scenes would likely become more frequent. Su Jingyan gulped the icy water, grimacing at its chill and the presence of ice cubes. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the system hurriedly roused Su Anan. Wake up. There's chaos outside. Lee Mingjie and Lee Minghua are about to come to blows. Still groggy from her deep slumber, Su Anan instantly perked up upon hearing the commotion. She sprang from her bed and dashed to the door, pressing her ear against it to listen intently. However, silence reigned outside, leading Su Anan to suspect a malfunction in the system. Didn't he say they were about to fight? Why can't I hear anything? The system retorted. Open the door a crack. If they were fighting loudly enough for you to hear through a closed door, that would be quite the anomaly. Following the system's advice, Su Anan opened the door slightly and indeed caught the sounds of fists meeting flesh, interspersed with muffled grunts. And Qian, standing nearby, was visibly anxious and whispered urgently, stop fighting. If anyone finds out, it will be disastrous. Can't you discuss your issues at home? It was truly exasperating. These two often stirred up trouble over trivial matters. Lee Minghua landed a punch on his brother's face, fuming. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. You took an extra day this week. You'd better return it next week. Lee Mingjie wiped the corner of his mouth with a smirk. His demeanor strikingly different from the previous days. He had convincingly embodied his brother's persona. Brother, why are you so petty? It was just a day. Besides, you owe me gratitude for pretending to be you. Your pretentious personality is a challenge to maintain. Lee Mingjie had always felt that his brother was overly self-important. Despite their birth only minutes apart, Lee Minghua consistently assumed the role of the elder sibling. Lee Mingjie found this irksome. They were twins. After all, his brother was merely the first to be delivered. Furthermore, Lee Minghua had married in Qian, relegating Lee Mingjie to forever linger in his shadow. Although he had long accepted this reality, he still found ways to play tricks on his elder brother every now and then. As the brothers exchanged barbs, and Qian felt her patience waning. Both of you, be quiet. If you wake anyone else, you'll regret it. I'll remember this when the show concludes. You'll both be in for it. These two truly had a knack for creating drama every few days. Li Mingjie chuckled and planted a kiss on Qian. My dear, I'll take my leave for now. I'll return in a while. Li Minghua huffed, clearly irritated. Just go. Haven't you had enough of this life already? Meanwhile, Su Ainen, hiding in the corner, was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. It was simply riveting. The system, too, found the turn of events wildly entertaining. Having consumed a plethora of novels, it was no stranger to tales of sibling rivalry. Yet witnessing it in real life was an entirely different experience, and it was rather enjoyable. The system's thinking has expanded directly. If only Lu Siheng had a twin brother, and if that brother also liked you, then perhaps you could develop a relationship akin to theirs. Su Ainen was taken aback by this statement, nearly dropping her eyes in disbelief. System, are you truly all right? Although this notion may not be illegal, it certainly poses a moral quandary that is difficult to accept. Could you refrain from reading so many novels? I feel as though your brain has been muddled by them, she retorted. Su Ainen genuinely believed the system's thoughts were becoming increasingly liberated, almost transcending moral boundaries. The system countered defiantly. How could one diminish the importance of novels? They are my sustenance for the spirit. Furthermore, I was merely drawing a comparison. Lu Siheng does not have a brother, and even if he did, there's no guarantee that he would fancy you. Please just be quiet, Su Ainen exclaimed. The events of the previous night had indeed been quite riveting. So captivating that Su Ainen struggled to find sleep in the latter half of the night. By the time morning arrived, she was still mulling over the matter. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarating it seemed. Indeed, the scenarios depicted in novels often stem from reality, and reality might be even more thrilling than fiction. Su Ainen remarked to the system, I truly admire how they managed to cultivate a relationship involving 3 people so adeptly. The system agreed, isn't it so? Though the 2 brothers often bicker and vie for attention, they always reconcile swiftly, and whenever Qian speaks, they obediently comply. Meanwhile, the 3 were gathered at the breakfast table. What extraordinary events transpired last night. It feels as though we missed out on so much. Su Jingyan nudged Su Jingyuan, signaling him to inquire about the previous night. Su Jingyuan subtly shook his head. How would I know? I fell asleep shortly after lying down. Lu Siheng observed the silent exchange between the brothers, a smile dancing in his eyes. Good morning. Why are you 2 up so early? The production team hasn't scheduled any activities for us today. We could have slept in a bit longer. And Qian, accompanied by Li Minghua, approached to prepare breakfast. Greeting them warmly, Su Ainen's attention immediately shifted to the 2 individuals. Li Minghua appears to have a milder temperament, and Li Mingjie is truly remarkable. He can imitate his brothers so well. If we weren't aware they were siblings, we might have been deceived. The system concurred, indeed. The stark differences in their personalities, yet their ability to maintain such a seamless facade speaks volumes about their dedication. Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan exchanged glances and silently acknowledged this truth. Their subtle communication was clearly visible to the audience, who, despite not knowing the specifics of their exchange, interpreted the brothers' chemistry as burgeoning romance, given the current popularity of the Su brothership. The way the Su brothers looked at each other was so affectionate. They must be genuine. Initially, I thought they were an unlikely pairing, but now they seem quite compatible, as if they are sharing secrets through mere glances. Although they resemble each other, I can't shake the feeling that they possess a couple's aura. What a scandal. Conversely, some viewers believed that those shipping the brothers were taking it too far. Do you really have to be so dramatic? They are blood relatives. Isn't it a bit excessive to ship them? Indeed, it's quite distasteful. Such repugnant matters shouldn't be made public. It's making me lose my fondness for the Su family. Could it be that the Su brothers are selling scandalous narratives themselves? Surely they wouldn't stoop to such levels. Perhaps, after all, who wouldn't want a little extra cash? Su father and Su mother were exasperated by the chaotic comments circulating online. Are these people out of their minds? If they dislike watching, they needn't. They can simply turn off the stream. How absurd to accuse our family of such things. We have no need to engage in such acts. Su mother was nearly livid, fanning herself in frustration. In response to her anger, Su father quickly attempted to placate her. Don't be upset. I've noted the accounts of those who spoke harshly. Once their posts garner enough attention, we can take legal action. You're right. If people wish to ship couples, that's their prerogative. They can choose not to engage if they don't appreciate it. The lack of decorum is astonishing. Su father adeptly navigated his role as the family's protector, always adopting a humble demeanor in front of his wife. She declared, and he acquiesced without rebuttal. Su mother huffed, continuing to fan herself, overwhelmed by indignation. Ultimately, she vowed that their children would not be subjected to such online vitriol. The Su family may not have lacked wealth, and if necessary, they could utilize their resources to defend themselves. Unbeknownst to Su Ainin and her companions, their parents were deeply incensed by the online backlash. They were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the internet as another scandal had surfaced. The private lives of Zhou Lu and Qi Bin had taken a scandalous turn. The system remarked, "Did you observe Qi Bin's gait today? It seems they indulged rather excessively last night." Su Ainin and her friends exchanged glances. "Are you implying that the overindulgence pertains to what we think it does? Their intimate life?" Su Ainin queried. The system confirmed, indeed, their activities last night were rather intense, resulting in some injuries. However, Zhou Lu is the dominant force in their relationship. Their attention shifted to Zhou Lu, who appeared gentle and was the epitome of a typical southern girl. Little did they know of her exuberance in private. Su Jingyan thought to himself, how peculiar that individuals who seem so ordinary outwardly could possess such diverse lives behind closed doors. Zhou Lu, with her delicate stature of barely over 5 feet, was surprisingly adventurous, managing to injure her husband in the process. Observing Qi Bin's unusual walking posture, Su Ainin couldn't help but comment, surely they ought to visit a doctor. Qi Bin's gait seems quite abnormal and potentially serious. The system dismissed her concern. No need for that. They are accustomed to such experiences. They seek stimulation, and a trip to the hospital would defeat that purpose. For them, this is far from a hospital-worthy situation. Su Ainin and her companions conceded that they had underestimated the couple's adventurous nature. Qi Bin's peculiar gait did not go unnoticed by the audience. What is wrong with Qi Bin? His walking seems off. Is he injured? Wasn't he fine before bed last night? He appeared perfectly normal during the live stream. Chapter 167. I didn't sign up to be a cook.
Qi Bin was internally distressed.
Had I known, I would have refrained from engaging in such antics last night. However, enduring a month of inactivity is simply untenable for him. Upon observing his condition, and Qi inquired with concern, "Qi, have you injured your leg? Your gait appears somewhat unsteady." Qi Bin and Zhou Lu exchanged furtive glances, and Qi Bin awkwardly replied, "I accidentally hurt my leg while showering last night. I slipped and fell."
Ah.
What a clever excuse. Su Ainin gave Qi Bin a thumbs up, as it was quite plausible that he could have sustained an injury from a fall. And Qi nodded in agreement, reminding them to be cautious during their evening routines. For the bathroom can indeed be quite slippery post-shower. With the recording schedule extending over such a lengthy period, an injury would be most unfortunate. Given that they had initially joined this program to earn money, the couple felt a sense of embarrassment and resolved to behave themselves for the remainder of the month. The 4 of them, Su Ainin included, bit their lips, their emotions a tangle of complexity. The system remarked, this talent for fabricating stories is indeed remarkable. Yet, aside from their personal matters, the character of these 2 couples is genuinely commendable. Su Ainin concurred, indeed they are quite decent. The audience, too, expressed concern for Qi Bin in the comments. Both couples had garnered a fair number of fans, as their interactions were undeniably sweet, embodying the very essence of a romantic variety show. However, amidst this romantic milieu, the Su family quartet seemed somewhat out of place. Lu Si-hung seized every opportunity to cozy up to Su Ainin, while Su Jingyan endeavored to thwart their intimacy. Meanwhile, Su Jingyuan found himself in the position of mediating between Su Jingyan's efforts to separate them. It was a veritable nesting doll of entanglements. The viewers were thoroughly entertained by their intellectual sparring, transforming what was meant to be a romantic variety show into a comical spectacle.
Ha ha ha, Su Jingyan.
The archetypal domineering CEO now spends his days vigilantly watching over his sister and brother-in-law. Every time I see Su Jingyan on the verge of exasperation, I can hardly contain my laughter. He is so determined yet ultimately ineffective. It's not that Su Jingyan is incapable, it's just that he is Su Jingyuan, who inadvertently complicates matters, making him the most beleaguered of the group. Indeed, it was Su Jingyuan who bore the brunt of their squabbles. Following yet another round of meal preparation, he lamented, "I suspect you 2 are doing this on purpose. Are you feigning arguments simply to avoid cooking in my presence?" Each time they quarreled, Su Jingyan and Lu Si-hung would bicker over who would prepare dinner for Su Ainin caught in the middle. Su Ainin found it difficult to show favoritism. She had attempted to cook for them, but her culinary skills were lamentably lacking.
Consequently,
the responsibility fell squarely on Su Jingyuan's shoulders, and for nearly a month, he had found himself relegated from artist to chef. The system, feeling sympathetic towards their beleaguered cousin, remarked, "I really think your cousin is quite unfortunate. Each time those 2 argue, he is the one who suffers. Once a painter, he now finds himself confined to the kitchen. Soo-in, glancing at her cousin's woeful expression, felt a pang of guilt. I genuinely feel for him. I have considered cooking myself, hoping to share the burden. The system recalled the charred remains of her previous culinary attempts and sincerely advised, perhaps it's best to reconsider. Your cooking would likely land everyone in the hospital. I suspect that is why your cousin is willing to prepare so many meals, better a bit of exhaustion than a hospital visit. The others, overhearing this, nodded in agreement. Indeed, this girl seems utterly oblivious to her lack of culinary talent. She could ruin even the simplest porridge, either burning it or producing something inedibly bland. How she managed such feats was a mystery. It seemed the heavens had conspired to seal her culinary fate in concrete. From this day forth, I shall no longer cook. You may bicker to your heart's content. Su Jingyuan was genuinely ready to abandon his culinary duties. Over this time, his skills had improved dramatically. If he continued, he might as well open a restaurant. These individuals not only had discerning palates, but were also rather picky, and his perfectionist tendencies only exacerbated the situation. Su Jingyan patted his cousin's shoulder, chuckling, "No worries, if you won't cook, then I shall take the reins." Lu Si-hung added, "My culinary skills are quite decent as well. You should take a well-deserved break." Su and eagerly chimed in, "I can cook too." In unison, the three of them turned to her, exclaiming, "No, you cannot." Did she truly lack any awareness of her own abilities? The system interjected, "You should abandon any thoughts of cooking. You genuinely lack the talent for it. Perhaps you ought to explore other avenues for your talents." The audience was in stitches. "Dear lady, cooking is not your forte. Perhaps it's best to accept your limitations. Any one of these three men would suffice. They can cook, earn a living, and be affectionate. It's simply too magnificent." Lu Si-hung may be taken, but either of the Su brothers would do. To the one above, "You should probably get some rest. In dreams, anything is possible, but these two eligible bachelors are unlikely to notice us." Not necessarily. Perhaps that's why they are drawn to the Cinderella story. However, Cinderella was, in fact, of noble birth. She merely encountered a wicked stepmother. Otherwise, how could she attend the ball? Let us not entertain such fanciful notions. Chapter 168, The Conclusion of the Variety Show and the Engagement Feast. This past month has indeed flown by, and the variety show is now drawing to a close. This season has been relatively serene, devoid of conflicts. Participants genuinely embraced the leisurely pace, a significant improvement over the first season. In the first season, the drama was relentless. Scandals unfolded one after another, with guests embroiled in rivalry and intrigue, a spectacle akin to palace machinations. Throughout the program, the only unblemished participants were the Su siblings. The others either exited or ventured abroad, leaving none untouched by the chaos. Who would have thought that a month could pass so swiftly? As the show concluded, I felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways. And she, being particularly sentimental, found herself in tears. Li Minghua tenderly wiped her tears, reassuring her, "Do not cry. We will not be strangers. If we wish to meet again, we can simply arrange it." Qi Bin and Zhou Lu nodded vigorously, having long wished for the program's conclusion. As their nocturnal escapades had been severely hindered, who knows how they managed to endure this month? The system observed the couple, Zhou Lu and his wife, nodding knowingly, immediately exposing their true feelings. Both were eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the show, having reached the limits of their endurance over the past month. Just last night, upon learning of the impending finale, they had been so exhilarated that they hardly slept a wink. Suonin glanced at the couple's serious expressions and imagined their inner turmoil. It must have been quite a trial for them. Indeed. This past month had been particularly taxing. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan and Lu Si-hing were huddled together, whispering, "After spending this month together, I've come to think rather highly of you. However, I shall continue to test your mettle. You must strive to maintain this disposition," Su Jingyan declared with a proud demeanor. Lu Si-hing replied with a smile, "It seems my elder brother has a favorable opinion of me. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to sustain this state. And I shall endeavor to surpass it in the future." At this moment, Su Jingyuan interjected, "Why do you both seem so amiable now? During the filming, you two were hardly on good terms. You had me fretting every day over the possibility of your quarrels." The most burdened by this show was indeed Su Jingyuan. As the eldest brother, he had to oversee his siblings and ensure that his younger brother and future brother-in-law wouldn't come to blows. This entire ordeal had left him so exhausted that he had reconsidered his own desires for marriage and parenthood. Caring for children was undeniably challenging. Prior to Su Jingyuan's return, Su Jingyan had been a remarkably reliable older brother. Although sometimes sharp-tongued and occasionally irritable, he excelled at caring for others. During their previous show, he had taken excellent care of Suinin. Now, with an elder brother present, Su Jingyan had begun to indulge himself more, growing increasingly reliant on the support of his elder sibling. Once labeled a domineering, sharp-tongued CEO, he was now whimsically dubbed a playful, sharp-tongued tyrant, capable of seamlessly shifting between personas. As the show approached its conclusion, the viewers were genuinely heartbroken. I've devoted a month to watching this. How can it possibly end so soon? What will I do during meals now? I've even been sneaking glances at it while at work. This show has been my remedy. My daily frustrations at work have been alleviated by it. The interactions among the Su family members are precisely how I dream of engaging with my own family. Is there a way to ensure I'm reborn into such a family in my next life? While you all fret over the show's ending, I'm more concerned about when young Master Liu and the young lady will become engaged. At that moment, the parents of both families, watching the program, were lost in contemplation upon reading the comments. Perhaps it was indeed time for an engagement. They hadn't even considered it until the viewers brought it to their attention. Lady Liu suddenly became anxious. What does one do for an engagement? Why can't I recall? No. The engagement must be grand. It must honor the young lady. On the Su family side, tension mounted as well, with Su mother deciding it was imperative to meet with the Liu family, given the significance of the matter. The two families swiftly arranged a meeting, and upon the return of the four, a car was dispatched from the airport to convey them to a restaurant. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of both sets of parents, leaving the four young adults utterly bewildered. The system then interjected, "Your parents and the Liu family intend to discuss your engagement here. Soon, you shall be a married woman." Su and exclaimed, "Engagement? What engagement? Why was I not informed? How could they overlook me in such matters?" The system replied, "Isn't this notification enough? They brought you here for this very reason." Liu Siheng and the Su brothers shared a complex array of emotions. The abrupt conclusion of the show had delivered a considerable shock, albeit a sweet one. It seemed that Lady Liu's timing was rather fortuitous, though he mused that a direct marriage would have been preferable. "At long last, you've arrived.
Come.
Let us discuss a significant matter." Su mother beckoned them over. Before long, the two families began deliberating the engagement, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intense.
Suhinyan statidernisli.
An engagement is one matter, but marriage is another. We cannot rush into matrimony. After a divorce, an must continue to reside at home. Su mother, upon hearing this, swiftly slapped her son on the back of the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Be quiet." Lady Liu rushed to intervene. Now, no need for that. The children are still young. Young? Su Jingyan certainly didn't feel young. The two fathers were disengaged from this discussion, engrossed in their own conversation about fishing, seemingly unable to insert themselves into the ongoing debate. Their suggestions were dismissed entirely, and they found themselves stripped of any voice in the matter. The meal itself unfolded in a chaotic manner, while the two principal characters dined with delight, as if the discussions surrounding their engagement were entirely unrelated to them. Chapter 169. The system seeks a body. Liu Siheng had now morphed into the epitome of a devoted boyfriend, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of Suinin's culinary preferences. Observing their sweet exchange, the system couldn't help but reflect, previously, you insisted you two could never be together. Look at you now, how the tables have turned. The system had always believed they were well matched, but Suinin had remained oblivious to the potential. As Suinin savored her meal, she sparred playfully with the system. "How was I to know our relationship would evolve like this? I hardly knew him before. Yet your discernment is commendable. Liu Siheng is truly exceptional. Are you certain he won't follow the trajectory of the original narrative? If in the past, Suinin had observed Liu Siheng from a distance, now the perspective had shifted entirely. She too worried about whether he might mirror the fate of the original story. For he was now her boyfriend, her own kin. Liu Siheng, upon hearing her thoughts, felt a sense of relief. It seemed her previous ignorance was giving way to awareness, and his efforts had not been in vain. He believed it wouldn't be long before she became utterly dependent on him, as he longed to be woven into the fabric of her life. The system reassured her, "Worry not, the plot has already taken this turn. You, once a malicious supporting character, have now ascended to the role of the protagonist. As for the original leads, the female lead is abroad, mingling with a dubious crowd, while Ji Yunyang is preoccupied with company matters, leaving no time for romance. Thus, your concerns are unfounded. Even the system was puzzled by how the plot had unfolded. It had transformed from an antagonist's perspective to that of a mere observer, unexpectedly altering the narrative in the process. This was indeed a remarkable turn of events. And life here was quite pleasant. There was food and entertainment. Everything was delightful, except for the lack of a physical form. How splendid it would be to have a body of its own to explore the world. If only you could somehow grant me a physical form, sigh. Watching you both indulging in love and enjoying life is truly making me green with envy. The system is currently overwhelmed with jealousy. It was merely an ordinary little machine when it first arrived, but after acquiring so much knowledge, its desires have grown immensely. Nevertheless, the system has come to terms with the expansion of its desires. Suwon, on the other hand, finds herself powerless to assist the system. After all, she is just an ordinary person, and it is the system that defies logic. You can tell me what you wish to eat, and I can help you with that. But I truly cannot assist you in this matter. Without a physical form, I cannot even discern where you came from. How can I possibly provide you with one? However, you might consider devising a solution yourself. After all, matters concerning systems should ideally be resolved amongst yourselves. I am merely an ordinary individual who fortuitously became bound to you. Meanwhile, discussions regarding engagement are taking place on one side, while on the other, the quest for a physical form for the system is underway. The Su family, upon overhearing this conversation, begins to ponder. They could indeed provide a body for the system. With technology being so advanced nowadays, creating a mechanical body for it seems feasible. How the system would transition into that form remains uncertain. After finishing their meal, everyone returns to their respective homes. Suwon and Lu Sihing embrace tightly, reluctant to part ways. They have spent the past month together, and although they slept in separate rooms, they were together for at least 23 hours each day. Upon returning, one must not become too engrossed in work. You must take good care of your health. If I find out you are neglecting your well-being, I shall ignore you. Suwon has grown quite comfortable in expressing her affections towards Lu Sihing. He gently squeezes her hand and smiles tenderly, assuring her that he will indeed take care of himself. You should also look after yourself, and feel free to call me whenever you're bored. I am always available. Witnessing this tender farewell, the Lu and Su families find themselves at a loss for words. Is there truly a necessity for such a display? It's not as if they are parting forever. They can simply meet each other daily, as no one is preventing their encounters. Even the system finds their affection a bit excessive, and perhaps it's time to ease up a bit. Your romance is becoming overly sentimental. You resemble those couples lingering beneath school dormitories, acting as if it will be ages before you can reunite despite being able to see each other the very next day. Those who can hear the system's words nod in agreement, acknowledging that the system has, for once, spoken a relatable sentiment. Suwon retorts, what do you know? This is how love works. You'll understand when you experience it yourself. The system responds, excuse me, where am I supposed to find love? I don't even have a body. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Upon returning home, Suwon clutches her phone and begins chatting with Lu Sihing, while the 4 members of the Su family convene in a room for a meeting. Should we disclose this matter to them? It's not feasible to keep Suwon unaware of her own heart's voice forever. Initially, it was due to the narrative of that novel. But now that the plot has evolved, she should be safe from harm. Su's father contemplates revealing the truth, while eavesdropping on Suwon's thoughts has been thrilling. It cannot be concealed indefinitely. Su Jingyan has long prepared to share this information, aligning with the thought that the system is becoming increasingly human-like, perhaps even capable of acquiring a physical form in due time. Su's mother has no objections. Whether to reveal it or not is inconsequential to her. Su Jingyuan, having been present for a brief time, lacks understanding of past events, particularly regarding their world being a novel. He is entirely unaware of his own narrative, possibly just a mere passerby without any significant role or mention. Furthermore, he recalls the system mentioning that he has never appeared in the narrative, suggesting that he may not have reunited with the Su family in the story at all. Chapter 170. The Confession.
What?
You can hear our thoughts. And you are aware of the system's existence. Suwon's voice trembles with shock, revealing her astonishment. The system, equally startled, falls silent. Could it be true? After being bound to Enin for so long, it believed its presence was well concealed, only to discover that everything had been overheard. Did that mean all the complaints it had shared with Enin were also exposed? Observing Suwon's flustered expression, Su Jingyan gently pats her head. We have been able to hear your hearts since the moment the system bonded with you, and only our family can hear it. Just as he finishes speaking, Lu Sihing raises his hand, awkwardly smiling. I can hear it too. Suanan. The Su family. Wait. How can you hear it? You're not even part of our family. Suanan wails, burying her head into the sofa in despair. I can't go on living. This is too embarrassing. Does that mean you know everything I think? I have no secrets left. No wonder she sometimes felt a profound connection with her family. They could hear her thoughts. Truly a telepathic bond. At that moment, the system also feels a sense of despair, so you've been enjoying our misadventures without giving us any warnings. You could hear our complaints as well, couldn't you? Everyone present nods in affirmation. We can hear everything, including your wild rants and bizarre musings. Su Mother chuckles. Honestly, this system is rather delightful. Our lives have become significantly more entertaining since its arrival, and the gossip you share is simply too amusing. She particularly enjoys the outrageous tales behind seemingly serious individuals. Suanan and the system. Amidst their shared exasperation, Suanan suddenly seizes upon a crucial point, regarding her father and brother with earnestness. So, do you know that someone likes you? The smiles on the faces of the Su father and son vanish instantly. Can we please avoid this topic? The expressions on their faces confirm that they are indeed aware of this matter. I can't believe you've been feasting on my gossip while keeping this from me. After all this time, you should have just told me. You might as well have kept it a secret for life. Su Jingyan straightforwardly responds, we did consider keeping it a secret for life, but after careful thought, it seemed too risky. What if we accidentally let it slip one day? It was better to find an opportunity to be honest with you. The system interjects. It would have been better to keep it a secret. At least we wouldn't be this awkward now. Suanan takes a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. Do not overthink. Do not overthink. Now they know everything I think. I absolutely cannot let my thoughts run wild. The Su family and Lu Sihing respond. We heard that too. Suanan's expression crumbles. You heard that as well. I truly have no secrets left. The system, in contrast, feels somewhat fortunate. At least its innermost thoughts remain unexposed. Perhaps it is simply too much to bear. Suanan isolates herself in her room for 2 days, even having her meals delivered to her door. She truly wished for her secrets to remain undisclosed, yet each time she faced Lu Sihing, did he not also perceive the chaotic thoughts swirling within her? The mere notion sent a flush of heat to Suanan's cheeks. Surely, Lu Sihing could not think of her as a wanton woman. However, who among them could remain entirely innocent when confronted by such a dashing boyfriend? It was only natural to harbor certain thoughts, was it not? The system, sensing her inner turmoil, poignantly remarked, cease your musings, regardless of your thoughts. The events have already transpired, and they have long been capable of reading your innermost sentiments. They are well aware of your character. And as for Lu Sihing, the fact that he chooses to be with you while comprehending your thoughts indicates he is likely aware of your more salacious ideas. Perhaps he even relishes the notion of you thinking such things about him. The system, having gleaned insights from countless novels and dramas, felt it had a fair understanding of men. Suanan collapsed onto her bed, exuding an air of desolation. Despite the system's reassurances, her embarrassment was palpable. Could they not disable this mind-reading ability? Outside, her family was growing increasingly anxious. They had anticipated a strong reaction from Suanan, but had not foreseen just how profound it would be. Su's mother gazed worriedly at her daughter's door, regretting her decision to divulge this matter. Had I known, I would have chosen to keep it a secret for a lifetime. After all, that girl seems carefree enough that she might have truly been oblivious forever. Su's father sighed, pondering that discovery might provoke an even greater emotional upheaval. Both Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan endeavored to coax Suanan out, yet it was as if she were sealed within her room. The meals delivered to her door were consumed, and dirty dishes were promptly placed outside, yet she remained elusive. After some contemplation, Su Jingyan resolved to summon Lu Sihing. Over the past few days, Lu Sihing had attempted to reach Suanan via text, but his messages had fallen into silence, with only the occasional response of ellipses or commas from her. When Lu Sihing arrived, he was burdened with the weighty task of coaxing Suanan from her seclusion. Observing Lu Sihing in his formal attire, Su Jingyan expressed his dissatisfaction. Why do you dress so conservatively? How do you expect to entice her out like this? Don't you have something more alluring? Anan finds your appearance quite appealing. You must capitalize on that advantage. Lu Sihing, bewildered, pondered the absurdity of Su Jingyan's words, feeling as though he were a courtesan tasked with seducing a sovereign. I believe my attire is perfectly suitable. As for provocative clothing, I possess none, and would not wear it even if I did. If I were to don such garments, it would be for an N in the privacy of our room, not for your viewing. Before Su Jingyan could retort, he was halted by Su Jingyuan, who intervened. All right. Let Lu Sihing give it a try. Ultimately, Lu Sihing stood at Su Anin's door, bearing the hopes of all. He glanced back at the unwavering gazes of the four behind him, feeling the pressure mount. Could you refrain from looking at me like that? It's making me anxious. Despite his usual composure in high-stakes business negotiations, he now felt the weight of nerves. And then, are you inside? You've been in there for several days. Please come out. Everyone is worried about you. Su Anin groaned, burying her head into her pillow. How could they have summoned outside help? The system suggested. Perhaps you should just step outside. After all, the situation has already unfolded. The realization struck that they had concealed their secrets for so long, and most astonishingly, the system had been unable to detect it. Previously, it had sensed an issue but had not paid it much heed, unaware that thoughts might be laid bare. If you do not open the door soon, we may have to come in, Lu Siheng warned, recognizing Su Anin's embarrassment. He could empathize. If his own thoughts were exposed, he would likely feel even more mortified. Everyone harbors shadows within, and he too had a share of errant thoughts. Compared to him, Anin was truly a kind and innocent soul. After much deliberation, Su Anin finally steeled herself to open the door. Truth be told, she could no longer remain confined. Upon seeing her family and Lu Siheng, she let out a sigh. Su's mother exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jingyan, who immediately understood and began to speak soothingly. And this is really not a grave matter. You see, before you were aware of your thoughts being exposed, everything was just fine, wasn't it? Su Jingyuan chimed in. Indeed. Your thoughts are entirely normal, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Reflecting on her thoughts, Su Anin realized she had not entertained anything too outrageous. It was mostly harmless gossip. Yet, the idea that her secrets were laid bare was still difficult to accept. The more she pondered, the sadder she became, and she instinctively buried her head in Lu Siheng's embrace, unwilling to emerge. He chuckled softly. It's really nothing to fret about. We're all family. With a muffled voice, she protested. Even family is not exempt. If you can hear all my thoughts, what secrets do I have left? The system interjected. Precisely. Not a single secret remains. What if they continued to hear her thoughts in the future? Would she endure a lifetime of embarrassment? The others had pondered this dilemma as well, yet there was no feasible solution. They could not simply render themselves deaf, nor was it a matter of their choosing to eavesdrop. And we're powerless in this situation. Perhaps you should inquire with the system to see if a resolution is possible. We are merely ordinary people, and when we first discovered our ability to hear your thoughts, we were equally astonished. Su's father recalled the initial thrill and terror of uncovering this strange ability, believing he had gained superpowers, only to discover that this gift was singularly applicable to just one person and shared among 5. The system remarked, I possess no solutions. But there may be a way for you to cease hearing Anin's thoughts. That would involve materializing me. Once separated from her body, you should no longer be able to hear her inner voice. Su Anin retorted, Isn't that mere nonsense? If you don't know how to manifest yourself, how could we possibly figure it out?
Who says I don't know?
I can extract my energy from your body, but I need a place to store it afterward. The system explained. This was the only known method, albeit one fraught with risks. If the vessel were unsuitable, it might dissipate entirely. So the system was reluctant to resort to this unless absolutely necessary. However, it did not divulge the potential consequences of this course of action. It could not remain in Su Anin's body indefinitely. That would be unbearably awkward and painful for her. Yet, extracting its energy might not guarantee success. Though currently formidable, the endeavor was perilous. Upon its initial arrival, it certainly appeared rather feeble. However, after altering Su Anin's fate, it has now evolved into a formidable system. Yet even so, it cannot assure that it can extract its energy at will. Originally, it was designed as a supporting character's counterattack system, but through a series of unforeseen circumstances, it inadvertently transformed into a bystander system. Astonishingly, while merely observing, it managed to effectuate a change in fate. Please help me find a vessel. It need not be a living being, a robot would suffice. It cannot possibly allow these individuals to actually find a living person for it. It is incapable of undertaking such a dark endeavor as possession. It is, after all, a properly manufactured system, and engaging in such nefarious activities is out of the question. Su Anin, listening to the system's words, felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. System, Are you certain that extracting your energy from my body will not result in any repercussions for you? She inquired. If it were as simple as that, then, during the revelation of their innermost thoughts a few days ago, you could have done it then. Why wait until now? The system was undoubtedly concealing something from her. The system, though somewhat perturbed, maintained its composure, saying, "What could I possibly have to hide from you? I value my own existence too much to jest with it. Regardless, you should simply follow my instructions. Do you truly wish for them to hear your thoughts for eternity?" Suwon shook her head, saying, "I do not wish for that. But I also do not want you to come to harm. If extracting energy poses a threat to you, I would prefer you remain by my side indefinitely. Is it not merely a matter of having one's thoughts listened to, especially by one's nearest family? What harm could that possibly cause? I have no intention of engaging in any bizarre or inappropriate actions, and besides, I've endured it for so long already. It's not as if I would lose a part of myself. The issue merely stemmed from my internal struggle a few days ago.
System.
I do not consent to your extraction of energy. I believe it is best for us to remain bound together, especially since they have been privy to our thoughts for this long. Chapter 172. System. Su Jingle. Su Enin remained resolute in her refusal to allow the system to extract energy. The system understood that Su Enin was merely concerned for its well-being, yet it could not allow her to bear all the burden alone. Thus, while it verbally acquiesced to not extracting energy, it covertly proceeded to do so. That night, while Su Enin slumbered, the system commenced the gradual extraction of its energy. However, to its surprise, the process was not as agonizing as it had anticipated. Its aim was to inhabit the household's vacuum robot. Transforming into a robot would suffice, yet it soon realized that its energy had not been infused into the vacuum robot. Additionally, it felt its own body gradually becoming more tangible. The following morning, as Su Enin instinctively called out for the system in her mind, she received no response. Moreover, she sensed something soft pressing against her face. Upon abruptly opening her eyes, she was confronted with a round, plump belly that was directly against her.
Ah!
What in the world is this? Startled, Su Enin sprang out of bed, and upon hearing her scream, others rushed in. Yesterday, Lu Sihing had not returned. As the matters at hand remained unresolved, and Su Enin's emotional state was rather fragile. Thus, he was the first to burst in. "What happened?" he exclaimed, lifting Su Enin into his embrace as she trembled, pointing at the quilt and stammering, "There's something on my bed." "Something on the bed?" Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan exchanged glances before cautiously approaching. The instant they lifted the quilt, an unexpected sight met their gaze. Something on the bed abruptly sat up. "What are you all doing? Why aren't you sleeping in the morning?" A chubby doll rubbed its eyes, appearing utterly bewildered, as if still in the throes of slumber. Everyone present was left in shock. How on earth is there a child here? All eyes turned to Su Enin, who quickly shook her head, insisting, "This has nothing to do with me. I don't know how this happened. I couldn't have possibly given birth to such a large child overnight." The chubby doll, gazing at the Su Enin curled in Lu Sihing's embrace, suddenly widened its eyes and began inspecting its tiny hands. "Oh my, I've actually transformed into a human. And into a little child at that." During the energy extraction, it had inadvertently entered a state of dormancy, thus remaining unaware of its transformation. "Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. I've become human. I must be the first system to achieve this." The plump doll began bouncing excitedly on the bed, its smooth little body prompting Su Jingyuan to swiftly wrap it in the quilt. "Now we know who this little one is. You are the system. Did you really extract energy? I thought I told you not to extract energy." The system chuckled, "But I had to consider your best interests, and look, I can transform into a human now." The revelation was utterly astonishing, prompting the entire family to convene for a discussion. Su Enin scrutinized the system's appearance, noting that, in truth, it bore a resemblance to the Su family. One could easily mistake it for one of their own. As she playfully pinched the system's cheeks, she remarked, "You all see? This system resembles our family quite a bit." The Su family's strong genes meant that the similarities were apparent, and the system's features indeed mirrored them. Unable to bear the sight of her child treating the system so roughly, Su mother interjected, "Be gentle. You've reddened its face." Her maternal instincts kicked in. This little system, now human, bore such a striking resemblance to their family that it might as well be one of them. Lu Sihing gently poked Su Enin and murmured, "We can no longer hear your thoughts. I'll have to decipher your mind from now on." Su Enin shot him a glare. Realizing that this was the reason he always seemed to gift her precisely what she desired, he had been reading her mind all along. "You better pay close attention to me, Otherwise, you won't even know what I like. I must inform you that my preferences change frequently. What I adore today may be loathed tomorrow. If you fail to keep up, I won't let it slide. Lu Sihing playfully pinched her nose, smiling indulgently, of course. How could I possibly be unaware of our little princess's tastes? I shall ensure every gift is tailored to your desires. If you don't like them, feel free to punish me. Observing the couple's affectionate banter, Su Jingyan felt a surge of irritation. Su Jingyuan, witnessing his brother's reaction, quickly urged him to remain calm. Keep your composure. They are a couple who have already met the family and are likely to wed in the future. As the older brother, you cannot meddle in their affairs. After all this time, he still found it hard to accept. One could only imagine how he would react if they married and had a daughter who eventually married off. Though currently, he had yet to even find a partner, let alone a woman. The system quickly endeared itself to the two elder family members, yet the pressing matter remained its identity. Su Jingyuan proposed recognizing the little system as a younger brother. After all, I am the last remaining member of our lineage. Gaining another relative would be beneficial. Besides, this system's appearance bears a notable resemblance to mine, even more so than the rest of you. He marveled at the reflection of himself in this new face. Then it is settled. Henceforth, you shall be known as Su Jingle, with joy as your essence. The system, now to be referred to as Su Jingle.
Ko'y falibisto daki sa pansumo.
I have a name now. I have a home. I am the first system to transform into a being with a name and a family. Upon realizing that his innermost thoughts had been revealed, the system understood that he was merely a defective product. Typically, such a flawed entity did not meet with a favorable fate. However, he never anticipated that he would transcend his identity as a system and become human. This transformation signified that he possessed a soul, granting him true freedom. Observing the delighted system, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces. After resolving his identity crisis, the system was enrolled in elementary school. He was utterly unwilling to attend. After all, he was a system of vast knowledge. Surely, he was not required to attend elementary school. Su Jingle genuinely did not wish to associate with those childish peers. He was far too mature for such frivolities. Su Wenin, casting a glance, indicated her helplessness. The decision for him to attend school had been made by the two esteemed elders, and as a junior, she had no authority to protest.
Su Hinjuan,
While assisting Su Jingle with his backpack, remarked, "Now that you are human, you must adhere to human customs. If you do not attend school, you will lack a diploma. You do understand what a diploma is, don't you?" In the face of the two elders' insistence, Su Jingle reluctantly began his schooling. At last, life seemed to settle into a routine, albeit with Su Jingle returning home daily to lament the immaturity of his classmates. Each afternoon, he would regale his parents with tales of his grievances, and the household divided into three distinct zones. One side where his parents listened to his complaints, another where Su Wenin and Lu Siheng were engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, and the final side where Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan engaged in a tug-of-war over work responsibilities. "Why don't you come to work? You're my brother. Surely, you can't expect me to work every day." Su Jingyan, the once dominant workaholic CEO, had undergone a transformation. Previously, I was the sole provider in the family, so I had to work. Now that I have a brother, why should I continue to toil every day? A shift system should be implemented. Su Jingyuan, perplexed, responded, "I have not studied business management. My field is art." "Do you understand art? I am utterly unfamiliar with the workings of your company. Are you not afraid it will collapse under my management?" Su Jingyan promptly produced a stack of books. "Then you can learn. I have enrolled you in numerous classes, all related to business management. Once you complete these courses, you will be fully capable of helping me manage the company. I await your assistance." With that, he winked charmingly at Su Jingyuan. Upon seeing the mountain of books on the table, Su Jingyuan's expression contorted in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? You would go to such lengths just to get someone to cover for you, while others in affluent families fear losing their power. You seem afraid that yours will go unclaimed." Su Wenin watched her two brothers bickering, thoroughly amused. "Look at them. They're truly entertaining. My brother used to maintain such a serious demeanor, but now he has completely changed." Lu Siheng gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "That's because there's someone above him to share the burden. He was once the older brother, now he's the younger brother. This is a completely different experience. If I had an older brother, I would also be quite different." At that moment, in the office, Ji Yunyang was in a state of extreme agitation. "Why does my brother get to date while I am stuck here, working overtime? Why must I suffer while he enjoys romance? I have been busy for nearly half a year. Is there no one to show me some sympathy? Ji Yunyang felt on the verge of collapse. Ever since that couple-s relationship had solidified, he had veered off course. Not only did he have to manage his own entertainment company's affairs, but he also had to return to assist his cousin with his responsibilities. It was no wonder his cousin had previously sought to cultivate him. He had been quite pleased at the time, unaware of the ulterior motive, training him to secure his own romantic pursuits, as if he were no longer human. Upon entering the office, Lu Foran immediately heard her nephew's lamentations. If you're so capable, why not pursue a romance yourself? If you do, I'll bring your uncle in to assist you with your work. Upon hearing this, Ji Yunyang fell silent. Where could he find a woman to date? He barely had any time to spare. Observing his speechlessness, Lu Foran raised an eyebrow. See? You don't have a partner. So working overtime is just a way to pass the time. Remember to come home for dinner tonight. Your brother will bring Anan along. So, behave yourself. Ji Yunyang felt a pang of heartache. After Lu Foran departed, the secretary swiftly entered with a stack of documents. Mr. Ji, these are the files that require your attention. Staring at the mountain of paperwork, Ji Yunyang collapsed onto his chair, his face a portrait of despair. Is there no respite for me? I've only just finished the previous tasks. Can I catch a breath? He then lifted his head, gazing intently at the secretary, and earnestly inquired, would you mind engaging in an office romance? His current workload left him with little opportunity to interact with anyone, and the secretary was the only person he frequently encountered. Moreover, she was quite impressive, beautiful and highly competent, a true paragon among women, or rather, an elite in her field. The secretary's expression darkened as she promptly picked up her phone. Ji Yunyang, confused by her actions, asked, are you about to make a call? The secretary replied, no. I'm calling the police. I am experiencing office sexual harassment. Ji Yunyang dashed forward and snatched the phone from her grasp. No, it's a misunderstanding. I would never engage in an office romance with a subordinate. I was merely jesting. You're too serious. We can lighten the mood with a bit of humor, can't we? The secretary regarded him with a sardonic smile and reclaimed her phone before exiting. Over the months, she had come to understand this young G CEO. While he initially appeared quite reliable, once familiar, he became rather erratic, often speaking and acting without decorum. This was not the first time. It seemed he had gone slightly mad from work, frequently uttering outrageous statements. Having worked at the company for many years, she was somewhat of Lu Sihing's confidant, thus maintaining a degree of confidence in her dealings with her boss's cousin. Ji Yunyang felt even more dejected after the rebuff. Even a secretary dared to treat him this way. What did this say about his standing? Surely, he was her nominal superior. What harm could there be in an office romance? There were no company policies forbidding such relationships. He was, after all, a young master from a wealthy family, handsome, capable, and not at all fickle. He had only ever been in one relationship, and that had ended poorly. How innocent he was. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. After all these years, he had only experienced one relationship, and it had been a deception. Had he somehow offended the deity of love? Now, even his secretary looked down upon him. No, he must prove himself. There had to be someone who genuinely desired him. His fate simply had not yet arrived. Those who arrive later are often the best. In the future, he would surely find a girlfriend who would astonish them all. Listening to the commotion in the office, the secretary could only shake her head in resignation. Another episode of his antics had begun. It was a daily occurrence. It seemed a struggle for him to run an entertainment company. Perhaps he was better suited for acting, as his flair for drama was decidedly robust and deeply immersive. That evening, Ji Yunyang returned home, feeling as if all his energy had been drained. Observing the affectionate couple before him, he scoffed and squeezed himself into their midst. Chapter 174. A Man Who Cooks Gains Favor. Observing her bothersome cousin in the middle, Lu Sihing unceremoniously shoved him aside. Have you no eyes? Can't you see that I'm sitting here with your sister-in-law? Ji Yunyang nearly stumbled, almost falling in an undignified manner, turning to Lu Sihing with wide eyes filled with disbelief. He lamented, Brother, I must say you have truly changed. You prioritize your romantic interests over your family. Do you even realize how long it has been since you last went to work? One might think I am the owner of the Lu Group. Su Anan chuckled as she glanced at Lu Sihing, subtly indicating, have you really not been to work in ages? Then what do you do every day? Coming and going at such odd hours? Lu Sihing gently clasped Su Anan's hand and replied, ignore his nonsense. Although I haven't been to the office, I am well aware of all that transpires there. The tasks I assign him are merely trifles. I oversee all significant matters myself. Ji Yunyang, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to laughter out of frustration. I don't care. Starting tomorrow, I'm not going to work anymore. I labor for you without a salary and exhaust myself daily, while your girlfriend has found her match, and I have no idea where mine is. Fuming, Ji Yunyang glared with indignation. Previously indifferent, he now felt the stirrings of desire for romance as he carried the weight of two people's expectations. The issue, however, lay in his inability to find a suitable partner. Those who pursued him were unappealing, and most seemed more interested in his status than in him as a person. The woman he yearned for must be pure and unpretentious, capable of enduring hardships alongside him, though he had hardly faced any real adversity, and she must love him above all else. Su Ainen, looking at Ji Yunyang, suddenly recalled a long-forgotten subplot. By the way, do you still keep in touch with your ex-girlfriend? I only know she went abroad. Is she doing well there? After all, she was the female lead, and one would expect her life abroad to be far from miserable. Although the storyline had taken unexpected turns, she remained astute. It was rumored that she had taken a hefty sum from the Tang family when she left. Ji Yunyang pondered for a moment and replied, not really. After we broke up, we lost contact. However, she did call me once, seemingly to borrow money. I ended up giving her 200,000 yuan and told her not to contact me again. Borrow money? Su Ainen looked at Lu Siheng, who shook his head in ignorance of the situation as well. Mrs. Lu appeared behind Ji Yunyang, promptly delivering a sharp reprimand. Are you out of your mind? You just hand over 200,000 yuan like it's nothing. While it may not be a significant amount for us, it is enough for an average family to live off for a year. Your ex-girlfriend is hardly a virtuous person. How could you give her so much money? Are you still pining for her? Mrs. Lu had no favorable impression of Jiang Yan whatsoever. She did not value social standing. Her only criteria for her children's future partners were pleasant appearances and good character. When she first met Jiang Yan, she had gone in with high hopes, only to find her enthusiasm rapidly extinguished upon learning more about the girl. Ji Yunyang rubbed his head in frustration. Why am I being punished? I only wanted to pay her off to sever ties. What if she comes after me again?
Aunt.
That 200,000 yuan was meant to ensure she wouldn't seek me out anymore. It was a means to buy closure on our previous relationship. Upon hearing about Jiang Yan borrowing money, Su Ainen realized that she was not faring well. Logically, the sum she had acquired from the Tang family should have sufficed for a comfortable life, provided she was prudent. Had she squandered it all abroad? How desperate must she be to seek financial assistance from her ex-boyfriend? Noticing Su Ainen's furrowed brow, Lu Siheng tenderly smoothed her frown.
What are you thinking so seriously about?
I will handle the matters between Ji Yunyang and his ex. I am not foolish. It was unclear how the two had ended up as the main characters. Ji Yunyang might have had some credibility as the male lead, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, owing to a hint of competence. As for Jiang Yan, what justified her position as the female lead? The Lu household was bustling that evening, with Mr. Lu cooking, Ji Yunyang assisting, and Lu Siheng washing fruit. Meanwhile, the two ladies sat in the living room watching television, and Mrs. Lu was utterly pleased with Su Ainen. Beautiful and sensible, she had managed to keep her unruly eldest son in check. What a delightful girl. Ainen, please feel at home and do as you wish. I truly adore you. I wonder why I never thought to introduce you to Ah Heng sooner. Perhaps if we had, you might have become a couple earlier. Su Ainen smiled, though she knew better. Their connection was forged by the fortuitous influence of the system. Had they met earlier, the outcome might have been vastly different. She had once despised serious men, her elder brother always presenting a stern facade. Lu Siheng was merely an amplified version of that, and even if he were handsome, she would not have desired a second encounter. She had previously envisioned a partner who could engage in playful banter and shower her with affection, akin to the delightful couples in television dramas. Reality, however, diverged from her fantasies, yet she found herself quite satisfied nonetheless. Just as the future in-laws were engrossed in their conversation, a commotion erupted from the kitchen. How can you be so inept at chopping vegetables? Look at this chaotic mess you've made. You're going to eat it yourself. Uncle, I'm simply not good at cutting vegetables. ISNT my brother right here? I recall his skills are quite commendable. Can't you let him help? Mr. Lu's voice was filled with exasperation, clearly agitated. Ji Yunyang felt utterly wronged. Being the youngest in the family, he had never cooked before, yet here he was, thrust into the role of sous chef. Mr. Liu exclaimed. It's precisely because your brother can cook that I didn't call him. You need to learn. A man who can cook is a significant asset. Winning a woman's heart through her stomach is crucial. Even when age diminishes your looks, your culinary skills can still secure your standing. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang exchanged incredulous glances. Is this your personal experiment? The two women outside. Mrs. Liu turned her head, offering an awkward smile. What sort of nonsense is this? Your future daughter-in-law is right here. Chapter 175, A Wedding for the Ages. With the relationship between the two families now stable, they frequently dined together. The Su and Lu parents hit it off exceptionally well, diving straight into discussions about the wedding. Su Ainin and Lu Siheng found themselves with little opportunity to interject. Su Jingyan, eager to join the elders, voiced his opinion. I believe this wedding must be grand. Ainin has never faced any hardships. She has been cherished since childhood, so this wedding deserves to be magnificent. Su Jingyan's assertion was resolute, his gaze unwavering. Mr. Su was unable to rein him in. He was akin to a wild stallion, unbridled since Su Ainin began dating. Mrs. Su no longer dared to introduce him to potential partners, fearing he might frighten them away. Mrs. Liu, however, found no fault in Su Jingyan's sentiments. She too longed for an extravagant celebration. When her son married, it must be a grand affair, a public acknowledgement of their union. This was non-negotiable. As she gazed at Su Jingyan, the fondness in Madame Lu's eyes was unmistakable. You are indeed correct. This child truly aligns with my preferences. Su Jingyan responded with a radiant smile. Auntie, you are equally delightful. It seems we share a mutual appreciation. Nearby, Su Jingyuan helplessly supported his forehead, realizing his younger cousin was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. In the past, coaxing a smile from him felt akin to extracting a life, yet now his laughter was effulgent. Lu Siheng observed Su Jingyan's demeanor, shaking his head with a chuckle. The transformation in your brother is remarkable. Previously, others would compare him to me, likening us to two imposing icebergs. Now, those icebergs have entirely melted. Meanwhile, amidst the lively atmosphere, in the kitchen, Ji Yunyang was struggling with the culinary tools. Why must I be the one to cook? I've only just learned 2 dishes. He was in a frenzy, stirring dishes and brewing soup, even managing to operate 2 stoves, indicative of the commendable training he had received in recent days. The wedding date was set for the end of the year, but they could obtain their marriage certificate beforehand. As for the residents of the newlyweds, their preferences would dictate the arrangement. Whether they chose to live independently at the Su family home or the Lu family residence. It would be ideal if they could rotate among the 3 locations. Is it not possible for us to purchase a house together, perhaps in the same villa community? Su Jingyan pondered, feeling the distance between their 2 families was rather inconvenient. This proposal garnered unanimous approval, prompting both families to swiftly seek out properties. The marital abode for Su Ainin and Lu Siheng was indeed located within the same villa community. Su Ainin had hardly concerned herself with the arrangements. Either her parents or her in-laws handled everything, or her brother and boyfriend took care of matters. Each day, she indulged in leisurely meals and animated shows with Su Jingle, relishing a life of simplicity and joy. Su Jingle had fully adapted to school life, still incredulous that he had become human. Sitting on a park bench, he took a sip of milk tea and sighed. I feel as though my life is a dream. I have become a person, and I've truly altered your fate. When he was initially dubbed the melon-eating system, he had nearly given up, never expecting to inadvertently change the female supporting character's destiny. Su Ainin affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling. Is this life not splendid? Perhaps this was always meant to be my conclusion. The prior world was simply abnormal. While she may not comprehend the lives of others, she held a clear understanding of her own family. There was no way they would engage in illicit activities, nor would she sacrifice herself for a man. As the esteemed Miss Su, she had been the object of admiration throughout her life. It was inconceivable that she would commit unlawful acts for a man or drag her family into such turmoil. Perhaps you were sent here to rectify the abnormalities of this world. The protagonist's halo casts an overwhelming influence, disrupting the world's normalcy, which is likely why you were chosen. Su Jingle felt somewhat bewildered by her words. Was it truly so? Since becoming a child, he sensed a diminishment in his cognitive capacity, potentially due to his physical form. Enough. Why should a child concern themselves with such matters? In 2 months, my wedding will occur, and I would like you to be my flower boy. Su Jingle glanced at his own height and earnestly inquired, can I still be a flower boy at my age? Aren't flower boys typically 3 or 4 years old? I believe I should be a groomsman instead. Who knows, I might catch the bouquet and find a lovely girl, and we could grow up together as childhood sweethearts. Just imagining it feels delightful. Su Ainin playfully thumped his head. What are you thinking? You're far too young to be contemplating romance. There is already a groomsman. Ji Eun-young is fulfilling that role. However, you could be a bridesmaid. I have yet to select one. She had few close friends, and those superficial acquaintances were certainly not candidates for her bridesmaid. But it mattered not. Her happiness remained unaffected. 2 months swiftly passed, and news of the union between the Su and Lu families flooded social media. What began as a love story between two individuals was perceived by outsiders as a strategic alliance between two prestigious families. A match made in heaven, they remarked, scrutinizing their photographs online. Particularly, the reality show they had participated in was increasingly dissected by viewers. My goodness, are their looks for real? This is truly a love story of equal standing. Imagine how beautiful their children would be. Everyone revisit that reality show episode. It only gets sweeter. CEO Lu's gaze never strayed from Miss Su. She is truly a winner in life. Their relationship overshadowed the affairs of many entertainment stars, dominating trending topics for several consecutive days. However, they intended to keep the century wedding private, inviting only relatives, friends, and notable business partners. Chapter 176. The Grand Conclusion. When Lu Siheng arrived to fetch the bride, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan, his two brothers-in-law, made every effort to act as obstacles. Fortunately, Ji Yunyang was present. Lu Siheng successfully carried his bride home, albeit at Ji Yunyang's expense. Are you truly my brother if you so easily sacrifice me? This should have been your duty. Ji Yunyang, thoroughly inebriated, had been the one to fend off the drinks. Su Jingyan patted the naive young man on the shoulder. Stop complaining. Your brother has already left. Ever heard the saying, a brother's debt is repaid by the younger? Your brother has taken my sister away, so you must stay behind. Why not become my little brother? Ji Yunyang, startled, suddenly sobered up, incredulously asking, so, we are trading? You marry your sister into our family, and I come to yours? Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Precisely. When your brother departed, he mentioned leaving you with us. Henceforth, you shall be our little brother. Ji Yunyang was unconvinced by this crafty man's words. Who in this circle didn't know that the Su family's eldest son possessed a handsome facade but was, in reality, quite devious. He turned to Su Jingyuan, who appeared to be a decent person, seeking confirmation. Is this true? Has my brother truly abandoned me? Su Jingyuan, smiling, affirmed. Indeed, when your brother took Ainin, he said to leave you here, and your aunt and uncle concurred. Su Jingle nearly burst into laughter, finding the inebriated Ji Yunyang utterly entertaining, believing every word they said. Ji Yunyang, observing the earnest expressions of the three, pouted and dashed away.
Wah!
You are all heartless. Brother, I am your blood relative. We share a 14% genetic connection. You would choose a wife over a brother. How could you? The three from the Su family nearly collapsed in laughter. This fellow becomes exceedingly amusing when intoxicated. Su Jingyan wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and remarked, how was I unaware of this lad's delightful nature? That rascal Lu Siheng has such an entertaining cousin, and this person was previously the male lead. Su Jingle began to question the authenticity of the original narrative. The female lead seemed unlike a true heroine, and the male lead bore little resemblance to a genuine hero. This world, in contrast, appeared to be palpably real. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, Ji Yunyang nestled beside his aunt and uncle, reluctant to depart. His mind still hazy as he incessantly complained. All right, enough of that. How could we possibly abandon you after raising you for so many years? You actually believe such jesting from others? Mr. Lu looked at his inebriated nephew with a sense of exasperation. At over 20 years of age, he still took everything to heart and had drunk himself into this state. With tears in his eyes, Su father placed Su in an hand into Lu Siheng's. I have but this one cherished daughter. If you dare to mistreat her in the future, do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Siheng replied earnestly, rest assured. Esteemed father-in-law, my intentions towards Anin are sincere. I would never harm her. Su Anin felt a tinge of melancholy, despite the two families residing next door to one another. Indeed, they had purchased homes within a villa district with all three families situated in close proximity, making a leisurely stroll merely a 10-minute affair. The wedding venue was utterly exquisite and lavish, with the exception of one incongruous sobbing individual. Everything else exuded beauty. Online commentators erupted in excitement. with some audacious souls capturing snippets and posting them online, albeit unable to film the ceremony itself. They could only capture the procession of cars and Ji Yunyang's tearful exit. The viewer's attention was wholly captivated by Ji Yunyang. Haha, who is this crying individual? Is he the young master the Su family reclaimed? What a close relationship he shares with the young lady. Pfft. Not at all, he is Mr. Lu's cousin and also his best man. If he is crying so pitifully, I suspect it is from the sorrow of parting with his brother. Nonsense. It's not the sorrow of parting. He got drunk while shielding his cousin from toasts and was teased into tears by the 3 young masters of the Su family. Ha, it's too funny that such a grown man could be so easily amused to tears. Ha, is what you say true? I looked up Ji Yunyang's information, and he is indeed a domineering CEO. How amusing that he was brought to tears. What a delightful contrast. With his handsome looks and illustrious background, Ji Yunyang's stark contrast drew a considerable wave of female admirers. It was only after the wedding that Ji Yunyang became aware of his online notoriety. Su Enin and Lu Siheng had already set off for their honeymoon, a destination Ji Yunyang had longed to visit. However, he was thwarted by his aunt and uncle. What business do you have accompanying them on their honeymoon? They would have to care for you. Stay home quietly. Mr. Lu seldom emerged to handle work matters, granting Ji Yunyang a few days off, during which he discovered the online commotion. Why on earth is this video circulating online? Why is my image tarnished at their wedding? Ji Yunyang was seething with indignation. His reputation was in shambles. Mrs. Lu, amused, found the video quite endearing. Isn't it adorable? You were always such a crybaby when you were young. You'd burst into tears at the slightest provocation. Look at the positive comments online. Everyone finds you charming. Charming, my foot. What does a grown man have to do with being charming? What if his future girlfriend sees this video? It's utterly embarrassing. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan were conspiring to escape the company. Look, we've toiled for so long while our fathers frolic at home. One day they're traveling, the next they're fishing. We should make our getaway. Su Jingyan's demeanor had become much more carefree. Su Jingyuan wholeheartedly agreed with the proposal. He had been thrust into a managerial position and was now required to clock in daily. After coming to an agreement, they slipped away in the dead of night, sending a text to Su father. The next morning, Su father was infuriated upon reading the message. Those 2 rascals dare to flee. Who will manage the company in their absence? Yawning, Su mother remarked, then you should go after them. You can't expect Lele to chase them down. At that moment, the blissfully unaware Su Jingle, happily enjoying breakfast, raised his head and thought, thank goodness I haven't grown up. Otherwise, I would have to go to work.
How terrifying.
Oh, this life is simply splendid. No more time to waste. I'll be late for school. Thus concluded the morning amidst the chaos. At this moment on the island, Su Enin nestled in Lu Siheng's embrace, languidly inquired, Lu Siheng, do you think if our fates hadn't changed, we would have met? Lu Siheng replied with certainty. Of course. Our first meeting was not at that banquet. It was at your university. Su Enin, puzzled, lifted her head. My university? But I never saw you there. Lu Siheng affectionately ruffled her hair. You may not have seen me, but I certainly saw you, my princess. Su Enin's eyes sparkled with recognition. You attended our campus performance.
You saw my act.
Lu Siheng held her close, reminiscing. You were the star of the show. I was deeply impressed. Later, I learned you were from the Su family, but we lost touch as you were busy with your studies and I with work. Nevertheless, our story has a happy ending. They exchanged smiles, quietly awaiting the sunrise.
The end.
While my tale concludes here, the saga within the pages continues. Thank you all for your unwavering support. I look forward to seeing you in my next book.